Commissioner Duval,
Here.
Commissioner Bryant,
Here.
Commissioner Dias,
Here.
Commissioner Ramirez is on his way, I know, Commissioner Reeves,
Here.
Commissioner Roper, here, Commissioner Rubio is on her way, I believe, Commissioner Wise,
Here.
Duncan Wise, Commissioner Ayers,
Here.
Commissioner Fulmer,
Here.
Commissioner Guard,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez, and Commissioner Lamar Wise. I think they are riding together, so we expect them to be here shortly. I also want to welcome our Chief Education Officer, Nancy Golden,
Thank you.
and of course our Executive Director, Ben Cannon. Angela, thank you for all of the arrangements this morning. Also, those of you who are here as our invited guests or as interested observers, I want to thank you for your presence. Some of you we've talked to about participating in our breakout or brainstorming meetings, so we'll look forward to that. In addition, we have a number of presenters here, and we, as you see, have a full agenda. For those of you who maybe are not officially part of our discussion but have thoughts to share, tomorrow morning when we meet again at 8:30, the first half hour is devoted to testimony, invited testimony, and testimony from those who choose to sign up. So if you have any thoughts that you haven't been able to share with us today, that's an opportunity tomorrow morning. And for those of us participating as commissioners, I want to challenge us all to think broadly and creatively about our goals and the challenges that we and our partners face, because our institutions are our partners in achieving our goals, and to do so before we are too quick to organize our work and create to-do lists. So let's make sure we're thinking broadly and creatively before we get down to putting things in boxes, which might otherwise mean we miss a good idea or a good opportunity. By the way, the day today will conclude at 4:30 with a tour of the Viticulture Center. And I want to thank Chemeketa for making that available. Chemeketa Community College Board Member Ed Dodson is here. I want to recognize Ed. And also call your attention, if you haven't noticed already, we got quite an array of pastries for everybody. From a variety of sources, including my favorite bakery in Independence, which makes, by my opinion, the best croissants west of Paris.
I think that's
So-
true.
Jesus. Okay, so the reviews are good on the,
The reviews are good.
on the croissants? Okay. Is this any better?
Yeah.
So we're going to begin the day with an overview of what it means to be a coordinating commission and how such commissions function in other states. We'll be calling on David Longacre momentarily to do that. We'll then take a look at what we're now calling our vision statement as you received it, and hear your thoughts on how we might craft a more specific mission statement. We're not going to do any wordsmithing in this meeting, but we will get your thoughts and be able to give you a final product tomorrow for adoption. We have lots of information to absorb in the course of our meeting today. How the state funds our institutions, how our institutions price their offerings for students, what results we see from these investments, and I want to make sure we pay attention as well to the role our private colleges and universities contribute. We will be looking at that often repeated goal of 40-40-20 by 2025, our role in accomplishing that. And more broadly about what the public thinks about the value and importance of higher education or education beyond high school and its cost. So we'll get that from Sue Midgall from Davis, Hibbets and Midgall. And we'll hear from Nancy Golden before lunchtime. And we'll then have a panel with legislators. Remember, we have the role of being an advisor to the legislature as well as an advocate for institutions to the legislature. So we'll have a good dialogue with three key legislators at noontime. In the afternoon is our chance to think broadly about our responsibilities and goals. And again, not be too quick to kind of go to
a to-do list, but to think creatively about how we accomplish those goals. There's a list of work groups and subcommittees that I circulated. That's a tentative list. I don't want us to be necessarily feeling like that's how we're going to organize our work, but it's a first draft, and we can revise it after our afternoon sessions. There'll be a brainstorm about responsibilities, a brainstorming section in the afternoon, where we talk about our responsibilities and those of our partners. And as you can see from the list we circulated, we have many partners. This is not something we can do without broad sharing of responsibilities and efforts. The afternoon breakout meeting, I've talked to some of you about your interest. So we'll be breaking into two groups of access and affordability and student success, and another one focused on institutional capacity and resources. I think we pretty much have an even split of commissioners participating in each of those. And our agency heads, Bob Groot from OSAC and Gerald Hamilton from Community College and Workforce Development, and Interim Chancellor Melody Rose, who just arrived. And Melody will all be asked to participate in those breakout sessions as well. And this is where we're going to need your best thinking. We will also talk about the resources we're going to need to stay on top of best practices and the dialogue and debate both in the higher education community and among the public at large. So Betty Duval and Hilda Roselli will end the day with a discussion of what we need to stay on top of the flow of information and sharpen our thinking from week to week, because although we're going to be meeting only once a month, we want you thinking every week about the challenges we're addressing. And we're going to do that by keeping you in the flow of information. Okay, as no meeting would be appropriate without an announcement like this. It's somebody with a van whose lights are on, and it looks like the license plate is 579 FPC. So whoever arises to turn off your lights can feel appropriately embarrassed. So now, in terms of the outcomes for today's meeting and tomorrow's actions, we're going to be adopting a vision and mission statement. We're going to, I hope, emerge with a clearer idea of how we steer and cheer. We talked about those roles in our earlier meeting. We are going to be drafting a letter to all of the community college presidents and their boards and all of the university presidents and their boards, introducing ourselves to them and asking how we can help them achieve their goals, and inviting them to send designees to our meetings, and also asking some key questions which we're going to frame better after our discussion today. So we're going to start the dialogue with our partners in the institutions after today's meeting. We're also going to plan for how we organize our work going forward, and based on our discussions today and tomorrow, we'll have a framework for the strategic plan that the legislature has asked us to give them. And you didn't see that on any list of work groups, but it's something that I'm going to personally take responsibility for with our executive director and others who may want to help in this effort. Because by February, when the legislature meets, we will have a strategic plan. And one of the challenges as somebody who's worked on these reports to the legislature many times before is it's got to be one they read, and it's got to be one that gets their attention. So that's the challenge for all of us today. So if there are no questions, I'll get us right to our agenda now and invite David Longenecker, who is the Executive Director of the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education, and somebody with quite a breadth of knowledge and experience about higher education in the United States over many decades, and someone whom I've been pleased to work with and have benefited from his knowledge over a similar number of decades. So David will talk to us now about the role of the coordinating commission. Other states have them, how they work. What do you think is the best way for a coordinating commission to frame this work? David?
Thank you very much, Tim, and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be before the commission today. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to move right on to this because I want to share with you everything I know about coordinating commissions, or everything I think I know about coordinating commissions in the next few minutes. There are a couple of reasons why I suspect I was selected for this. One is that WICHE works with the 15 western states and the Pacific territories that are part of the United States. And so that I have a lot of experience in that regard. And if you look at those, they're organized in very different ways. 8 of the 15 states have single governing boards. Mostly the small states go with this general plan of a single governing board and no coordination of that. 2 of the states with which I work have split governing boards with no coordination. But 5 of the states have coordinating boards: Alaska, Colorado, New Mexico, Oregon, and Washington. And I think the second reason I was probably invited is I've done a lot of work here in Oregon over the last few years as you considered various ways in which you should govern higher education in the state. I participated in the legislative discussions a couple of years ago and was a strong proponent that the state, I thought the state needed a coordinating council or coordinating board because you needed something to bring the disparate partners together in that regard. And the third is that I have experience as a state higher education executive in 2 states. I was the SHIO, the executive director of the coordinating board in both Minnesota, which was a planning and operations board, and in Colorado, which was a regulatory and operations board. So if you look at the nature of governance in American higher education, you've got these all-in-one governance structures. Now there are various variations of that. You've got Idaho, for example, which is the State Board of Education has responsibility for P through 20. Similar in some respects to OEIB, except for without OEIB's concerns are more limited to the investment component. In you've got a system like Utah's, which has all of post-secondary education. It doesn't have elementary and secondary, but has all of post-secondary, including including technical institutes. And then you've got the South Dakota model, which is all of what they would say is higher education. They don't include technical colleges or institutes. Then you've got a set of states like Oregon was, where you've got the old Oregon model, where the 2- and 4-year systems are somewhat separated. Arizona has that model, and California has 5 distinct systems. Now you might wonder how I came up with 5. Everybody knows about the 3 that are part of the master plan: the University of California, California State University, California Community Colleges. But they also have a very distinct approach to the way in which they deal with their proprietary institutions through a regulatory agency, not unlike the one you have. And then, for all practical purposes, they give free rein to the private colleges in the state. They're all, virtually all of them are exempt from any state oversight because they are accredited by an accrediting agency that is, for all practical purposes, a single state accrediting agency, the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. Now, WASC also looks at Hawaii and the Pacific Islands, but the big kahuna for them is California. From those of us who look at state policy, for all practical purposes, we look at California as basically a chaotic system, no coordination whatsoever, and one that is leading to catastrophe. If you look at their statistics over the last 15 years, although every one of those systems thinks California is doing just fine, except that they aren't funded adequately, the statistics suggest something radically different. And then there's statewide coordination, and that's what I'm going to spend my time really focusing on here. And there really are many variations in this, but there are 2 general models which I alluded to before. One is our planning boards, and that's what I ran when I was in Minnesota. Their coordinating board did have operations for student financial aid and a couple of other areas, but it was primarily a planning board. And planning boards, the essence of them is that they don't have a lot of responsibilities themselves. They recommend on various activities, policies, and practices. And there are certainly elements of this in the new Oregon HEC. By the way, what are you guys going to call yourself? Are you the HEC? Are you the HECC?
Heckers.
Or the old HEC?
I thought it was Hexters.
We're the hackers.
Heckers.
Yeah.
Good, heck, okay. You advise the OEIB in statute on goals, on strategic investments, and on data collection. You recommend a consolidated budget. You advise the governor and the legislature. Those are some of the tasks that you're aligned in the legislation. And what I would give you as my advice on looking at what has been the success of planning boards, and and what that rests on, it is based primarily on the quality and the relevance of the policy analysis that you do. When you have a planning responsibility, you have to make the case. You can't demand the case. So you have to have both high quality work and work that is relevant to the task to be used. You also have to be politically aware. Sometimes people get to a point where they are full of great ideas, but what they're suggesting simply isn't in the realm of reality and the world in which we live. And I think very importantly, you've got to maintain respect for the people with whom you work and the various constituencies and from the various constituencies with which you work. So you have to work on those three things. There are a couple of things that your success will not be based on. One will be playing politics. Given you have no power, there's not much percentage in playing politics. No power on the things that you advise on. I'll come back to that. And the second is on power per se, because in those areas where you have primarily a planning responsibility rather than a full responsibility, there's just no power to exercise. Then there's the other kind, which are the regulatory boards. This is a term. I don't like the term, but it's one that's used in the literature, so I've used it. These are the boards that have power. And this is when I moved to Colorado, one of the reasons I liked going to Colorado is I had power now. I had responsibilities much more significant than I had had in Minnesota. And there are certainly elements of this strategy in the HEC, the authorizing legislation for the HEC. You have the responsibility for strategic planning on a number of critical issues. Attainment, competitiveness and quality of life in Oregon, affordability, completion, and accountability. Those are all in the statute. You have the primary responsibility in those areas, and that is significant responsibility, and with it comes some power. You also have responsibility for the funding distribution formula. Yes, you have to work with others, but you have that responsibility in the end to come up with a distribution formula. You have academic program review, which gives you substantial responsibility. Now, the success of a regulatory board, as opposed to a planning board, is essentially the same thing. You need to provide quality and relevant policy analysis. You need to be politically aware, but not exercising a lot of politics. And you need to maintain the respect from and for the people with whom you work. Now, you do have more power because you have that responsibility. And that comes with some elements. But the essence of your success won't be in your playing power. It'll be on your using that responsibly. Now, how do you do that? Well, to a great extent, your role as a coordinating board is as a buffering agency. In some respects, you have two personalities you've got to experience here. One is you are a solo performer in some regards, and you are also a team member. As a solo performer, you have certain responsibilities that are yours and yours alone that you will have to exercise and accomplish. Not only that, Ben is the only person, high-level executive in the state, responsible for waking up and going to bed, thinking about the overall public agenda for Oregon higher education. Now, Nancy has a lot of responsibilities in higher education, but she has a lot of others as well. Ben's is very focused on higher education and the responsibilities for higher education. Now, the presidents of the university think about higher education too, but they think about it in terms of one institution and not the overall system. And so you have a very unique and solo performance in that regard. As a team member, you have to work very closely with OEID, with the institutions, with other state agencies, with the private nonprofits in the state. And so it's very substantial networking leadership role that you have in that regard. Now, to accomplish all of this, you must gain the trust and the value, trust of the governor, and he needs to understand the value of your advice, or you won't be serving that piece of the authorization that you provided. You need the legislature to trust and value your advice. You need higher education to respect your work and to accept the value of your work. I wouldn't expect them to necessarily trust you. The nature of the task is one that doesn't always lead to precisely that. But you need to make sure that they respect what you're doing, respect the integrity of your work, and that they accept the value of the agency, whether they like it or not. And equally important to all three of those is that none of those three can perceive you as either a captive of themselves or of any of the other three. You need to be perceived as a buffer agency, if you will. In other words, you need to speak truth to power, but you also need to listen to power as you move through. It's one of your responsibilities is to help establish the public agenda for higher education in the state. And the key to that will be how well you can rely on evidence and knowledge in the field, rather than hunches and perception. So one of the things that you have to know better than anybody else in the state is how Oregon compares to internationally and nationally. One of the things that you need to do is to know better than others where you are in that regard. So here's a chart, a little hard to see, that's put out by Lumina. It's the OECD comparisons. Here's Oregon right here, compared to other countries and other states. What you'll notice there is that Oregon's pretty average. I think, Tim, about 7 or 8 years ago, I was before the Oregon University Board, and I said, Oregon looks pretty average. I'd say the same thing today. You're a little below the national average. You're closer, in fact, percentage-wise, to the bottom of the developed world than you are to the top of the developed world. You're about average, you're slightly before the U.S., below the U.S. average, and slightly below the OECD averages. Not bad, but not great. What this really suggests, from your perspective, is you've got a state goal of 40-40-20. It means that you have a pretty big mountain to climb to get to the goals that you've established. And that's important for you to know. And you need to know where that is, because when you start talking about things in rosy scenarios, which is what we all do about our states, you need to realize where the reality hits the road. This is another chart that's useful. Interesting how that comes out on PowerPoint here. This is a chart of the new economy states. And what you'll find is that Oregon, if I hadn't highlighted it in blue so that you could see it, it would be one of the new economy states. One of the sort of whatever that is, green or yellow, or I don't know. But whatever that color is, it should fit into that. So you are recognized nationally as one of the new economy states, with one of the top third of the states in terms of having an economy that is globally competitive at the present time. The dilemma, I think, for you as a state is you will see that you are amongst, with three others, you are the most vulnerable to losing that status, because you have both relatively low low educational attainment levels compared to the rest, and as a result, relatively low per capita income compared to the rest. So yes, you are a competitive state today, but you're probably more at risk than most of the others of potentially losing that status if you were to go on. So that gives you a sense of what you'll need to know, the kind of stuff you'll need to know to see whether you compare others with others on the competitiveness index, nationally and internationally. But you also need to know what kind of wealth you have as a state, and what kind of capacity you have to devote to post-secondary education as one of the ways in which you can improve the state's area. So you need to know, for example, that you're a low wealth, low state effort state. Your per capita income is at about 90% of the national average, and your effective tax rate ranks 46th nationally. It's 20% below, almost 20% below the national average. Now, many of you that may be surprised by that. I'll bet your neighbors don't believe you're a low-tax state. But the truth is, you're both a low-wealth, low-tax state, and that affects what you have been able to devote to post-secondary education, and it's clearly reflected in the statistics if you compare yourself nationally. Your higher education appropriations per capita are 78% of the national average. That means your institutions are operating per capita on about 20% less than other states. But it's a little more serious than that because you have relatively high participation in post-secondary education, not necessarily completion, but participation. Your funding per student is 65% of the national average, falling $2,100 below the national average. $2,100 per student for your institutions is a lot less on average to be operating on than most other institutions. And so, not surprisingly, one of the things that you've done is to have higher tuitions than other states. And that has helped bring you up from substantially below the national average in total resources to about 10% below the national average. But you've done it basically on the hides of the students rather than on the effort of the state through its tax structure and support structure. And so if you look at your tuition revenues, you find you're about 20% above the national average, and your tuition and fees in each sector of higher education are about $1,000 higher than the average of similar institutions around the country. What's also important for you to know, so that you can think about this in the context of everything that you're putting together, is where you've been lately. And in fact, the funding per student for Oregon over the fiscal period of time, 2007 to 2012, you folks were hit harder by the recession than almost any other states. You'll see that the reduction was almost 1/3 in funding per student. Now that's not because the state withdrew 1/3 of its funding. It's because the state did withdraw some funding, but you also had a huge increase in enrollments during that period of time. And the consequences of more students and less funding is substantially less funding per student. Now, the good news, I suppose, is that some states, including a number in the West, did worse than you did, including your neighbor Washington State, which you always like to be in better shape than Washington, I know. So that the good news is you were better off than Washington. But still, your institutions have faced substantial challenges in the most recent period of time, very important for you as a coordinating board as you move forward. So you need to know about the wealth of your state, how you're using that wealth, and what the implications of that are for higher education. And the third substantial area you need to think about are what the demographics are of your state and how those will affect where you go forward. These are our projections from WICHE of your high school graduation numbers in the years to come. And the second of the lines to the right is where we are today. What you'll see in that is that Oregon is going to have an increase in the number of high school graduates. Now, in general, that's good news, except for with the limited funding that you have, that means that dollars could conceivably be stretched even further than they are today. And what you'll also see from this is that that increase is coming from one group of students. In fact, you will see a decline in the number of Anglo students in Oregon over the period of time, all else being equal. Those are the students with whom you have had greatest success in post-secondary education. What you'll see is that the share of the population that is Hispanic will double over the next decade. That is the share, that is the portion of the population that you have had probably the least success in serving over the last, in your history. So in fact, the growth in this state will all come from a population you have not served particularly well, and to get to a 40-40-20, that's the population you will have to radically serve better than you have in the past. But not only will you need to compare yourself to others, you need to compare yourself internally, how things are going, how things are improving, how you are doing. And so, for example, you'll need to know what your demographics internally disaggregated look like today. You are about average in the gap between your minority populations and your Anglo population. You're not the worst in the world, but you're not the best in the world. And you have a 25% gap in the share of the adult with a college degree between your underrepresented minority populations and your Anglo population. Pretty substantial gap, something to clearly work on. But I think of equally strong importance, over 1/3 of the adult Hispanics in Oregon have no high school degree. If you put high school and no high school degree together, 2/3 of the Hispanic population in your state have no more than a high school degree. Only 1/3 have some college, and half of those have a college but no degree. That is a long way from 40-40-20, and suggests a huge area of challenge and that has to be of importance to you folks, because it's not something that is naturally everybody else's agenda. So aside from the demographics, one of the other things you have to do is you have to be attentive to your accountability responsibilities to know how the system of higher education is performing in the state. That's one of the responsibilities that is given to you. What is the productivity of your system? And so you need to know, for example, that your public universities have competitive graduation rates with the rest of the country. Now, I've used the real graduation rates from the National Student Clearinghouse rather than the bogus ones from the IPEDS, U.S. Department of Education statistics. This is a student who started, what was their probability in 6 years at a university or community college of ever graduating from that institution or any institution in the country. You guys do pretty well, both in your public and private universities in that regard. Your community colleges, on the other hand, have substantially lower graduation rates than institutions in other states, and substantially lower persistence rates than in other countries. Now, if you take a look, another way of looking at this is the cost per degree. And so what you'd find here is that your universities are pretty competitive on this. Their number of degrees per $100,000 of educational related expenses puts them in the upper quartile nationally at around 2 per 100,000 or $50,000 per degree. That's actually pretty decent. Your comprehensive universities and colleges do even better comparatively nationally. They're in the upper quintile, and they do a little bit better than that, so their cost per degree is about $40,000 per degree. Your community colleges, on the other hand, are nearly the lowest in the country, and their cost per degree is around $80,000. Those are 2-year and 1-year certificates. 1-year certificates, 2-year degrees, and they're costing twice as much as a 4-year degree at your public universities. Now, there are always problems with the data and comparisons, but these are the kind of data that you need to know, you need to dig into and understand, so that you can both defend and prod the system as it needs to go along. There are a number of issues that I want to mention that you will confront. I can tell you this from experience. One is that people will tell you that what you're doing is the enemy of innovation. You are stayed in the, you're just ruining the ideas of change and whatever, because whatever it is you're doing, there will be an argument that your regulatory function is the enemy of innovation. And in fact, there is some truth to that. In the past, regulation has often been used to stifle creativity. In fact, in order to protect the existing providers. That's been the case in much of coordination in higher education in the past. It's also true that sometimes very innovative ideas are stopped because there is no evidence to suggest they will work. What I think is really important to keep in mind is that innovation and entrepreneurship, by definition, come with risk. And part of your role is to manage the level of that risk. When you're playing with people's lives, and that's what we're doing every time we make a decision about the education we provide, when you're playing with people's lives, you probably have to expect some risk and move toward that. But you cannot afford to do harm to people's lives. And so you have to manage that risk side, and that will be something you will be challenged with almost every meeting, I suspect. The second is you will hear that competition fosters quality and innovation, so let the market prevail. That market's clear and the right things will happen because markets are good. And there is some truth to that in economics. The trouble is we don't operate in a true market. We have a very highly subsidized product, And when they come to you and say, let the market prevail, and by the way, will you pay for us to do this? That's not a market activity. And so part of what makes markets work is not prevalent in the public policy and certainly in public higher education. And the second is markets don't always work. They fail miserably on issues around equity. So unless you build in equity as a market-driven activity, you will not get equity out of the system. Take a look at where the inequities in our society occur, and it is where the market prevails. Some of the ways in which you can respond to those issues that you will face. One is mission differentiation. Now, there will be institutions that suggest they want to innovate and move outside their mission. And there are times when missions need to be expanded. But good businesses have targeted, have focus. And so we too must, if we're going to be good businesses, have focus. One of the strategies I suggest is there will be a lot of focus on expanding the opportunities. In fact, you have to expand the opportunities in order to get to 40-40-20. But as you do that, you need to focus on expanding on demand, not on hunches. Don't necessarily follow that wonderful movie that if you build it, they will come. It doesn't necessarily happen that way. So you need to require that there's demonstrated consumer demand and need for products as they move forward. This will be terribly important as you look at academic programs, new proposed programs in academic program review. It's much more important to look at what the demand is for this than what the faculty would like to offer or what the entrepreneurial interest is in moving forward. And one of the ideas you might follow is to have the institutions, if it's such a good idea, but there's no evidence, then let them venture the resources to make this happen rather than the state. So make it possible for them to take an idea without evidence, if they're so sure it will work. But let them pay for it, at least until it is a proven product. I think it's also important to be sure that you follow up with ideas that are presented and done to make sure that they sustain success, that you're re-engineering promising prospects. That if something works, you want to sustain it. If it isn't working, but it still looks like it has tremendous promise, require that it be re-engineered and get rid of the losers. One of the things we tend to do is we adopt a policy, presume it was a great policy, and never come back to see whether it works or not. Very important, if you're going to have this regulatory function too, is to celebrate and honor successes. Make heroes out of the heroes. But I think finally, and most importantly, never forget, your reason for being is student success and the enrichment of the state of Oregon. Institutions are a means to the end. They are not an end in themselves. And what that means, I think, in terms of working with them, is that they are absolutely essential, and your job will be to make sure that they are sustained at a level sufficient to do their work and do it well. But your reason isn't to build great institutions. Your reason for being is to provide student opportunities for student success and for enrichment of the state. But also very important to keep in mind is that their boards do exist for the institutions. And so you need to respect the fact that when a board comes to you and appears to have a position that may not be in the state's best interest, but is in the institution's best interest, that's their job. Your job is to find the balance between their interest and the state's interest. So that's really what I came to say. I think the really bottom line is that you need to be very well informed so that the advice and the actions that you perceive are both informative and intelligent. Thanks for the opportunity.
David, thank you. It's very thoughtful and informative and provocative. One question I have, and I want to make sure all the commissioners get an opportunity to follow up, just in terms of the data, when you showed a cost per degree of $50,000 in the university system, I assume that was adding up all the expenditures divided by the number of students, whether or not those students achieved the degree.
No, that's all of the expenses. That's
So
all
an
the
individual
expenses for the
student
whole
might-
system
might in
divided
fact-
by the number of certificates increased. And the biggest problem, I think it's always useful to think, where's the problem in that data? The biggest problem in that data is really in the community college side, because it doesn't include the students who transfer without a degree or a certificate. Oregon looks very low, community colleges in general look very low. I don't know that that's appreciably different in Oregon than it is elsewhere, which would still raise a red flag for you folks about why you're low.
But
But
the-
it doesn't accurately reflect.
The total cost divided by the number of students who complete, that total cost includes tuition.
Yes,
And so roughly, that 50,000 is 20,000 from the state, 30,000 from the students.
yes.
Frank?
Yeah, great presentation, by the way, David, thank you.
You're welcome, thanks.
So on that same topic then that Tim brought up, when a student completes their 2 years of community college and then they go on for their last 2 years, in the ideal case, to finish in 4 years at the university, are the figures you showed, the per 100,000 for university success, university graduation rates, they only include the last 2 years of that student's life at the university as far as the cost. They don't encapsulate the first 2 years, which the student needed, freshman and sophomore years, in order to get that bachelor's degree, correct?
That's right. That's one of the advantages of a state that has a lot of, for the four-year institutions of a state that has a lot of transfers. They get the benefit of that graduation without having to have done half the work.
As far as that data goes.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things but to the point of your role, I mean, part of this is to have that kind of discussion, but then to tease out what that difference is.
Right.
And to give, and in fact, in that case, and this is one of the things I've had some real difficulty with my colleagues nationally, they're trying to find a way that they can divide that success in two, so that both the four-year institution and the two-year institution get credit for that. It's unclear to me why both institutions shouldn't get credit for that. It's okay to say that was a success of both institutions, and because in fact it was. If the two students, if the institution left and ultimately graduates from a four-year, that was a success of the two-year institution, and it was a success of the four. Now, the statisticians say, well, the numbers don't add up. That's fine. You can have a separate statistic for that, for the state's purposes, but don't rob one of the institutions of half a success when they were a full success from their perspective.
Thank you.
Ramon?
Tim, David, thank you for the presentation. I had a question on the data, the statistics you threw out about the increase of high school graduates in the future in terms of the Hispanic population will double. The other question was 1/3 of the Hispanic population don't have high school degrees. Where did you get that information from, or that data from?
The first piece, the demographics are taken from essentially U.S. Department of Education. We do projections of high school graduation based on the students who are already born and in school. So that we carry the projections out to the point where the currently enrolled first graders are, and then we take the patterns of mobility that states have traditionally had. So it's the famous economist, all else being equal analysis, presuming that future graduation rates are what they are today for each cadre of each group of the population. This is what they would be in the future. So that's taking the people who are already in the pipeline and the mobility patterns to and from Oregon over time, and it's building those projections for Oregon. And those tend to be quite robust over time, those projections. The others that look at the population, that's taken from the American Community Survey, I think it's called, which is a census, annual census data system that has very reliable data state by state. That's the reason we use that rather than the current population survey, which doesn't have nearly as robust state by state level as the American Community Survey.
Do you happen to know how old the data is? Like, is it?
That's 2000, I think. I probably had it. The data on the projections is from data that we have through 2009, 2010. And the data from the American Community Survey as I think from the 2011, it's either the 2010 or 2011 ACS. So it's fairly current information.
Yeah, just a comment, I think part of the reason why I'm here is to roll up my sleeves and get to work and try to address that issue of, you know, how do we deal with a population that has historically been underserved when the demographics change and shift in our state is alarming. So I think we're kind of behind the 8 ball, so I think we need to really come up with a strategic plan to how to address this issue. And I think one of the things that you mentioned was really important to me is as we move forward in our work is that we don't harm people, but at the same time we have to develop a partnership that makes us accountable and makes the system accountable, but at the same time, you know, is equitable in nature. So.
Yeah, my purpose in putting the data in wasn't really to have a discussion of the data, but to show you what I think your job is to essentially really get to know the data and to dig in like that and to find ways so that, I mean, an awful lot of your fellow citizens don't know this stuff. And so part of it is helping them come to grips with how difficult the task ahead of you is and how important it is. I mean, demographics, economics, will really, and competitiveness will really drive an awful lot of what you guys talk about during your tenure on the commission. And you need to know that stuff, and you need to know it well, and you need to break it down from what I brought to you. I think it's good every once in a while to bring an outsider like myself in, or a fellow like Dennis Jones in, to talk to you, talk turkey about what the data look like for you. But then it's really important, and nobody else is going to be focusing on this as much as you, to have a staff and an interest in yourselves in really understanding what this really means in your state. How are you doing? It's really more important on how you're doing with Hispanics who are in school than it is on those who are already out. But part of the answer here is going to probably be certainly to achieve your goals, you're going to have to bring a lot of adults back into post-secondary or into post-secondary for the first time. And what we know from the data is that encouraging a person who's never been to college to go to college and think about getting a college degree is not a very productive activity. But encouraging an adult to come back into a career or trade program that has strong components, like the IBS program or others around the country, can have great returns both for the individual and for society. So part of this is just getting to it and understanding how serious the business. You guys probably just thought this was going to be fun, but in fact this is a very serious business that you're into.
Okay, on the subject of fun, David, we are having fun, but we're running over. So
Yep.
I had 2 more
Okay.
questions from commissioners. Then I would ask you to kind of, okay, 3 more, but then we're going to have to truncate our agenda a little bit here on the next item, because I want to make sure our next presenters get an opportunity. Starting with Lamar.
Yeah. So thank you for your presentation and the data. And this is a question / comment to everyone. I saw that there was a lot of data on race and ethnicity, but I also think that we should also focus on alter-able students, because I know that alter-able students or students with disabilities have a difficult time just being able to access facilities or have the necessary resources to even get the education. And also folks from the LGBTQ community. I also think I'm not even sure if we collect data on that community as well. So I'd be interested to see what the numbers are on there in comparison with other states. And I'm not sure if other states also collect that data, but I'd be interested because I think those communities are also disproportionately affected by the system and structures that we have now. So
I think it's an important point, and I would say the only portion of that I know that there's national comparative data on. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means I don't know that it exists. But there's quite a bit of information available on students who suffer from mental illness, or particularly depression and bipolar disorder. And they represent about 10% of our student population. And their probabilities of graduating are 10%. So, but they are all able of graduating, so they have to be lost. But because many of our faculty don't understand mental health and mental illness, they think this is a lazy student, it's a student who's having an episode, and there are ways of dealing with that productively. So it's a very important point, I think, throughout, and as we know more about bullying and other things, we need to find ways in which we have a success environment in our institutions.
Good question. Carmen?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting, and particularly about the point that Ramon brought up, the acknowledgement of the underserved communities and how we have to plan for serving a different population in the future. I'm wanting to follow up on your comments about unless you build equity into the system, the market will take care of that piece of it. I'm curious about, in your experience and your analysis, what have you seen nationally where equity has been built into the system, where it has actually improved outcomes for students?
Two areas. Public embarrassment has had small effects, but not very substantial ones. The one that appears to have the greatest promise is in the new performance funding schemes that states are developing, where they provide substantial financial rewards for serving students from disadvantaged backgrounds. So in Tennessee, for example, they provide a substantial enhancement to the payment that institutions get for every Pell Grant recipient that graduates. In New Mexico, it's for any Pell Grant recipient or student of color. And in Ohio, they have a similar thing. Money makes a difference in higher education. Performance funding worked when our performance metric was enrollment. We got lots of enrollment. Performance funding will work when we give lots of money for completion and student success.
Dave, last question.
I'll be real quick. You know, you mentioned the importance of data. I would certainly say students attaining a degree is one of the most important things we have to look at. OEIB, a lot of agencies in the state. And I know there are problems with the iPads, and you talked about that, particularly in their definition of what qualifies as a student. But I think it's important we know that as we're determining which sources for data on degree attainment to look at. So could you maybe really quickly recap what are the problems with the iPad system used by the Department of Education, and what are some of the advantages or even disadvantages with the National Clearinghouse or other sources?
The primary problem with iPads is it counts as students only first-time, full-time freshmen, and only if they graduate from the institution in which they began. That's not American students. And so it captures a real nice picture of my cohort, although I'm a 3-time loser on iPads data, because I transferred before I got a degree from the institution I began at, so I was a failure there. And so, as a result, I also never got picked up by, I went to 3 undergraduate schools. None of them did I get a degree from. I mean, only the last one did I get a degree from. So I was, I lost out there in terms of the degree. Now, it's a pretty good career I had. I got a doctorate from Stanford. I think I did okay. It wasn't bad, but I'm a failure, as you probably heard President Obama on those things.
Part-time
So-
students too, right? Or
What's
not
that?
counted, part-time students.
Yeah. And so it's, but what the National Student Clearinghouse does, it takes the first time that student shows up, and it follows them until forever. And so it follows them not only at that institution, but other institutions. It's a very good database. You also have a very strong, the NUBS have a very strong student unit record data system in Oregon. So you can follow your students quite well. And in fact, you folks have been a partner in the 4-state, interstate, multi-state project that we've got. So you can follow them from here to Washington and see whether they go into the workforce. So your data systems are really quite robust. And there's a lot of capacity there where you're in much better state than many states in that
Okay, thanks, David. Sorry to cut this off, but we're going to move along. We have more opportunities to talk with David during our brainstorming and breakout sessions this afternoon, and I'm sure if you're like me, you probably bookmarked a few more questions or ideas to pursue at that time.
I'm going to modify our agenda and move our mission statement discussion, which, as I've already alerted you to, is not a wordsmithing discussion, but a concepts discussion. We'll move that to the end of the day. So that will stand between us and the winemaking tour. Keep that in mind. And now we're 10 minutes behind, even with that adjustment. So you can also plan to take a break at 10:40, not 10:30. And I'd like to call on John Taponia and David Yaden. And is Bryce Ward with you, John?
No,
Okay.
I'll do this.
To talk to us about yet another set of data and the insights we can glean from them in regard to our 40-40-20 goals and how Oregonians are doing in their achievement of educational completion beyond high school. So John is the president, is that right, of ECHO Northwest. And Dave Yaden is a member of the State Board of Higher Education as well as the board of OHSU. And both have worked a lot over the last several years, going on a decade, on these data, so we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Nesbitt. Can you hear me without this thing? Prefer to speak up if I can. Okay, John and I first worked on a skeleton strategy for 40-40-20 during some work for LearnWorks about 3 years ago. The presentation we make today will reflect some of the work that I subsequently did for the State Board of Higher Education, as well as work that John is doing that I think you will find very interesting. I am not here today representing the State Board, nor presenting recommendations from them. What we hope to give you today is an outline and a framework for thinking a little bit more deeply about 40-40-20 to make sure that it is in fact useful and relevant to the work you're doing. I think the bottom line message we would bring today is you should own 40-40-20 rather than letting it own you. See if I can do this right here. Okay, as we know, 40-40-20 sets some numerical goals. In this presentation today, you're not going to see a specific number show up. The simple story that I use to explain why, at least from my perspective, is about General Robert E. Lee at the end of the Civil War, who was desperately short of supplies and went to the Confederate government in Richmond, asked for shoes, for money, for supplies, for food. They authorized him to have an additional 15,000 troops without food, shoes, or money. So my plea is, whatever you are to become, don't become the Confederate government. Don't issue a hollow goal. I think that's consistent with what David was saying. So, now we do need to set goals. You're going to see in a minute why we think that's not quite as straightforward as it might seem. But we want them to be thoughtful and purposeful. Okay, and in that spirit, a 40-40-20 strategy by itself is not necessarily a mission statement for education beyond high school, nor an agenda for the HEC. The list on this slide is significant. You can work to fold in some of these functions, missions, and issues into 40-40-20, or you can make 40-40-20 part of a broader, but hopefully integrated mission. This is a pretty significant set of issues, and again, how you're going to integrate all these into the work you do, I think, is a significant question. We haven't even mentioned here one of the big issues for you, which is how much of your work will revolve around improving system performance versus system redesign versus simply adding capacity, and the allied question of where that responsibility is going to fall between you and the institutions. Now, looking more closely at the little tour we'll do today, we're going to take a quick look at what is the nature of this goal, who is it really designed to serve, and then how would we begin to go about implementing it. Again, I'm sort of teeing up questions for you to address. There's actually more work that's been done on these, but think it's important for you to get your heads around kind of what we're dealing with. The intent of 40-40-20. Begin with this. There was scant legislative history about it. I think looking at it now, the governor and legislators I've talked with refer to it as the North Star, and that is important. It's a direction and aspiration rather than as a specific destination. And as we go through here, I think we'll have a little better understanding of why setting up just a simple number out there could indeed be a little bit risky. I'm going to turn to John in just a second to talk a little bit more about how 40-40-20 relates to the economic opportunity and success of Oregonians and the state, but I do want to credit Ben Cannon with consistently reminding us that this really is all about granting the fullest opportunity to thrive for all Oregonians as citizens and as participants in Oregon's economy. So John, I'm going to let you talk a little bit more now about the so what of 40-40-20.
Right. So in terms of the sort of the imperative in the case to produce more degrees from an economic perspective, our previous speaker, David, spoke to Oregon's lower than average per capita income. And this is just a chart that takes a look at that from a longer historic perspective, going all the way back to 1929. So what this chart is showing you here is the U.S. average at blue in terms of per capita personal income, and then Oregon and Washington over history relative to that U.S. average. And so you can see in World War II, both states had some productive opportunity. We were building ships. We also had a bunch of Bonneville Power Administration stuff going on, and in a relative sense, better off than much of the rest of the country. Slid down in the 50s and 60s, but you can see throughout that period, Oregon and Washington's paths were similar. With they were always a little bit ahead, but the trends are similar. If you slide into the 1980s, you can see how the double dip recession and the housing crisis hit both states, and both in terms of housing construction, but more importantly here in Oregon, wood products really took a hit. And then in the 1990s, you can see sort of 80% of the way into that slide, we start to come back to the U.S. average with the growth of the Silicon Forest in particular, and Intel's migration up the West Coast. And in 1997, sort of the most troubling point in that chart and forward, you can see Oregon starting to slip away from the U.S. average, where Washington sort of maintains its 105 to 110% of the U.S. average per capita income. We have gone through a 15-year period where this state has not been able to catch three of the key drivers of income. The financial industry in places like Boston, New York, San Francisco, etc. The military-industrial complex, which has helped the D.C. area and the Capitol and other places that build military things. And then what I would also call the traded services sector, so the ability to sell services and export services outside your region or outside of your state. That's something that's grown a lot in other places, has not grown as much in Oregon or in Portland. Here's how those trends look for metropolitan parts of Oregon, going down to the Medford, Bend, Corvallis, Portland, etc. as an average. That slipped below the overall U.S. average. And the non-metro, you can see, this goes all the way back to 1969, but you can see that, in the 70s, our non-metropolitan rural parts of the state were relatively affluent. Below the U.S. average, but well below their non-metro peers across the United States, that fell considerably in the 1980s and has not recovered. If we then sort of pull this apart, now I'm back to the 1929 in the beginning here, and say what is driving that difference in per capita personal income, we've broken it down into three constituent parts. How much of the story has to do with what people are earning, how much of it has to do with dividends, interest, and rent that they're getting off of investments, and how much of it might have to do with transfers they're getting from Social Security or other kinds of government programs. Just to take care of that one in the light gray, the transfers, not much of a difference there across all that history relative to the U.S. You can see in the dividends, interest, and rent, it sort of took a ride up in the 1990s. A lot of that sort of tech related, not a trivial part of that having to do with Intel. And that has come down since 97 in terms of relative advantage to the country. But the big story here is that drop in earnings, where we were at the U.S. average on earnings per capita. That has fallen to now $4,000 less per person in Oregon than the U.S. average. So that's a big story. What has driven some of that? This is a look at real Portland wages in 2010 dollars, going back to 1940, up to 1980, and then to 2010. And so this is, again, inflation adjusted. Essentially, this tells the story that is much more broadly told in the book by the two Harvard economists, The Race Between Technology and Education, or Education and Technology, which basically makes the argument that over the course of this century, there has been this battle between trying to skill up the population to keep pace with both technology and globalization. And that for much of this century, with the invention of high schools, and then big expansions of community colleges and the GI Bill and higher ed infrastructure, et cetera, we did a pretty good job of keeping up with that race up until about 1980, and then haven't done so. High school graduation rates started to plateau. We were putting not enough kids through high school and into college. Ended up with an oversupply of underskilled high school dropouts, high school diploma holders, and in real terms, you can see their economic outcomes have suffered considerably. And at the same time, because we don't have enough of supply of the high-skilled bachelor's and master's, that college wage premium has widened considerably and is as high today as it was in 1950 in a relative sense. In addition to that, another piece to sort of peel back, and I applaud David's call for digging into more and more data, is this notion in Oregon, looking across different attainment holders and how they fare relative to their peers across the country. And this is going to be a little piece that I'll revisit here later, that I imagine you'll be revisiting a whole lot over the course of next year. To understand this phenomenon. These are the full-time workers, full year, full-time, 35 hours a week or more, 40 weeks per year or more, at different levels of educational attainment. You can see if we look at our those that didn't earn a high school diploma, pretty much on par with the U.S. counterparts. High school diploma the same, some college recipient folks the same. Our college graduates don't earn as much as college graduates in other states, and we'll have a little bit more on that in the rest of this presentation, but clearly an area investigation for this commission. Another piece here, sort of getting to how we're doing and what this 40-40 challenge really means, is the sort of relative education attainment of native-born Oregonians in metro and non-metro areas compared to non-native Oregonians in metro and non-metro areas. And the point here is, are native-born Oregonians less attainment than those who were born someplace else? Not a perfect example there of immigration, because some of those non-natives may have moved here when they were young and went to high school, but nonetheless, we are importers of talent. And when we think about 40-40-20, we need to think about sort of the stock and flow of native Oregonians moving through the system. So I will now turn it back to David.
Okay, this slide takes us back to what actually a numerical goal for 40-40-20 might be or should be. The legislation points to specific educational attainment of the population by 2025. That, however, raises both practical and policy issues, which we'll touch on here in just a second. An alternative is to look at whether we can succeed more simply by simply looking at whether we're turning out the right number of degrees for each new age cohort. In fact, neither is quite as simple as it looks. We'll walk through a few slides just to indicate why, but I think the main point is that there are both practical and policy issues for tinkering under the hood a little bit more before you decide on exactly what that goal ought to be. Now, should we focus on what the population, the educational attainment of the population looks like in 2025? Well, perhaps, but that depends an awful lot on migration patterns. Migration patterns are variable. You don't have much control over those. Forecasting models, I think David is right, that they're pretty good, but in fact, we don't have as much transparency and understanding about those as we might like. A focus on that population goal could lead to a strong emphasis on adult education, which may be a choice you want to make, but it's just an indication of the kind of policy issues that are latent within setting a target. It can lead to an emphasis upon the capacity of the system rather than performance. You see that right now as capital requests go forward to the governor. They're all sort of labeled, well, this is necessary for 40-40-20. And then you get into a series of issues about how do you set interim targets. If you begin to drift off from that target, where do you end up? So the risk is setting a distant goal that is either meaningless or sets you off in the wrong direction. So it looks like there might be some advantages to concentrating on the so-called flow target, the numbers of people turning a certain age each year. One strong point is that puts the emphasis on the performance of the educational system for Oregonians. And there are a couple of examples there about how you might want to do it, but let's not focus on those. But there are also a series of issues involved with that, about how you actually do the accounting and whether you end up setting a target that's just for your convenience or not. So I want to leave it simply by saying that this is actually a little more difficult than you want to, I think, try to decide today. Now, however we do this, we've got to remember that we have private colleges and universities in this state, no OHSU, who are also providing degrees. Now, I think at the end of the day, you do want to come up with a simple, widely accepted, and well understood target. Just take a little more time to get there so that it is simple and widely accepted and well understood. Okay, now we're going to turn to the question about who we're really trying to serve. This slide introduces some questions about equity, institutional differences, and whether we want to be concerned about the types of degrees granted. I think clearly, as already identified through the discussion here, nobody wants to have 40-40-20 as a simple numerical goal work against our interest in seeing that these particular groups of students and perhaps others are well served. So how we actually go about doing that in the context of 40-40-20 potentially involves setting some subgroup targets, funding for different groups. I'm not sure exactly how you will ultimately end up wanting to do that. One way, well, some of the difficulties in trying to set too many subgroup targets. One of the possibilities that John and I have talked about, but not, I think, thoroughly investigated, is whether if we set, say, a basic issue such as special funding for Pell Grant recipients or for lower income students, that would incorporate enough of the interests of all of these groups that it would simplify the tasks for setting subgroup targets and perhaps funding. So now I'm going to turn back to John for the really interesting and potentially thorny question about whether you want to steer degree production based on economic outcomes.
So this really gets to the point of, and this is the repeat slide that you just saw, of what is going on in terms of this outcome, economic outcome differential for our college-educated population relative to the U.S. average. And it's an area that would have been much more difficult to look at 5 or 6 years ago because the census didn't ask questions about what majors people had in the general population. We knew what institutions have been producing through IPEDS accounts and National Student Clearinghouse, et cetera. But it has only been since 2009 that the American Community Survey has started to ask people, okay, not only do you have a bachelor's or an associate's degree, but in what field of study do you have that degree, so we can understand the skills and the expertise of the underlying population. So again, I've got maybe a half a dozen slides here. There are about 45 other ones that I would that we could refer you to, and maybe another 45 after that would be interesting too. But we're just going to start with this appetizer. This first one is an interesting one. It's the percent of college-educated residents aged 25 to 59, so sort of prime working age college residents in the state of Oregon, who report that they work full-time, year-round, more than 35 hours a week, more than 40 weeks a year. And what we find when we look into the American Community Survey is that Oregon is at the tail of the distribution in terms of the lowest share of college-educated workers who are saying that they are working full-time, year-round. In addition, another piece here are the percent of 23 to 29-year-olds who are full-time workers with a college degree working in an occupation that requires a college degree. This again reported by state. So here we looked at some federal data that sort of tied occupations to need for a college degree, matched that up against what folks said they were doing in the American Community Survey, and again find Oregon at sort of that left-hand side of this distribution in terms of folks being able to put their college education to work in an occupation that requires it. Another little piece there. Some of that is going to have to do with the sort of the supply and the competition of the degrees that are out there in the population. And I apologize here, so that font's a little tough to read on the left-hand side, but what we're looking at here is the concentration of degrees in Oregon relative to what you find in the general college-educated population across the United States. So which degrees or majors are over or underrepresented in Oregon relative to the U.S.? At the top of the list, environmental and natural resource degrees. If you find a college-educated person in Oregon, they're about 3.5 times more likely to hold one of those degrees than if you were to take the general college-educated population in the United States. If we move down the left-hand side, generally what we find is overrepresentation of humanities and social science degrees, generally at the top of the list. And as you come down, slight engineering, right about what you would expect, but mathematics, engineering, technical, computer information, business degrees, public affairs degrees, criminal justice, all underrepresented in Oregon relative to the overall U.S. population of college-educated adults. We also, and this goes into sort of the next topic, and this is the IPEDS data and census data, is what is the concentration of degrees produced by Oregon colleges and universities relative to, again, the U.S. Average production. And we find similar degrees at the top of the list, and just I guess based on the fonts here, we're skipping every other one on the bars, but we can get you that detail. Again, you find a similar sort of pattern of not surprisingly, I guess, in terms of the concentration of what's in the population and what the systems are producing are correlated. We've got a lot of humanities, and certainly the environmental natural resources are very high on the list. A fair amount of humanities and social science degrees, and then the more technical degrees sort of further down the list. So that's the point here being that in this section, as you think about 40-40-20, to this point it has been largely about BAs versus associates versus credentials versus high school diplomas. Do you want to start to think about what kinds of majors and fields of study within any of those topics that this state and its metropolitan regions and rural areas of the state might need inside of those overall degree production goals?
Thank you, John. So once we've gone through an outline of what the goal might be all about, who it really needs to serve, and how you incorporate issues such as institutional differences and equity into setting our 40-40-20 targets, we get to the question of how would we implement whatever goal we set.
Dave,
We have identified
Dave,
here-
can I stop you for just a second?
Surely.
Can you give me a projection for the time remaining in your presentation?
32 seconds.
Okay.
Two things we've identified. One, how do you allocate degree targets among institutions? And secondly, aligning strategy and targets with the funding model. Very quickly on that. On allocating targets, two basic ways to do it. One is you just set targets, or somebody sets some targets and says that there's your target. The other is a more of a hybrid approach, which labeled here as a bottom-up approach, in which you set some overall goals and then basically go into a situation where you could almost bargain with the schools based upon how they would bid, or say, here's what we can do. We think you almost certainly have to end up with some version of the bottom approach. Then the second one, and we're just going to leave this here, is however you go ahead, you're going to need to make sure that the relative weight and mechanism that you set up for paying for degrees or setting targets aligns with whatever your funding model is. And the same applies to students in terms of the incentives you're going to leave them with. So I'm going to end here. We've got a few more slides, but I think that's enough
Well, we
for
have
today.
a few more minutes for succinct questions and concise answers. Anybody has any? Frank?
Okay. Thank you for David and John for the presentation. So your one slide that you showed twice,
Yes.
could you go to that? The two far right columns, when you say some college, I'm unclear as to if someone earns a certificate or a 2-year degree at a community college,
Yeah.
if that's interpreted as college, meaning 4-year, or some college, or is it encapsulated in the last one as college?
Yeah. Under American Community Survey, it's self-reported, and so I think the folks, typically the people who end up in that category are
The one I
folks who
just
don't
read.
feel like they ended up with a degree
A bachelor's.
that they can shoot. Well, I think even the,
It's self-reporting, so
yeah,
there could be some in
yeah,
each category,
exactly.
is what you're
But
saying.
yeah, I think it's some college and associates typically end up in that category.
Okay, then the other question, the concise question, hopefully concise answer, it's broader, but I mean, we're charged with bringing a utopia ideal and fruition to all this, of course, over the next 18 years. But the bigger question, and you brought it out well in your slideshow, is, you know, we've lost the financial, tech, and military industries, and timber for that matter, in this state. So even if we produce this great master plan, how do we, as a state, get those employers, financial, tech, and military here, to augment what we saw as us being much below average in those various categories?
Right. Yeah. No, well, yeah. And if we had the answer for that,
I was hoping for
we'd
a
all be in
concise
great
answer,
shape.
yeah.
Yeah. My mind goes to an ever increasingly affluent and growing global middle class. The world is changing. We've got about 1 billion middle class people living in the world today. Projections are 15 years from now we could have 2 to 3 billion middle class consumers across the world, and so there's going to be opportunity to sell into those markets, and the question is, can
Will the
this
markets
state
come
figure
here?
out
Yeah.
how to do it?
Okay, and the outflow, you said 55,000 a year come in, the bathtub chart. How many folks, 25, 59, turn 60 or retire every year to offset the 55,000 that come into the bathtub? In other words, how much is draining out? It's a math problem that I teach in our math classes.
Right. I think the cohort's pretty comparable across, it might be, 55 to 60 that are
Coming in.
retiring or entering into retirement ages. Now, the big question is, are folks, they got their teeth kicked in by the market in 2008, so are they retiring at the same rate as you would
What's your
expect
estimate
them
as
to?
far as what's the net flow? 55,000 are turning 25. How many are leaving the stock?
Right.
Either turning 60
Plus-
or retired.
Plus or minus 7,500, I'd say, or plus or minus 5,000 off of that 55,000.
Oh, that little.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get those numbers.
But
on
that's
the
it,
thank
that's it, yeah.
The Office of Economic Analysis website.
Another way to think about this, if you're really concentrating on the performance of the education system rather than kind of how does all those patterns flow out, is we have roughly, 50,000 ninth graders in Oregon each year. If we were producing 20,000 four-year degrees and 20,000 two-year degrees and everybody else graduating from high school, would we be succeeding? The answer clearly is over time, yes, without worrying about
Okay.
all of these other things. So.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to hold questions until later. We'll have other opportunities. I just want to make two summary kind of observations. Thank you very much for helping to sharpen our thinking here. One is, it's a question we've been asking since the legislature adopted 4420 in 2011. We haven't yet settled on an answer about, does that apply to the students in the pipeline, or does it apply to all working age adults? Frame that as well as I've seen it framed. We haven't answered it yet. We're going to have to do that. And I think we're going to have to do that by the time we deliver our strategic plan to the legislature in February. So I'm flagging that. Number two, we have often talked about steering and cheering, my terminology, but we've talked about waving the flag for students to proceed to education beyond high school, create the college-going culture. You've just raised the question about the flag waving we're doing, because we're not also steering when it comes to students. When you look at the kinds of degrees and the costs of degrees that students are pursuing, do we feel some sense of responsibility to steer not just the institutions, but the students? And I think you've helped elevate that question in our minds, and we'll struggle with that as well. So thanks very much. Right now I'd like to call on David Edwards, who is newly with the Oregon Education Investment Board. Many of us know David from his tenure in the legislature. And David's now Director of Policy and Research for the Oregon Education Investment Board, and has some achievement data to share with us.
Thank you, Chair. Ben had asked me to prepare a revised version of, or an updated version of an education pipeline. I decided to call it Education Pathway because it's not quite a linear process to go from graduating high school to receiving a degree. So I'll take you through both kind of branches of this diagram. Basically, it assumes starting with 100 Oregon high school graduates, where do they end up? The top half takes them through their college experience. You'll see 61 of those 100 go to college in some form, either in the fall term or in the winter term. And those are split about evenly between a 4-year and a 2-year experience. Among those who go to a 4-year college, only 9 of those 31 go to an out-of-state institution, 22 go to an in-state institution, and among those, only 3% go to an independent school, and 19 go to an OUS. On the 2-year side, vast majority go to an Oregon community college. Very small percentages go to private career schools or an out-of-state 2-year school. And then we estimate, based on 2009 figures, about 20 of those 28 in the Oregon community colleges will transfer to an OUS at some point in their college career. And then we have about 39 of that 100 that do not attend college within 1 year of graduation. That's not saying that some percentage of them don't go back at some point, but we chose the most recent graduating class to analyze in order to give you kind of the latest, most contemporary perspective.
Thanks, David. So just one, it should be obvious that this comes at this from the flow perspective that
Yes.
that John and David described versus the sort of total working age population. So it leaves to the side the question of the extent to which adults are participating, returning, as you noted, to higher education. That's an important issue for this commission to be attentive to. But I wonder, David, whether you've worked on taking what I would see as maybe the additional step on this, which is to identify how many of these students are actually completing their experiences, or unless that's reflected in here.
It's not reflected in here. I do intend to take that next step. We have to look at the class of 2007 to give them generally 6 years to graduate college. So we'll be able to provide that to the committee at a later date.
And David, we start with 100 high school graduates, but if we started with ninth graders, we probably would have like a number of 130 up there. And then those other numbers to the right would look much smaller proportionately. So I think it might be good for us to look at the pipeline all the way back.
That's true, and I'm also preparing a version of this that looks at the full 40-40-20 distribution. So we'll look at that
Great.
in terms of high school graduates as being around 68 instead of 100, for instance.
Okay?
Okay.
Was that the...
That's the extent of it.
Okay, any other questions now, Duncan?
Well, so all this data conversation makes me a really happy person this morning. I think, David, that you're here. I mean, to me, having sit on boards all this time, we need to have this data for the whole continuum just at our fingertips. I know you're the guy to do that. But the longitudinal data, the system that Nancy's created, I think I would just stress the importance of including K-12, because we know a lot of higher ed happens before age 18, a lot of classes, we need to understand that. And we also know that a lot of the classes taken in our system, the community colleges especially, are remedial, and so we need to understand that. And I would just encourage us to think students and where they're going as opposed to institutions, building it across so we can understand the connections among the institutions. I'm thrilled you're doing this. It's going
Thank
to
you.
be great.
And going back to the conversation you just had with the previous presenters regarding how you treat adult students in community college or four-year institutions, I've been conducting a series of interviews regarding the achievement compacts with representatives from community colleges and OUS institutions. The community college representatives in particular are concerned that the achievement compacts don't address returning students as part of the metrics. And we're looking solely at those who are intent on getting a certificate or two-year degree. So we're leaving out a substantial portion of the community college commission. So that's something I think for the commission to consider going forward.
And I mentioned this morning, I don't know if all the commissioners were present right at the start, but one of the outcomes from our meeting today and tomorrow will be a letter to all the university and community college presidents asking for their feedback, and we'll be calling out since our role is to advise on achievement compacts to the OEID as well, we'll be asking for their input on how those achievement compacts might be better designed in the future. If there are no other questions, we do get a 11-minute break. We'll be back at 15 minutes to the hour, and we'll start at that point with John Piconia again about how we fund our education system. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
You don't understand. I pushed so hard on graduation. So my daughter. Oh my God. We told you get a 4-year program. Your daughter. Well, I didn't say that. I know.
Cheryl, did you?
And I agree with what Ben said. I just wanted to point out that there are some decisions that are made at the college level to support high-cost programs because they employ people. And I would call your attention to healthcare, for example. Healthcare placement rate is, virtually 100%, and yet it's probably the most expensive program you'll find on the campus. So there are positives and negatives to that.
Frank?
John or others, on the line of CCWD lower division, the learners as well as the expenditures, does that encapsulate the pre-transfer below courses numbered below level 100, such as developmental ed math, reading, writing, the ESLs? Does those numbers encapsulate all those folks and resources?
Except for the ones that are, everybody except for the folks at the bottom of the table, the adult ESL, the adult K-8, adult alternative secondary, adult continuing education, all of those came from the community college and workforce development and were broken out from the.
Okay. So the rest are
mutually exclusive.
Someone taking a Math 65 to get their associates is below 100, so it's not technically lower division, but it's encapsulated in this line here, lower division.
Yeah, that gets kind of sticky because there are some of our degrees that they will incorporate less than 100 level courses.
Yeah.
So as an example, welding. Students don't necessarily need to take a math course that is above the 100 level, but that the math that they do take is incorporated into their degree. So those institutions would consider that lower division collegiate.
Okay. So we haven't lost sight of those students then in this table.
No.
Those kinds of students. Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions? John, had you completed your presentation?
I have.
Okay, Chancellor Rose.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to Duncan's question about the cost of programs for two reasons. One is that is precisely the question that came out in the Secretary of State's audit last year. Something that she really wanted to have data that were simply not available to us. So I think there is a need for that conversation. And I would welcome facilitating that in any way that we can from our vantage point. The other thing that's buried in the cost conversation that just is interesting for you to know is that oftentimes Oregon University System institutions are criticized for having such a low cost of degree. So nationally, it is well known that our degrees cost less than most degrees across the nation, and that's considered a black eye on the system in many circles. And the reason, of course, is that we are not heavily investing in faculty salaries, other components of that metric. And it plays differently in different higher ed circles, which might also be valuable for you all to know. So for instance, the University of Oregon, which is our AAU institution, competes against other similar like institutions nationally. You all saw the report that came out last week about how they're ranking against other AAU institutions, and they're ranking very low against other AAU institutions because the cost of their programs is so low. So while we might be so inclined to really embrace lowest cost options, we also have to understand the risks inherent in that as well.
That's a good point. Not all national data are accurate, and even when accurate, they're not necessarily measuring the right things. So, any other questions? Is Sue Midgehall here yet? I don't see Sue. Let me then, since Sue is going to be up next, fill in by taking us back to the item on your agenda called the mission statement. And this went through a couple of iterations by email during the week and in our conversations. What had been a mission statement is now called a vision statement. And I want to thank Kirby Dias for clarifying. Kirby, you want to give your example of NASA?
It's good. Let's see if I can remember it. Yeah, but just basically talking about there's so much confusion out there between vision statements and mission statements. And as I was telling Tim, I said the example I like to use is NASA and how they did vision and how they did mission. And I don't remember the exact words, but
vision is really a dream. I mean, it's something that says, this is what I'd love the world to look like if everything goes well. And mission is much more short-term, you can actually see it and touch it and kind of do something. And as I recall, with NASA in the 60s, their mission was, lead the world in space exploration. Their mission was send a man to the moon and bring him back safely. So it was very specific. And you knew when you had done it type of situation, where vision is much more of a longer term. And at least in my experience in the business world, that is the kind of the two, how you play those two out. So I was telling Tim, I said, I see this confusion a lot, and it's kind of important to at least figure out what we're going to use. Not that we have to use NASA's example, but we ought to be, clear about which is vision and which is mission.
So with that helpful framing, we can take a look at our vision statement, which is reduced to one sentence. And that is that we will foster and sustain the best, most rewarding pathways to opportunity and success for all Oregonians through an accessible, affordable, and coordinated network of education beyond high school. Now, I said we wouldn't spend time wordsmithing, but there are a couple of words which are worth focusing on. We said foster, we didn't say create, because as you heard from David Longenecker's presentation, we're not a governing board, we're not in a command and control mode. And so we have to learn to work with our partnering institutions to create, for them to create the outcomes that we hope to achieve. And of course, not just create, but sustain. So our job is, our vision has us in the role of fostering and sustaining the best and most rewarding pathways. A pathway is implied to involve effort as well as direction. So in other words, we don't just pull students through, they also themselves navigate and put effort into getting through. And when Sue Midgall is here, if she makes it, I think she would underscore the importance of student effort, student contributions to their education once they get beyond high school. And in the work I've done with Sue and her firm, that's really what gets nodding people, yes, what Oregonians want to hear, that there's some effort on the student side as well as on the institutional side. The messages of opportunity and success we've talked a lot about. That's both individual opportunity and societal benefit. We're going to be talking about both those things. And when we are looking at how this works, we use the word network rather than system. Again, we're not a system board, we're a coordinating commission, and we envision all the educational providers in Oregon, our universities, who we directly fund, our community colleges, who the state directly funds, our private institutions who now benefit from opportunity grants. Some of them, perhaps like Weston Governors University we've heard about, and that was studied by this commission, I think, a year ago, are not getting any funding. But all of those, I think, are part of the network, and we should say that they are all to be considered in the achievement of our vision. As to our mission statement, give us another day to work on drafting that based on how many men or women we want to send to the moon. And Ben and I will come back tomorrow with an add-on here, that's a mission statement reflecting the work we continue to do today. Not seeing Sue Midgall here yet. Perhaps Nancy Golden can speak to us. We're happy to have her here. As you know, Nancy is our Chief Education Officer, and as such is the Chief Staff Person for the overarching Oregon Education Investment Board. And Nancy, any thoughts to share with us on what you've been hearing so far this morning?
Thank you. First of all, I'm thrilled to be at this meeting. Last week was, I think, a phenomenal week, maybe a historical week, because 3 really important things happened. The learning hubs, the first set of learning hubs were announced, and we all know what happens with our students from birth to 3rd grade, and particularly will have a big effect on which students will be successful. in post-secondary. We want that to be each and every student. So that was really huge. And then our STEM council met for the first time actually last week, and looking at the data about certain careers where there's more jobs for our people who live in Oregon. I think STEM is an area we all know there's a lot of important jobs, whether it comes through 2-year degrees or 4-year degrees or certificates that are really critical. And then we come here, which in some way we would say is the end of the pathway, but a very important piece, and certainly something that I think every parent hopes for their children. So I'll tell you, I was a K-12 administrator most of my life. I've been in many kindergarten classrooms. Every hope, every possibility in the world is in a kindergarten classroom by each and every student there. 90% of them, if you say, are you going to go to college, they go, yes, I am. So I'm basically responsible for birth to career in college or college and career. Students sometimes go to career first, sometimes go to college first. And to really think about the seamless system. And what we know is if we can meet the targets that are defined in our Achievement Compact at those early ones, ready for kindergarten, reading at or above grade level in 3rd grade, then the trajectory to go into post-secondary successfully is so much astronomically more possible and more economic. So one thing I would say is OEIB has basically 4 responsibilities: to develop the seamless system and to really create smooth transitions. And one of the key transitions is, we like to say, from high school to post-secondary. And this group is going to be so incredibly helpful for us to get that transition smooth so we can meet the 40-40-20 goals. I've been going around the state. I've heard about a lot of barriers between post-secondary to, from high school to post-secondary. And I'm more than willing to share them. The tricky piece is we got to keep our eye on the future, the systems we want to create. So I don't want to give you a whole bunch of barriers about maybe the system that won't be part of the system. But I do hear about things such as students think they have a year of college in high school, and yet they go to a college and hear, oh, those courses won't count at this school. So that kind of articulation. There's many things like that that I think are critical as we think about creating this seamless system. And this is a group that's going to be really helpful. So we want to create smooth transitions. We want to overcome barriers. And we really want to make sure we make the right investments to get our students to go from birth to college and career, or career and college. And then the last piece of the job of the OEIB is to budget to outcomes. And we've heard a lot of conversation about that here too. We've heard some people say, or at least one person say, if this was your outcome, you'd probably start seeing it if you budgeted to it. So obviously your work is critically important to the work of OEIB. Congratulations. I look around, I think this is a great group of people, and just the conversation this morning gives me great hope for really meeting those 40-40-20 goals.
Thank you, Nancy.
Questions?
Any questions? Duncan, and then Rob.
Nancy, first of all, thrilled you're here. It's very exciting. In the mission statement, I realizing it says education beyond high school. And here's my question. A lot of post-secondary learning increasingly is happening in high school, and I worry by dividing our thinking between these institutions, community college, universities, and not really thinking about high school. It's sort of like we're treating high school in some ways as their problem, but in many ways it's a collective problem. I know you're responsible for the transition, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't be defining our work as certificates and degrees beyond high school diploma, which isn't the same thing as going beyond high school, because a lot of the higher ed learning is going to happen in high school, and frankly a lot of the high school learning is going to happen in community colleges.
Yeah. And absolutely, and there's so many committees working on this, from the accelerated learning to the ideas of fifth-year programs that you're seeing in high school. So I would really encourage that. And it really fits with smooth transitions and thinking about seamlessness.
Dr. Goldman, I wanted to sort of look at this same issue from the other side, which is the high school students who currently aren't completing. and the role that you think that the new GED is going to have and the promotion of that through this organization potentially or elsewhere through your efforts in other state organizations.
Well, there's a lot of questions, concerns about the way the new GED is going to be given. I would say right now, just like today, you need to be more informed about it. We need to be more informed about their studies coming out about it. But, I think that's a critical thing for us to look at. I know the City Club in Portland has been studying it, is going to be releasing a report. I really don't feel like at this point I'm qualified enough to say what I think. What I can say is it's a critical conversation we all need to be in, and so I would encourage that.
Any other questions for Dr. Golden? Carmen?
I just have a comment. I just wanted to say, to give an appreciation to you for, I know that you've been engaging in a lot of critical conversations around the state, and particularly in my region with communities of color. So I just want to say thank you for making an outreach and an effort to connect with those of us out there.
You're welcome. It's been my pleasure, and I've met incredible families with big dreams for their children, and it's all possible as long as we get it at the right way. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nancy. Now, I think Sue Mitchell will be here in about 10 minutes. But this is fine, because we want to have an open discussion about these issues. So if there was anything that I just already flagged Duncan's wordsmithing, which actually is important, on the vision and maybe the mission statement. I want to share with you some of what I captured in the earlier presentations, and also make sure I'm hearing other key points that the commissioners would want to make sure are prominent in our planning and our organization of work. There was that key question which came up when John DePonia and David Gaden were talking to us about 40-40-20 and the population that applies to the flow versus stock in that bathtub image. Again, it's a question which, by a literal reading of the legislation that created 40-40-20, it would apply to the at least the adult working age population. But everybody has been wondering about whether the legislature really meant that, and whether we want to plan accordingly, or whether we want to focus on the pipeline, which would mean the flow. And I think the answer to that question has been postponed perhaps longer than it should have been. It's also a question that the Oregon Education Investment Board has grappled with and will. So I think when I call that out as a question we try and answer, we try and answer it as a recommendation to the Oregon Education Investment Board. But I think we should try to come to an answer that guides our work. It also, I would point out, implies different partners when we're into the older adult population, the whole workforce development system. And so we should be mindful of that as well. And then I was struck by, again, another killer John DePonia chart, which was one showing the hours of work and the incomes for Oregon college grads. And that compared to other data we've seen about the cost of education and the increasing shift of costs of education to Oregon students and their families, really raises the question about whose responsibility is it to make sure that when we're, as I said, waving the flag for our students to come to our institutions and complete their education beyond high school, that there's a responsibility there for making sure that those who are paying more than ever before for their college educations are doing so with eyes open, knowing the outcomes they're likely to get, how those translate into both economic and civic outcomes. But we can't ignore the importance of those economic outcomes when the price is so high. Whether you think it should be that way or not, that is the world we have inherited, and one, I think, which means we should give serious consideration not just to steering our institutions, but steering our students. And then it's been a great data fest this morning, and I appreciate all we learned from the data, but we're going to probably want to do some hard work, and I'm looking around at those who seem to be most inspired by the data and asking the most questions. I'm going to ask you to help us come up with some easily understandable, meaningful one-pagers. I think John DePonia redefined the one-pager so it can be this big. That we can use have in our back pockets when we talk to people, that we can put on our website, that we can regularly update, that are most meaningful to us to paint a true picture of how we're doing, how we're funding, how our students are faring in the network that we oversee. So that's an early work product that I hope we can, and I'm happy to hear from Chancellor Rose and Commissioner Hamilton that we can probably get the data up, that big bed sheet updated to 2012-13, because that's going to be one of the important sources of our data. And I just flagged Duncan's point about education or maybe learning beyond what's represented by the high school diploma. It's maybe better capturing, did I get that right? Better capturing the outcomes we're looking for. Other thoughts about the discussion so far this morning? Has Sue Mitchell arrived yet? Not yet? Okay. Other? Yes.
Just one thing I heard about the data, and this is from me traveling around the state, I would really encourage us not to group together students from different ethnicity under poverty, if they're poverty and other ethnicity. I think as much as a lot of us in K-12 wonder about pieces of No Child Left Behind, what was really informative for us is when we disaggregated that data and really saw what was happening, particularly for our Latino community, our African American community, and our Native American community. I think as I travel around the state, I still hear comments that make me think. Sometimes people think because you're a certain race, your culture doesn't want you to go to college. I mean, I've heard things that would really point me to the fact we cannot not disaggregate that data, because I do find there's still some intentional or unintentional sort of racism comments that felt that way to me. So that would be one thing I'd really ask for.
Great. Lee?
And I think that's part of the commitment when we look at diversity in general and our commitment to that. I don't know if you think about something that goes into our mission statement, but breaking down this piece, as Lamar brought it up as well, which populations, including underpopulations, are being served, and where are they being served? And when we look at the institutions coming out of OUS, when we look at the institutions, our average age at Southern Oregon University is 26. And so how do we fit into this model, and to whom are we serving, and how well are we doing it? The number of students that have identified disabilities that we serve. So does that make a difference when we start comparing and testing things to our mission as to how we will fund?
Great. Neil?
And maybe this is for Nancy. The Oregon Investment Board, when they looked at 40-40-20, there were discussions about whether or not that was a realistic goal. And the earlier Heck, I look at Betty, we thought with the current level of investment by the state, informally that wasn't very realistic. And what the legislature sometimes is motivated to do is if they say, okay, suddenly, if you're going to invest this amount of money, you're going to get 35, 35, 15. And they'll say, no, we don't want that. But was there discussion about what is a realistic goal at the current funding level and what it would take to get to 40-40-20?
I mean, I don't think we've had that discussion yet. I think it's a really important discussion. I think it goes back to this vision mission discussion. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm going to die trying to get all our students there. I would say, so the financial piece is really important. I think the other thing that's critically important is all students are not going to get there in the same way. So, there's lots of things happening, like online learning or Western Governors or MOOCs or whatever they are, that I think we have to really think about. Sometimes I think we think too traditionally about how we're going to get all our students, but to the question, should we do financial modeling to really say what it would cost. I think that's critical because that's the kind of information legislators want.
Yeah, and follow-up, I think informally, again, the old hack thought, currently the only way you get to 40-40-20 is if you use online courses and other avenues of higher education, as you say. So some students aren't traditional and they have to get there another way, and then how to figure out the model and account for that. But that's an important feature.
Kirby?
Well, it seems like realistically that we have to consider
migration, which I know we think is a bad thing, but the reality is it is. And at least in the short term, as we start to think about what our missions are, we've got to take that into consideration because it is happening, and I mean that's a good thing in my estimation, and it also builds some momentum that can be very, very positive, particularly if that migration is of the right role models that we want to bring in. So just, I don't know that we can ignore it and get to where we want to go. I think there's some good things about that.
Yeah, I think another piece that's critical in this getting everyone to 40-40-20 is that we look at some of the practices we're currently doing, and I know we're doing that, like developmental ed. There's a lot of research now, and Gerald and I have talked about this. There's a huge amount of resource in developmental education, and there's other places in the nation, and I would say we're beginning to or have, that are really looking at, how do we look at that differently? And of course, if we can make sure kids come out of high school or when they're starting to take college credits, that they have the skills they need, then that can really be helpful too. We've talked about high school students don't have full schedules. That's really become something, and think about if you could fill their schedules with making sure they all had the skills to be successful in college or take more college courses. So I think we have to re-examine our current practices to get there too.
I wanted to share, Ben and I and Gerald were part of a team that went to a National Governors Association conference a couple weeks ago on workforce development strategies, but included a lot of representatives of state higher education systems. And we had one breakout about goals and went around the table. And I would say of the 20 or so states there, a majority of them did have goals like 40-40-20, but none had goals as ambitious. The college completion goals tended to be around the 65% level. And we heard two different rationales for how those goals were formulated. One was based on an analysis of the needs of the economy in a given state at the current time, or at least as projected in the near term, and therefore the kinds of students with the kinds of education needed to fill those jobs. And the other was more, which I think ours has been, more of a supply side driven concept of if we get to a number like 40 and 40, there's no telling what jobs these better educated students will end up creating for us, jobs which are not anything like the jobs in the economy we have now, with an economy that's different from the one we have now. And so I think there's a kind of yin and yang here between the supply side and the demand side. But definitely when you're focused on the demand side and looking at what does it take to fill jobs, that's where you got to look at that adult population as well. So it's, again, we might emphasize one in one equation and another in the other. And we have Sue Mitchell. Welcome, Sue. And we have about 20 minutes, and if we're willing to start going through the lunch line for the commissioners who are getting lunch during the noon break, we do have lunch for the commissioners. We can probably add about 10 minutes to that. So Sue, we juggled a little bit, and you still have half an hour. How's that?
That's perfect.
And,
so I'm holding up lunch?
No, it's not really holding up lunch. It's just, well, we'll decide that lunch is 12:10. How's that? I want to introduce Sue, who's a partner in the firm of Davis, Hibbets, and Mitchell. And the firm's been doing a lot of work over the last many years, including when Kirby and I were on the higher ed board, that really helped shape our thinking about how to talk to the public as well as policymakers and opinion leaders on higher education. So, Sue, thank you.
Angela, what's the best way for me to advance?
And this is on, oh, great. Tim, thank you. And thank you for accommodating my speedy but lawful driving down here. The Oregon Values and Beliefs Project, give a little brief history, first started in 1992, repeated in 2002. This year was the most extensive and comprehensive study in comparison to the other two. We had over 9,000 Oregonians participate all across the state. Distinctively, we had 5 geographic regions that had their own sample sizes. Previously, we had a statewide sample. This time we want to go out and look at Eastern Oregon, Central, Southern Oregon, independently from the Tri-County area, along with the Willamette Valley. So those are the 5, Tri-County, the Valley, Southern Oregon, Central, and Eastern. I'll review some of that today, but most of the findings we're really going to look at globally, statewide. Over 200 questions, that's a lot to ask of Oregonians. We separated them into 3 surveys. We're only going to really touch on very general findings about what Oregonians valued about living in Oregon, some specifics around higher education, and if we can, if we have time, we might go into some values around tax structure. Okay, but today I will really focus on education and higher ed specifically. Feelings about Oregon. What do Oregonians value about the state? And this provides context to where they value about higher ed. We asked, starting off, how would you rate your feelings about the state today? Looking at very positive, 40% is not bad, very positive, very, very optimistic, right? Considering the economy in the last couple of years, you add that to somewhat positive, you have a majority who are pretty optimistic about the outlook. In comparison to where things were, looking back at 1992, when we had similar unemployment rates at that time, about 7.5, much more optimistic today. What they value, what Oregonians value about living in Oregon, very, very similar across the state. It really doesn't matter if you're an Eastern Oregon resident or you're right in Portland or in Salem. Comments really around the beauty. People like the weather here. We hear that all the time. Friendly residents, right? I think we can all relate to that. Access to outdoors. People mention things like trees. So all of these issues that people raise on their own, unprompted, really is about the beauty of our state. Some of the specific comments. Again, access to outdoors. They like being close to things. The very last comment, there's always someone who mentions that there's no sales tax here, so we love that. Okay? What's the most important thing that you want your local government, and I'll talk a little bit later about state government, but what about local government would you like to see something done about? Unemployment, right, hands down, but look at where the percentage is, 11%. Really isn't an overwhelming number of people who even mention that. When you add all of the issues around education, and we break them down specific to funding, any general mentions, and quality, it's really kind of the top mention, right, around the state, or locally. Let's look at the state. Again, unemployment, and look at there. Pretty consistent, not an overwhelming number. And again, education, but look what's different. I'm gonna flip back to what was shared local, right? You see some mentions here and there about road infrastructure. That's gonna be mentioned more locally than we're gonna see in the statewide. You then see a lot more around taxes, balancing the budget, issues around PERS that you don't necessarily see for local. Okay? Now looking forward into the future, how do you feel about your state? Is it going to be better, about the same, or worse? Again, pretty optimistic. The younger you are, the more optimistic you're going to be about the future of Oregon. And why? A lot of it is regarding back to what people value about living in the state. It's around keeping the natural beauty of the state, right? Environmental awareness, being progressive. And having green and clean renewable energy, just mentioned, unprompted, that's something to look for as well in terms of a future trend. Why do you think it will be worse? Overpopulation, issues around taxes, and skepticism of government waste, right? Let's look at some of the public services and see where higher education rates. Okay. Education is ranked #1 across the board in those 20 services. Higher ed is not necessarily considered globally within education. People distinguish K through 12 public schools from higher ed and also from community colleges. Having a 58%, almost a 60% rating it very important, which is 10 points higher than the second rated issue, really stands out. So let's look at those. K through 12, right? And just look at that first column of very important. I know there's a lot of data there, and we're gonna go through these pretty quickly. Look what's right underneath, public safety. And with issues that's going around in Curry County, even though people value that, it's very different when you associate a dollar amount to it. Protection of water and air quality, road and highway maintenance, and it's maintenance over anything new. Okay? Transportation is about maintaining what we have, not building anything new. And public infrastructure like water and sewer, which we're gonna see a lot across cities. Community colleges, and I'm gonna flip ahead. Community colleges, 30% consider it very important to look at additional tax dollars invested here. Four-year colleges and universities, 30% very important as well. But when you combine this somewhat, it does fall outside of the margin of error between four-year universities and community college. Okay? And looking at just some of the other things that pop up, right? Things around protecting our farm and forest land, our health system, investing into our courts and jails. And down at the bottom, economic development like subsidies and tax breaks for business, right? And expansion. That rates the bottom of the list of 20. When we break this down in comparison, right, what are Oregonians willing to pay additional taxes for? K through 12 ranks at top, followed by community college, and then vocational training, right, specific to workforce training. Support for education historically is largest among households with families. And when we look at demographic information, back to 1992, we had almost 50% of households that had children under the age of 18. Today, we're at 35%. And in some communities, it's much less than that, 20 to 25%. That's really changing people's perspective on whether they support additional taxes for schools, not just universities, but even K through 12. And we've had, in the last 3 years, more school ballot measures fail than pass across the state. So I'm not going to go through each of these, but just looking at the overall support for education, there is definite support for pre-kindergarten, an issue I know is on the minds of a lot of Oregonians in addition to K through 12. Okay? But when it comes to looking at education areas, number one is reducing the cost of tuition. And I'd like to look at then just support for across the state. We asked how important it is to allocate some additional taxes to community colleges. And earlier we saw 30% overall. If you look at Metro and outside the region, it's pretty comparable, but looking at Central Oregon at 38%, that's pretty distinctive. And Eastern and Southern Oregon as well. So a little bit higher focus outside the Tri-County. Four-year universities, pretty similar trend, but not to the same extent. Right? Having a 4 or 5% difference in a 9,000 sample, that's pretty significant. want to compare some of these numbers for vocational and technical training, which are really associated a lot with four-year universities. There's over majority support when you combine the very and somewhat important, right? But looking at just the level of importance outside of the Metro and Willamette Valley, again, there's higher emphasis around vocational and technical training outside of the Portland area. So very, very consistent. Very high support overall, right, in terms of allocating some additional taxes toward universities, community colleges, vocational training, but at a greater extent outside of the metro area. And I think I have just one slide here. We asked Oregonians, how desirable are some of these features? And they weren't necessarily attached to a specific dollar amount, but we said, if we were to reallocate some funds, how desirable are these? Reducing the cost of tuition, see the specific numbers, you have over 70% there, almost three-quarters of Oregonians saying that that is very desirable. Expanding engineering and technical education, and that's even over strengthening university research and development. So there's clear understanding from Oregonians around workforce development and workforce training. I'm open for any questions.
Sue, work that your firm did about 8 or 9 years ago for the Higher Ed Board impressed me because I remember watching the focus groups and seeing a big shift in opinion among the respondents when we moved from how do we make our education affordable or even free to how do we enable students who are working hard and paying for their educations to do so that they could work their way through college the way I could when I was college age. That's what moved everybody to our side. This idea that, yes, it begins with student effort, but it's got to be a feasible amount and we have to match their effort. Does that continue to be a strong perception among the public?
The public is really divided around education in terms of the status quo. Even the high support we see for K through 12, it's not showing up at the ballot measures. You know, a lot of school districts are failing in their bonds and their levies. There's a lot that the public is expecting out of universities, and part of the skepticism about funding and how universities are funded, we hear that a lot in focus groups. Oregonians tell us that they expect a lot more from universities, and now it's leaking into K through 12. Accountability is mentioned quite a bit, transparency, where the focus is, and we're seeing that across the board when it comes to education. And there may be higher expectations around universities and four-year colleges.
Lamar?
Yeah. Why, like...
Give us the mic.
I was gonna ask, like, why do you think that is? Like, why, like, I have my own inclination as to why there could be, like, a general lack of education to the public on why education is necessary for Oregon. But do you think that's it, or do you think there's some other reason why there isn't more support from the public?
Part of it really is around basic understanding around funding for public services. There's a fun question we ask Oregonians, and this is pretty consistent, and it's not a trick question, but we ask people, how many US senators does Oregon have? So we don't ask them to name them, right? We just ask for them to give us a number. Half of them get it wrong. right? So if half of Oregonians aren't quite sure that Oregon has 2 US senators, it's really difficult to ask them to understand kind of the nuances of public financing. So you have to really be very transparent and connect the dots for folks. It's not just about getting a 4-year education to compete in the global economy anymore. Higher ed really needs to link to, you're training the future teachers, right? The future nurses. It's connecting it back to kind of the local community and the benefits back to people's local economy.
Any other questions? Carmen?
Of the 9,000, what was the demographic breakdown of that sample? And was it representative of Oregon demographics as a whole?
3,000 of that sample was what I consider scientific. And so we contacted people through the telephone, online, cell phone, and additional 6,000 was through an engagement process where we allowed and invited people across the state to participate through Oregon's Kitchen Table. So from that 3,000 sample, which is very consistent when it comes to values around higher ed and what people value about Oregon, very consistent with the full 9,000, and very representative across the state. So we looked at age distribution by the 5 geographic areas. We talked about gender balance as well as education and ethnicity. And that information is provided in detail in the survey that I'll make available.
Great. Well, thanks, Sue. Thanks very much. I don't see it. Oh, no.
Just a word of encouragement. When this happened in 2003, 2004, and I don't remember if it was Adam or Tim who did it, but it was really discouraging to the higher ed board because when the results came back, especially the focus groups, we were shocked. And the idea was going to be, the governor hadn't pulled the lever yet on video poker, and it could generate about $180 million a year, or maybe it was biennium, and we put that into an education fund, and it would then be an endowment for reducing tuition and providing scholarships. And there were 3 focus groups, one in Portland, one in Medford, and 4, one in Pendleton and one in Bend. And the one in Central Oregon was the most optimistic of the group, but Portland was the least in some respects. And part of the attitude was, for those, and it was scientific as far as who was selected, those who had a college education said, well, I worked, I got my education, my parents helped a little bit, so everyone else should do that. And others thought, well, not everyone needs a college education. So I think there's some of that attitude that's changed, and that'll make a difference, and we'll see that in November with the treasurer's proposal.
Sue, you have, I think, 3 values and beliefs surveys that were done now. So when you were showing us the most recent findings around support for higher education, has that increased over time?
The overall support, I think, has remained pretty consistent. I think the level, the intensity of support has shifted some. Tim, I'd need to really look back to see to what extent. But I think there are a couple things that there's a light at the end of the tunnel here. One is workforce training and development just needs to be linked a little bit more heavily around higher education. And that's something, especially outside of the Tri-County Willamette Valley area, that people are looking for. They highly support it, they're looking for that. And when you think about it, it's really connecting that to jobs, right? The teachers and nurses, the new foresters, environmental advocates for tomorrow. There are so many things that are very consistent that higher ed offers that connects to what Oregonians value about living in the state.
Good. Well, here, thanks again, Sue. I don't see any other questions, and we're right at noon time, so congratulations to all of you for getting us through this agenda on time this morning. And Ben can
give us the directions
There's
now
some-
for lunch.
Some very specific directions for lunch for commissioners. So, listen up. You are to go to pick up, this is for commissioners only, to pick up your food at E106 and then go to the Pinot Room, which I think is down the hallway this direction, to eat. Due to both legal and budgetary rules, this lunch is provided to commissioners only. If you, like me, brought your lunch, you're welcome to join the commission in E106. Otherwise, you can head back towards downtown for lunch options before the commission reconvenes in, I think, about half an hour.
12:30 with the legislators, right?
Correct.
Is that back here?
Yes, 12:30 with the legislators will be here. Lunch in the Pinot Room.
Thanks very much.
Hang on.
Okay, we're reconvening. And we have Senator Mark Hass on the phone. We have Representative Mark Johnson here in person. And I understand that former Representative, now Senator Michael Dembro is on his way. He was just appointed by the Multnomah County Commission to fill the Senate seat vacated by Jackie Ningfelder. So, Senator Hass and Representative Johnson, thanks for joining us. We're well aware that both of you and others were instrumental in giving life to this commission and framing our responsibilities to include advice to you on policy and to work with the governor and the OEID to help you establish future budgets for our community colleges and universities, the Student Assistance Commission. So with that that set of responsibilities in mind, we wanted to make sure we hear from you about that advising relationship that you've given us. So Senator Hass, we have to start with you.
Thanks, and hello, and good afternoon to all of you, and Representative Johnson. I want to go just very briefly do like a very basic overview to maybe give you all a sense of why you're here. And I mean, I'm going to go back to caveman days here with respect to the HEC board and let you know that it all started in the very early beginnings of a task force on higher education that began back in 2010. And we had national experts looking at our system, and they noticed a couple of things. One that stood out was that their universities and community colleges don't ever act together. They're in two different layers, and that to them was a problem. And two was that our universities were technically state agencies. In other words, there was no difference between the DMV and Portland State, and that needed to change. And the universities especially wanted that change because, like DMV, the legislature could go in and take money out of one of these universities and use it for something else, say corrections or whatever it might be. And that didn't happen a lot, but it did happen, and the result was the universities could never really make the kind of long-term plans that they wanted to make because they never really knew for sure how much was in the bank or whether it would be taken away by the legislature. And so this was the beginnings of what would become Senate Bill 242, and it was essentially changing the legal status of our universities from state agencies to public universities and giving them more autonomy. These national experts from WICHE and from some of the other national groups said, and while you're at it, one of the things that seems to be working really well around the country that has tried this is an overarching board that coordinates private universities, community colleges, and universities. And in Oregon, that would be the first time in recent memory that that has happened. And so that's where we got here, and I use this analogy that's probably getting very tired, especially to Ben because he's heard it so many times. But if you go to the Rock Creek campus of Portland Community College, and if you haven't been there in the last 10 years, you should see it. It's just exploded. It looks like, you know, a major college campus now. But that's where they train the Intel factory workers for those Intel factories. And they don't call them factories or factory workers, but that's what they are. And Intel does a great job of paying for all of that, and it's just a great situation there. Meantime, go down the road 100 miles to Corvallis, and you have engineers, computer engineers being trained, many of whom end up at Intel, and neither institution is talking to each other about whether they should work together, whether there should be coordination between Oregon State so that some of these programs that students take at Rock Creek can then be slotted in right to go to Oregon State, or vice versa, and back and forth, or anything. So that is the kind of coordination that, if you were to take one storyline that I would like to see really improved and capitalized on, and I think there's probably hundreds of other places, whether it's engineering or music or education, especially in business, that we'd like to see. I'm in the advertising world, and I believe in truth in advertising, and really what we're talking about is coordinating our higher education system. So that's where this all came from. And just as a side note, this was all being put together in a task force that was passed unanimously the same year that John Kitzhaber was running for governor. And so we were putting the finishing touches on it and introduced it into the 2000 legislative session in a bill that became Senate Bill 242, right when he was being sworn into office. And we refined it somewhat in 2011, and it was ready to go. And when he saw it, he came to us and he said, well, I think this is fine, and I'm not going to stand in the way. But I also have my plan, and it's the OEIB, and it's also a pretty big restructuring, rethinking, reform in our P320 system. And the legislature deferred to this new governor with this vision and said, okay, we won't stand in the way of yours. And in the end, that's how you had these, what Tim Nesbitt calls these two big ships coming into this same harbor, and a harbor that may not be big enough for both of them, but we're trying to make it work. And those national experts that talked to us early on about creating a HEC-like commission warned us against a P320 commission. And the reason was because higher education, historically and those kinds of things, would always take the back seat to K through 12, and they saw that as a problem. So what we've tried to do in the last couple of years is get these two bodies to harmonize with each other. And the experts are all on board. Everybody thinks we can do that. And I just give you that just to know that's kind of going to be part of your marching orders, I guess, as you move forward from today. So that's Caveman Day's early origins. Some of that is old news to some of you, but I just wanted to give you at least my perspective on how we got here.
Senator, thank you. Can you stay with us as we continue the colloquy here?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Because I want to call on Representative Johnson, and then we'll open it up for questions, or we'll also hear from Senator Dembro when he gets here. Representative?
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate the background or the history that Senator Haas fills in. As he mentioned, the inception of the HEC, if you will, happened actually before I was elected. I came on board as kind of a wet behind the ears, newly elected House member, and was paired up with Senator Haas and Representative Dembro, just began to work on these issues. So had a chance to play the formative role of Senate Bill 242 as we went through the 2011 session. So that was helpful and that was instructive. But it became apparent, I think, after the passage of Senate Bill 242 and at least the conceptual creation of the HEC, and then as it became obvious or clear that there would be some impetus to also provide some greater autonomy to a few of our other universities, that there would be some changes in coordination, certainly changes in governance going forward. And then the question becomes, well, what the heck do we do with the HEC? And it became, I think, a matter of practicality that, yes, in light of our new P20 continuum that we had created, and the achievement compacts and the OEIB and all that went along with it, that yes, there would be a need for system-wide coordination, collaboration that can work. And as the senator commented, this conversation's going on across the nation. This isn't just an Oregon-based conversation. Every conference I go to, every higher ed conference I go to, it seems that other states are yearning for some sort of greater collaboration as well as they try to come together to maximize their public education outcomes. It just is very, we've moved on from the silo language. We don't really use that much anymore. That was a 2011 term, it seemed, but it really is true that you just can't keep your system bottled up in these silos of self-interest without communication, without mutual goals, mutual ownership about where we're going and commitment to get there. So that is all part of what I look forward to coming out of the HEC. Now that we have, I think, cleared up some of the playing field, if you will. It certainly is more clear now than it was a couple of years ago regarding the community college system, our OUS system. It's becoming more and more clear regarding the institutions themselves. I think have a better idea of where they're going to be able to go, and hopefully they'll have the resources to be successful as well. But that's where we're at. So we're entrusting you all to with some additional powers, some additional authorities, which I think is needful. And I guess I would just add another comment or two about the process that went into the actual creation of this board here. Some of us were very, very concerned about the fact that we wanted the people in this room, the people on this board to be here because of your skill set, because of your knowledge, because of your passion for getting the desired outcomes, not simply because of who you represent. And I think that you all are here because you are people that are talented, and I think you have the skill set, the capability, and the passion to take the state forward. So with that, and from my perspective as a legislator, I want to entrust you all to be innovative in your thought processes and as a group to come together and think about what's best. And I hope you won't sense from me a too intrusive, too micromanaging sort of style. I think we put good people in here. Anytime you got Duncan Wise in the room, I know you're going to have outside the box thinking going on. So you don't need any more from people like me. But that just kind of sums up, I guess, my perspective of who you are and how I see you and our relationship going forward.
Well, Representative and Senator, to start the dialogue, we have a number of projects which you've teed up for us. We have a common course numbering committee meeting, and we'll be reporting to you, I think, with a final report in December that will go to you for your consideration in February. I'm not sure it's an action item, but at least an informational item. You've given us, on a slightly longer timeline, the charge of developing a pilot project for the Pay It Forward concept. And so we'll be doing that for your 2015 session. There's already the credit for prior learning effort underway, which is something that the legislature, I believe, organized and we're participating in. And the Oregon Education Investment Board has asked us to take another look at the existing financial aid model, the shared responsibility model for the Oregon Opportunity Grant. So in addition to us trying to look broadly at our mission and our mutual goals and objectives, we're also going to be trying to do a good job with all those projects you've given us. If there are other ideas out there, and Senator, I'm thinking of your discussions about the first 2 years in terms of affordability, and Representative, as you and I have often talked about, making the senior year of high school more challenging and more connected to college level coursework. It'd be good for us to be hearing about those, because we expect as well to give you a strategic plan by the time of your February session. And so we want to make sure that we're capturing and giving you our best thinking on the ideas that are out there. Senator, do you have any further response?
Yeah, I think there were two crusades, if you will, that we could use your help on. And one is the concept that you mentioned, essentially free community college for qualifying Oregon high school graduates. And what we are planning on now is introducing legislation for the 2014 session that would ask you guys to take a look at this, similar, but maybe in a deeper way than you're doing on Pay It Forward, because frankly, many of us think that this is a more realistic, practical way to get to affordability and access than the Pay It Forward concept. So that's a big deal, and the idea would be we would have a study maybe at this time next year to answer some of the issues that are out there and tee it up for the 2015 session. And the other crusade that I'm working with and worked with Representative Johnson on is expanding our role of dual credits, where high schoolers can earn more college credits while they're still in high school, and therefore get at that issue you mentioned, Tim, of having a more productive senior year, a more productive high school career altogether. And while Oregon does this now, and we don't do a bad job of it, there's no uniform process in place. And Beaverton does it one way, Portland does it differently, PTC is great at it, another community college doesn't do it at all. And so we're looking at more of a uniform way, and that takes a lot of technical work. There is a task force ongoing right now, and it's being headed by Nancy Golden, that's looking into some of the very technical aspects of this, mostly along the lines of assessments, and to make sure that the college rigor is involved there, and of course the finances. How will this work? Right now we've said a lot, or lamented that we have kind of a perverse disincentive where high schools don't want to give up their daily ADMW money, and community colleges don't really want to do this for free. And so there's sort of this incentive not to do what's in the best interest of the student, even though it's not articulated that way. So we're trying to make this kind of a demilitarized zone, sort of an 11 through 14 on the spectrum, and we'll need your help on that.
Great. Representative, anything further for us?
Well, I think the Senate and I share some areas of interest. But I'll just kind of go through a whole list of things. I jotted down some notes. Tim, I think you mentioned the work on funding formula reforms, and I do think that is a key component in the weighting that we provide both K-12 and I think higher ed in certain transition points as we try to move into additional dual accreditation or proficiency-based credit for learning and so forth. Each component within our system needs to not feel like their financial interests are at stake. We have to have a system that incentivizes, that rewards completion and the outcomes that we're looking for. And I know there's a task force that's working on that, but I think that's an absolute key. I think also you mentioned the Common Course numbering system. Again, I think that there are certain states that have accomplished this, and I think it's absolutely, again, a key component of a system that ensures or is trying to work towards having no wasted credits, no wasted time anywhere. We need to know that certain academic courses are going to be recognized and carry the same weight, whether they come from a community college, whether they come from a high school, in some cases, whether they come from a university. If we can agree on the proficiencies and what needs to be demonstrated, I really think that's something that needs to be aspired to. And again, I think we have some tracks to run on. And I mean, you all are familiar with what the Eastern Promise entails and how Mark Mulvihill and folks at High Desert ESD have worked hard on this, and what they've come away with, I think, is remarkable. I had a chance to sit through another presentation of Mark down at the OSBA conference this last Friday, and I walked in the room, he goes, "You're here again?" Because I've heard this multiple times, but it's still a work in progress, but it's just remarkable how the folks in that group, what they've done is created a PLC, a professional learning community, amongst K-12 community colleges and higher eds. And when they get together, they will themselves to not fail. We will stay here until we get over this next bump in the road, this next area that makes us uncomfortable. We're not going to leave the table until we find a solution. And I really think that in some of these areas, regarding course numbering and so forth, we have to have that sort of a mindset to where we're not going to let ourselves be bogged down on the traditional areas that we know we're going to encounter. There's areas of self-interest there that we've got to say we need to persevere. I think just, again, more seamless relationships between higher ed and K-12 are absolutely critical. We have to have those seamless pipelines to be able to get these students into our higher post-secondary system as soon as possible. I would add innovative pathways for completion. We've got to come up with additional ways to get students to completion, both traditional and non-traditional students. We have to do that. I think, again, I'm very interested in pursuing some fixed cost degrees in certain areas of high demand that are out there. Our business community is telling us every day, we need more of these type of skilled, oh, do we stand?
Senator, your most junior colleague just joined you. Senator Hass, I'm talking about Senator Hass.
What do you do with your old pen now? Do you donate that?
I'm sorry.
There's an archive. Yeah, we need greater innovative pathways to completion. We just have to, and again, there are ways to do that. But I think a larger issue here, and I think it will impact the HEC, but again, as we talk about a P20 continuum, I would hope that the HEC, I would hope that OUS and everybody would be on board where we need to make strategic investments in our traditional pipeline, i.e., if we as a state determine we need to put a lot of resources for the next 5 years in third grade literacy, that everybody understand the importance of that. Because if we do that well, down the road, it's going to pay tremendous dividends for completion, for everything that we're trying to do right now with the upper end of the scale. You know, we have to have that sort of continuum-minded approach to what we're doing. You all are primarily charged with higher ed, but obviously what happens below you is going to be tremendously significant in a few years. So, but again, I think we have short-term goals, we have long-term goals. Things we can do in the short term we know to enhance completion, but we have to look long-term and be considering what's coming down the pipeline. But again, for me, it's all about 40-40-20. That is the tie that binds all of our efforts together here. So. With that, I'll pass off the microphone to my esteemed former House colleague.
I want to welcome our newest senator, Senator Michael Dembro, and congratulate you on your appointment. Since you and Senator Hass and Representative Johnson can kind of view us as your brainchildren, and here you are kind of saying goodbye to the kids who are going off to college. I'm not sure you're going to have the same relationship with us that you had in your former position, but we would very much appreciate your guidance and sharing your history and vision for our work as your colleagues have just done. So we have about another 15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And, well, in particular, pay it forward.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'll be happy to. And I'll be happy to talk about Pay It Forward because I think Pay It Forward really embodies the reason that we created the HEC in the first place. That is to have a body that could really be looking at issues of student success and affordability, academic quality, and workforce development in a really global kind of sense. You know, you've all heard the much abused term breaking down silos. But that's what the HEC is all about, really, is bringing people together who can look at what's going on, look at what Oregon's needs are in a very global sense for workforce development and higher education, post-secondary, and how we can remove barriers that students face, whether it has to do with their ability to get an opportunity grant and hold on to that grant, to move more easily from college to university, from high school to college, college to university, university to university, graduate school, meeting all of those needs that a lot of good work has been done in the past, but there's never really been the arena that you all constitute here, where you can address these issues. And now, fortunately, we've been able to give you the resources. You have a very talented executive director now, which I've learned his talent the hard way. You'll be very well served by Ben. You'll have a staff capability of being able to do the work that needs to be done. And you will be able to, I think, move forward in a way that we need. You know, just as I was driving down here, I was thinking about one of the bills that we passed back in 2011 that I'm very proud of, you know, I know that Representative Johnson is very proud of, was one that allows former foster youth to be able to attend our colleges and universities tuition-free. That was a commitment that we made that we called the Foster Youth Promise. If they do the work that they need to do while they're in high school, while they're in grade school and high school, to be able to go to college or go to university, then we will support them by picking up their tuition. The state acting as their parent, you know, essentially, and investing in them. In exchange, the students commit to mentoring younger students, kids who are in high school or middle school, to show them a path. That just because you're a foster child in this state, that doesn't mean that you are relegated to an endless cycle of poverty. I don't know if you know that in this state, fewer than 2% of our former foster youth get bachelor's degrees. Think about that. And knowing the importance of a degree or a high-value apprenticeship, you know, to be able to have provide a quality life for your family. What are we doing by allowing such a small level of success? We are just creating future cycles of poverty. Higher education is the way to break that, and it's a great bill. We need an entity to monitor how we're doing with that. How are the colleges using it? How are the universities using it? As legislators, I don't think we're interested in separate reports from the different entities. We want a single group to be monitoring this, looking at the successes, and seeing how we can extend them. And that's what we're looking for you to do. Anyway, it's great to see the high quality of people that have been appointed to this body, and so I'm very, very optimistic. So, with that, I'll just say something about Pay It Forward. Yeah, should we walk through? You know, one of you know, as you well know, you know, the HEC serves both to advise the governor and also to advise the legislature on issues related to post-secondary education, student success, and affordability. But you also get to inherit tasks that we give you. And one of those is the task of assessing the value of Pay It Forward and how to look at developing potential pilot projects that can be rolled out here in Oregon. So let me just quickly give you some background, and I know you're going to be talking about this in a small group this afternoon. Is that right? Is that still on? Yeah. So I just wanted to give you some background to what we did with the Pay It Forward bill. It's a really interesting story. It had its genesis last fall in a Portland State University capstone course on student debt. And I don't know if you're familiar with what Portland State's been doing with their capstone courses, but they bring students together who are seniors or close to finishing from a variety of different majors, and they work on a project that allows them to bring together their different skills, their different majors, their different expertise. And this one, student debt, was co-taught by an economics professor, Mary King, and by Barbara Dudley, who's here in the room. And they were charged with researching the issue of student debt and coming up with ways of advocating for reductions in student debt and creating potential legislation to address it. The students, about halfway through the course, they invited me in to talk to me about what they were doing. And I told them if they settled upon a solution to the student debt crisis, which is such a huge crisis and growing every year, that I would bring together a group of legislators, representatives and senators, to meet with them, and they could pitch their idea to us. They did, and that actually became part of their final exam. And I would have given them A's. I don't know what they got. They did a great job. And the result of that was they recommended what came to be the Pay It Forward strategy. And we had a bill drafted in our committee that included their recommendations. It was ultimately House Bill 3472, which it directs the Higher Education Coordinating Committee to study and design a potential Pay It Forward program for consideration by the legislature in 2015. At the same time, something else that was going on during the session was a move to pass what came to be Senate Joint Resolution 1. This was an initiative that came out of the Treasurer Wheeler, which would allow us to change the way that we do bonding in the state. Right now, Oregon is only authorized to bond for physical infrastructure. And what he's calling for is for us to be able to bond for human infrastructure, to be able to invest in things like the Oregon Opportunity Grant, or potentially Pay It Forward. This did pass both chambers. We'll have a vote in November of 2014, and I'm very optimistic that it will pass. You can expect, and I hope you'll be part of, this is your cheering part of your mission, to a lot of conversation around the important investment in higher ed that the state needs to make. And passage of that constitutional amendment, I think, will be a really important part of it. Another thing that the bill did was direct the HEC to study the expansion of what's called the Western Oregon Promise to other universities. I don't know how familiar you all are with the Western Oregon Promise, but it's where tuition is going to start off a little higher, but it'll be frozen for 4 years, giving students and their families predictability and certainty for tuition costs. Now that we have a HEC that can do this job, we want you to assess, is this something that we want to extend to the other universities? House Bill 3472 passed unanimously on June 27th, passed the House, and then passed the Senate unanimously on July 1st. As you can imagine, that's not a common thing. So it's remarkable that it passed in both chambers. Here is what the bill does. I won't read this for you. I think you have the PowerPoint, or you have the, yeah. So you can read this on your own. The pilot program will be submitted to the next legislature, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can read this on your own. And as you probably know, there was extensive and, to me, surprising national interest in Pay It Forward. I mean, I wasn't surprised that there was interest, but this was my first experience with an issue going viral. And a day didn't go by where I or one of us wasn't contacted by local national media about this issue, starting with the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. They're, not surprisingly, developed a lot of interest in other legislatures, as well as people in Congress and within the Obama administration. I remember Ben telling me, the governor is about to get called by the Secretary of Education. What do we tell him? I'm sure he did well. The reason for this outpouring of interest, I think, was due to a number of things. Partly the appeal of the story behind the bill's genesis. I mean, the idea that a group of students at Portland State University can tackle a project and that becomes something that becomes a piece of legislation. We do that sometimes students will come to us with, a call for a state crustacean or a state microbe.
Which also went viral, by the way.
But, something, the importance of Pay It Forward tackling this very difficult, controversial problem, it really is a remarkable thing. And so there was a lot of interest in that. I will say that there was initially some misunderstanding of the bill's scope. I think some of the headlines said, Oregon makes tuition free. And, well, of course, that sounded good. Sign me up. Most of the articles did go on to be accurate about what the program was, what the bill would do. But, the desire to have a catchy title, sometimes it's irresistible. The bill, interestingly, also passed on the same day as the deadline for extending our current federal student loan interest rate. I don't know if you remember that, but it looked for a while as if the whole the program of contained interest rate for federal student loans was going to go away, and that rate was just going to soar. It went up more than I would have cared to, but that Congress's inaction was noted on the same day that Oregon took action, and that contrast, I think, was quite telling. The unanimous approval in both chambers, I think, caught people's attention, but I think, most of all, really, it's the general recognition of the severity of the student loan crisis. This is something that, I know from knocking on doors, in campaigns. I never used to hear about that before, but suddenly I'm hearing a lot of concern from constituents that they or their children are not going to be able to go to college, or if they do, they're never going to be able to get out from under the burden of student loans. It is a very serious problem. Since the passage of the bill in July, there has been ongoing work, both at a national level and also here at home. Senator Merkley has taken the lead, joined by Senators Cantwell and Patty Murray and Bernie Sanders from Vermont, about passing federal legislation that could support the effort of states like Oregon in creating pay-it-forward pilot projects. His bill, the Guaranteed College Affordability Act of 2013, calls for a study by the Department of Education, a source of funding for state pilots, so the states can get some help with startup money, an IRS role in collecting the repayments from students for Pay It Forward as they, I said repayments, paying into the fund to Pay It Forward. The question of what happens if a person leaves the state, how do we track them, how do we make sure that they can pay it back? We're going to need some cooperation from the federal government to make that possible. We have to make sure that students in pilots are still eligible for other forms of federal financial aid. Because, of course, tuition is just one piece of the cost that students face when they decide to invest in higher education. So we still need to have them be eligible for Pell Grants and other forms of federal financial aid. And then finally, and this is really important, it's that the bill includes a maintenance of effort requirement so that to make sure that Pay It Forward doesn't become an excuse for states like Oregon to not continue their investment in higher education. As you all know, the state used to pick up about 2/3 of the tab for higher education, and the student a third. Those have flipped. I would like to see us try to get back to at least a 50-50 kind of shared responsibility. and then have, potentially have a program like Pay It Forward help with the students' 50% share to make it something more manageable. Legislators in other states are considering legislation or have already introduced legislation similar to what we have here in Oregon, to what we've put forth in Oregon, including Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Maine, Indiana, Ohio, California, Illinois, Maryland, Texas, Vermont, and Washington. And I was able to go to a meeting about a month ago in Philadelphia that included legislators from all of the states that are working on it, where we compared notes, we met with advocates, and it was really very, very useful. Because when you have a number of states working on different pilots, you can really try out different things to figure out what is the right way to do this. There's been a kind of rump group, I call it an ad hoc advisory committee, that has been meeting since then to talk about, to help prepare you for the work that you're going to have to do. It included PSU students who were part of that capstone group, who have graduated already. And remember, this isn't anything that's going to benefit them, but they're committed to it. They're committed to it in terms of helping the people who are coming after them. Students and faculty, the Treasurer's Office, the Oregon Students Association, the Economic Opportunity Institute from Seattle, which has been working on this issue a lot, Oregon Center for Public Policy, Working Families Party, which has helped organize community support for Pay It Forward, Rob Heckmember, and myself. And, some of the questions that we've been talking about and that you will be wrestling with is, if we have a pilot, how do we do it? Do we focus it on a couple of schools? Do we make slots available in each school? Do we focus on particular majors? Do we just do undergraduate? Or would we consider including a professional program like primary care nurse practitioners, where there's a clear state need, a limited number of people in those programs, perhaps investing in a Pay It Forward option for them. Clearly, once they become nurse practitioners, they are going to be in a position to pay back. Do we want a lottery system for applicants? How do we handle students who are co-enrolled at different institutions? As is more and more the case now, students are co-enrolled at a community college and at a university, or at different universities, sometimes through distance learning kinds of options. There are a lot of issues to be worked out, and you're going to be working on all of them. So that in a nutshell is what we are bringing to you in terms of Pay It Forward, and really looking forward to the work that I know you're going to do with it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about it. I don't know, Mark, if you have anything to it.
Well, I think you covered it fairly. Okay, Rob and Neil.
Actually, my question isn't about Pay It Forward so much. It's a question, is Senator Haas still on the line, or did he?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. So Senator Haas, Senator Denbrough, and Representative Johnson. I was wondering if you thought that the report that was produced by the previous iteration of the HEC on textbook affordability met all your goals and expectations about what you would like to happen on that, because that recommended several areas of further study, and I wanted to get a sense of whether or not you considered us to have further work to do in that area.
In a nutshell, yes, you have further work to do. The report was useful, but I think it was only ever intended to be the first step in an ongoing process, right? To a sort of assessment of where we are and what the problem is, And then to look at options for ways in which, you know, the state can help bring down the cost of textbooks for students through a variety of things. You know, I mentioned that the HEC was set up to be, you know, to advise the governor, to advise the legislature, and recommend legislation, further legislation to the legislature, but also to work with the institutions to get them to do the things that need to be done. You're not a governance entity over the universities or colleges, but your recommendations, I think, will be taken very seriously in you know, looking at, you know, where the affordability issue is at present, and, you know, what some institutions are doing to address that, how they can be extended to others, you know, to be the bully pulpit, to be the information sharing entity. Having said that, you know, you might decide to recommend to the governor that the budget include something about that issue, about some sort of entity that would, you know, maybe a fund that would create rentals for students, or to have the state be a kind of licensing entity where collectively the colleges and the universities could buy materials at a much lower cost and derive those economies of scale. So yes, I mean, I would say that those are the kinds of things that we're looking. So what we don't want you to be is a kind of, you know, the worst kind of task force, if I can use that example, where you produce a report, it goes up on the shelf, and that is that. You know, issues like the issues that are standing in the way of student success need to be monitored constantly and worked on in a creative way constantly. And, you know, that's what I hope we'll do.
Thank you. Two questions on Pay It Forward. One, how do you do the interim financing of it? So if a college agrees to be part of the pilot and they're not receiving tuition dollars, where do the dollars come from to make that up so they can continue to operate? And then how do you secure what is really a future loan on earnings, having been a student twice and knowing I had no assets at the time? Frequently it's parents or family members who co-sign on loans. There may be other things. You can't declare bankruptcy on your college loans, I don't think. But what do you do to secure the loan in addition to just the signature of the student?
Can I take a swing at that? I have healthy skepticism in the sort of the premise of all of those questions, and I think those are excellent concerns. And as we've looked at this, we've given you maybe an impossible situation, which is, you know, try to figure this out. And my sense is once we address all of those concerns, we will have created a college loan program. And I don't think that's the goal, but I do agree with now Senator Dembrow that this issue has focused a lot of attention on access and affordability. And my hope is that in the work you do to look at trying to find some of those answers, it will maybe help us find new and better ways to provide that access and affordability, if it's not exactly the kind of pay it forward allure that everybody seems to love.
Well, thank you on that, Senator Hassan. If I could wrap up now, because we're at the end of our time, I would say that, you know, we take seriously your directives, so we will give you our best work on how to frame a pilot project. That means designing it and giving you a budget. And if we think there are better ways to accomplish the same purpose, that doesn't mean we won't give you our best thinking on a pilot project to pay it forward. We'll give you that plus our other ideas. And in fact, we would hope that, from hearing you are doing this, giving us the latitude to look beyond the particular projects you've given us and to give you our best thinking across the whole range of options for student success and institutional quality and capacity. So thank you for your input today and for giving birth to our commission. We're about to have a brainstorming session now, and you're definitely welcome to stay.
I'm not sure I have much brain left. Thank you.
Change your email address, Michael. Rwanda REP, Sam.
So now I'll call on David Longenecker and Hilda Roselli to take us through the next section on the agenda. We sent out to you a table with blank spaces that intends to frame a discussion about our responsibilities as the Higher Education Coordinating Commission and the responsibilities of all the other partners and stakeholders in post-secondary education broadly defined and in achieving our outcomes. And if anything, just teeing up that list was instructive for me, and who knows, maybe we left some potential partners or stakeholders off the list, but you can see that not only can we not get this done by ourselves, there's a multiplicity of partners and stakeholders who we need to work well with to maximize the efforts. And with that as a way to frame a general discussion now, I'd ask David and Hilda to help us think through this portion.
Great. This is just Dave and Hilda, the beginning of our team effort here. We're going to help here and in the next session as you break out. My role in this is basically to facilitate your discussion and not to essentially lead your discussion. So I want to see, as you look at this, where you think. I think there are a couple of things that are necessary. And this is a brainstorming session, so everything is open and game for this. Eventually, the next stage will be both on this and the topics that you're covering. Right now, you're putting everything on the table, then you'll have to start to focus and whatever, and that'll be really important as the next step. Because in the field in which you're engaged, fairly soon you'll, I think, come to realize that more is not always more. In fact, less is sometimes more in terms of making sure you have both the capacity and the focus to achieve certain things. But let's talk about these different potential partners and who you think are essential and what periods of time they're going to be essential. The last sort of major, well, no, it wasn't the last one, that was around the governance structure. But when we were talking about shared responsibility a few years ago, it became very clear that there were about 7 or 8 very essential customers or stakeholders in that hadn't necessarily been thought about, I think, before, it's fair to say, Tim. I mean, the philanthropic community became very important because they give a lot of grants and scholarships. And they didn't like the idea of having their grants and scholarships replace your state obligations. The private colleges were an extremely important discussant in that because they participated in those programs. They, if I have a bias, it would be they need to be a significant partner in your discussion. In Oregon, they graduate a lot of the students who graduate from your system. They serve the public good in that regard. Proprietary schools are and will continue to be even more significant than they have been in the past, particularly as we come to value the values of high value certificates in the overall production of folks. So with that, let's get a discussion about where you go. This was a list of things. Where do people think your most significant partners are in this? I laid out 3 earlier today. I think they're pretty important. Michael Dembrow just talked about them as well, the same 3. The governor, the legislature, the institutions. I guess we can just start with those. But within those, there are various partnerships. Anybody want to jump in with something that they have as sort of a pressing piece?
Well, actually, the most money comes from the students, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, and their parents.
And their parents. And therefore, we're assuming it's their responsibility to pay.
Yes. Yeah.
Even though we're talking about other ways
to defray that.
And I would put a big dollar sign there. I mean, it's the biggest source of funding.
Yes. Yes, I think that's very important.
So under the responsibilities of current students and their organizations, I think it's important that they identify clear and specific issues that impact them in order for us to move forward with the 40-40-20 goal.
Good.
I couldn't leave it unsaid, but another big piece of funding comes from R&D. That comes into
R&D,
that comes into the system and affects who we can hire as far as faculty is concerned, the quality of the system, the hands-on exam.
And there are really two major sources of R&D. There's the federal government, and there's
Private.
the rest.
Private
Yeah,
industry.
private industry.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had something that's been on my mind for a while, and it's with this immigration bill that's in Congress. It passed the Senate, now it's, there's a possibility we can get a bill through in 2014. And the reason why I raise this is because there's 11 million people who can potentially become legal residents. OMB and most groups say that about 3,000 will be disqualified, so that leaves us at around 8 million. Then there's about 7 to 9 million waiting outside the country. So there's a potential of like 15 to 16 million people who will be coming into the country. Half of them will have legal status almost immediately, like permanent residency. And under the current bill that passed the Senate, all of them have to, in order for them to become legal residents, will have to learn civics and learn English. So that's, and then part of the discussion is now that part of the penalties that folks will pay, it's anywhere between $1,000 and $2,000 per person times 17 million, will be going back to the states and part of it will be for education purposes. So how do we deal with that? I mean, in terms of dealing with underrepresented communities, I think there's a need for us to weigh in with our congressional delegation, both the 2 senators and our 5 representatives. We need to certainly raise this question, elevate it to a level where we're starting to pay attention to that, because in Oregon, there's a potential of like about 300,000 people that will be affected by immigration. So that's a challenge for us, but at the same time, that's a source of revenue that could come in.
I think I noticed one of the things that was added to the mission and vision was that one of the constituencies was the federal government. It wasn't, I think, originally in there, but it had been included in. And when you think of the federal government, there's both the congressional side, which you're talking about here now, and the various departments, be it NIH or NSF or the Department of Education, and how those factor in, and how much energy you put into that. With whom do you work? The state has lobbyists in Washington. How do you work with those folks? Some of those types of things. I think that's a good point. Some of that civics education, you mean they might know how many senators there are?
Well, in 1986, when they had what was referred to as amnesty, which was it's called IRCA, the Immigration Reform and Control Act, all the community college were vested with the power of educating these folks, right? And were compensated. So that's where I say we have to have contact with our congressional delegation to ensure that the same thing happens in 2014 that happened in 1986. Because otherwise, where are we going to get the resources to educate these folks, which is mandatory by law under the bill that would be passed.
Yeah, I think what Ramon is alerting us to here is that there's a large population who, within a year or so, at some point, certainly this decade, probably during our tenures on this commission, will create huge demand for adult education.
Mm-hmm.
And whether that comes with full funding from the feds or not, it's still a capacity issue.
Yeah. And that's something that's not really a huge factor today. And in fact, I don't know how your funding for adult education is in Oregon, but it's virtually non-existent in most states. Lamar?
Yeah. So a couple of things continue with underrepresented communities and their organizations. I think what Emily said about in current organizations about identifying clear issues and impacts on them can also be said for underrepresented communities in their organizations. I also think that it's the HEC's responsibility to listen and to do the research on behalf of that. Kind of what I was getting to earlier about the other underrepresented communities that we may not have the data on. I do think we should do some serious look into that. And I also think that it's our responsibility to see where the gap is in between the underrepresented communities and mainstream, and see what we need to do to close that gap.
Yes.
One of the things that struck me throughout the presentations this morning is sort of the absence of communication or absence of accurate understanding of the state system of higher education and just what's available. And it seems like particularly with underrepresented communities, there's going to be a need for culturally relevant communication and outreach.
So you're talking about communication from higher education
From higher
to
education,
the
just
citizen.
to the many publics
Yeah,
out there.
yeah.
We want to understand and support higher education. It just seems like there isn't a vehicle to communicate effectively with them to make folks aware of what the value within the higher education system. The other place where I think communication becomes important is that we're a system that's driven a lot by deadlines. And particularly in certain communities, if you aren't communicating with them, folks aren't going to be aware of deadlines, nor will they be aware of some of the standards associated with entry into the system at the early stages of the pipeline. So it seems like a very sophisticated communication system and outreach plan is going to be necessary.
If I could add to what you said, Larry, I think in addition to communicating the value of higher education, it's communicating how you navigate it and how you get started.
It's both communicating and explaining.
Yeah, well,
Sorry, okay, great.
Communicating and explanation.
Based on the discussion and the evidence that was before you today, one group that's not explicitly on here, although I'm not just sure how you identify that group and get representation. Well, actually, you do have it. It's at the very end, the Oregon taxpayers. I mean, it seems to me there's a real disconnect in this state. You saw everybody willing to support taxes for education, but thinking taxes were too high. Same people, same survey, same everything, in a state where the taxes are amongst the lowest in the country. There's some, I don't know. I mean, that's a communications issue as well, but I'm not even sure that that one's, the brain damage and going after that may be more than I'm not quite sure.
Well,
Ben? I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, when I thought about this, I actually did my homework. When I was thinking about this and related to taxpayers, there were sort of two sides of it that I kept thinking about. One is, what are the measures that we would ask them to approve that would support 40-40-20? And then, how do you create communication that doesn't allow them to approve things that undermine 40-40-20?
You mean like initiatives and referendums?
Yes. You know, it seems like it's two sides of that. So what offensive do we take, and then how do we also get in there and intervene in the public conversations that have the potential to undermine?
Well, I live in a state which can instruct you on how not to do that. Colorado is about the worst of all the states in terms of constraints it puts in to try to achieve its objectives. Ben?
So to me, where this exercise gets particularly interesting is when we try to think about and discuss which of these responsibilities we're describing, which belong to the HEC and which belong to the partners on the other side. So I would just sort of continually ask that question as we go through this. So with communications, for example, do we think this is the HEC's job to be, engaging underrepresented communities in communications about how to navigate these pathways? And I say that as a question. I don't have, the answer to that or related question, but I think it's an important one that we should be asking, and it would be valuable to get the commission's feedback on. And I guess to that end, and this is not about communications, but it is about the distinction between the institutional role, so this is up the page, but between the institutional role of community colleges and public universities, in particular in the HECS role. And it's just a very simple one. Institutions teach, they deliver education, and they innovate. They have, I believe, on their faculties and within their administrations, ideas about how to improve what they do in the sort of teaching and learning business. And I would distinguish that from the HECS role. I think that while we have brilliant people on this commission who individually have, I'm sure, important ideas about how to improve the process of teaching and learning, I don't think that's generally this commission's job. And I think we would probably fail if we thought we did and tried to impose it. So I think it's an example of the kind of distinction that I hope we'll be making. And it goes back to some of what you said, David, about the role of a coordinating commission versus a governing board, or versus a dean of a department, or a teacher or faculty member in their classroom.
I think
Yes,
the other
yes.
side of that, though, is to think in terms of the kind of research you might want to do regarding student success, and making sure that that is available to the institutions if we, find out that there's some major barrier out there. I think making sure that that is available and acted upon, even to the point of thinking about that in the funding level, I think is really critical.
Want to come to Neil, and then to Duncan, and then to Lamar.
I'd like to add another category in addition to HECS responsibilities, and this will come later probably, but what are our priorities? Because we can't do it all. And my hope is that when just because it's a good idea and we want to help, we don't list it as our responsibility. And then the harder part is to prioritize where to spend our time and money and effort. And that's even a more challenging question, because there's so many good things to do, but we can't. If we do too much, we'll be ineffective.
I think that's not for today's discussion, but that's the next one. That's the second stage, is to say, okay, these are all great things that would be worth working on. What do we have to focus our attention on, and which audiences are the most important for us to connect with right now? Because you won't be able to do it all. Or against too imaginative to get it all done quickly. Duncan?
So I'd love to have Ben define the issue, and I think this whole question of our role in relation to the community colleges, the public universities, and the private schools is a really, really critical one. And then I would also say, which we haven't really talked much about, is our role in relation to the OEIB. So for example, spreading best practices, I know Nancy's planning to do that. There's a lot of research she's going to do. We're going to have to really sort out what we do in relation to what Nancy's team does. And I think a board member here is David, but he'll sort it all out for us. But there's that issue. But the other thing is in relation to the schools themselves. I mean, clearly setting an overall goal, a strategy, and funding plan is central. But again, potentially spreading best practices. But at the same time, again, I've asked whether Nancy's going to be doing
Yeah, and if I could follow up briefly on that, setting that goal and where you go. Beware not to fall into the trap that happened in Washington State, which is where the coordinating board established the state goal and left it exclusively up to the institutions to figure out how they were going to get there. But some of the parts of the institutions got them about 1/10 of the way toward the state goal. So you really do need to have a negotiation that goes on, because the institution, what you need is whopping big change. And what institutions are more comfortable with is incremental change. And so you will need to find a way in which you can keep comfortable with them in promoting the whopping big change, when that's a very hard thing for an established, successful organization to look at. Lamar, and then I'll come to David.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna comment on what Ben was saying earlier. That like I see what you're saying about our responsibility versus maybe where others could be. So maybe we could change some of it some of this as to recommending legislation or recommending policy, and I still think that is effective. And it's, specifically for the underrepresented communities and their organizations, like something that pops into my head immediately is that PSU only has one bilingual, I think, admissions officer, and they have 30,000 students, and most of them are from underrepresented, or not most of them, but there's a solid portion of them from underrepresented communities. So maybe the HEC shouldn't be in charge of the communication to all types of students, but we should definitely be pushing the state and institutions into doing that. So.
Yeah, if I can follow up a little bit on that, I think one of the things, and I talked about, part of what you are the only ones to do is to put out some of the information that's not getting there naturally. And so, and the second is to develop metrics that suggest where success might be, so that you would have, and I think a lot of this work will be done with OEIB, but part of this is saying, on equity, we're this far away. In order for us to get even closer, we're going to have to make progress like this, and then be measuring against that. So Texas has something called Closing the Gaps, which has been a good program for sort of measuring, where you need to go and how you're progressing on that, because it's not a natural phenomenon in higher education. So you have to sort of create the unnatural.
Yeah, just two things. I want to make sure under current students and future students for that matter, we talk about, we do have a responsibility to advise and push for accessible and affordable education. I mean, it's mentioned that students pay half the cost. Well, for me, that was shocking when we got to that point just a few years ago, considering that was not the case when I went to college. And to me, it was shocking that the students pay half, sometimes even more than half than the states. To me, we're getting away from public education when that's the case. And I think we should be speaking out for the state's role in funding. And I think for, HEC responsibilities with community colleges and public universities, and this maybe kind of wraps up what some people already said, but I think it's really our responsibility to offer coordination and support among them. I mean, we're not governing them, we're not telling them what to do or how to teach, but really offering that support and then sharing the best practices and getting them to work on common course numbering, things like that. And I think that also covers resources. And as a commissioner, I'm not going to speak directly towards staffing things, it's not my role, but we're seeing a big upheaval with the changeover from a chancellor's office to HEC, things like that, and I think we are going to have to look somewhat at how can we use existing resources and allocate new resources and include staff when we need them. And maybe talking with some, I noticed some of the universities in there were offering staff for some projects. I think that's great. But I think we're going to have to look at that because I'm afraid we might be coming up to a real gap here on resources and staff support in higher ed, when I kind of thought the new HEC was going to be enlarging that scope, and I'm just worried we're going in the opposite direction. It's not going to help us with all this, the agenda we have before us.
I think good points. Eddie?
Well, back to the discussion about communication, following up on something Lamar said and something you said earlier, David, is, I think what HEC can do, and unless I'm misreading this terribly, which is not possible, but I think what we can do is create the message, and then we can stay on the message. Everything that we do, every piece of information we send out, whether it's to the Oregonian or whether it's to the University of Oregon, doesn't matter, that we keep underlying what that message is, and after a while, it begins to take.
That's great, yes.
I would also suggest too that when we think about how we're going to reward this system, we've talked a little bit before about
what counts as certificates and degrees. And sometimes there are institutions that work really well with others, whether it's through articulation agreements or through advanced credits that we're seeing in high school. How do we reward folks for learning to play well with others? And what, sorry, and then what pieces are going to be in place as far as the funding mechanism to make that even more desirable?
Wow, very good ideas. Yeah, yeah, great. I'm going to come back to Larry because I can see he's actually gotten comments written on a bunch of these different things. So I want to make sure you get those all in.
I'm scared of 10, so I thought.
Oh, that's sorry. Tim's kind of scary, but that's okay.
Well, part of it is that I was just, when we had all these different groups, and it was hard for me to sort of think sort of big level and then go down to the level of the individual. So when I think about future students, I was doing things like, for them to honor the deadlines and the processes, to get into the system, or for them to have set stretch goals. But part of it is how do we get the individual to the place of being able to participate in a large system like that. I think for underrepresented communities, kind of things I had was for the responsibility to use the community resources to build success structures. So how do we think about getting underrepresented communities involved to think about what kind of community-based structures can be in place? So whether it's a grassroots, something that comes out of a local church, or whether it's something as big as, Self-Enhancement Institute, but to use those community-based structures. But the other thing is to support, how do we support families in promoting achievement? I think that's another piece that's really important. Again, I think that's a role that community-based organizations can do because they have access to family relationships in ways that we never could. But when you look at the changing demographics, family structures are going to be so important. And so how do our systems interact with something at that level? And then how do we celebrate the successes of young people? So how do we help communities to begin to validate that achievement in education and that the successes of young people are worthy of that? And then how do we get communities to partner with schools? How do we build those relationships? And again, those are those pipeline issues. So those for me are all the kind of things I think about related to communities.
On that note, too, I just am aware that as a result of House Bill 3232, we had several initiatives that were funded this biennium that are particularly focused on post-secondary aspirations, and those are just now starting to roll out, and I really feel like this group needs to be aware of what those are focused on, what the RFPs are looking like. Some of them are specifically targeting community organizations, some are specifically looking at support for underrepresented students to access dual credit. Some are designed to look at warning systems to help students know, are you on track, and communicate what they need to do to get on that pathway, as well as provide more mentoring and even backfill funding for the Aspire program. So we can bring you information on those as they're rolling out. I think that'll be informative.
Carmen, and then Duncan.
Just following up on something that Betty said about the importance of messaging. There are some things that we'll be coordinating, some things we'll be creating. And in terms of messaging, I think it would be important to message and the importance of modeling diverse leadership when we're talking about governing boards, administration, faculty, and alumni support. I think as we're talking about the emergent population, demographic changes, it's really important that families in particular and young kids coming up through the system see themselves reflected in the people and the places that they're going to be wanting to going as an aspirational place to get to. Another thing, going back to the public opinion presentation, maybe figuring out how we message and connect the dots for taxpayers and employers about that emergent demographic change that's coming, that Ramon alluded to, and also that's just happening now. We need to somehow make it easy for people to follow that trail and understand why innovative investments are better spent in strategic areas.
So, following up on the pipeline issue, K-12 schools, we may not think of them as a key constituency, but the reality is they've got to deliver the 100%. And we're never going to get to 40-40 if we don't have them. I think they are absolutely critical, and I think their responsibility obviously is to deliver with all the supports we've been talking about. We have the responsibility to define what it is we need from that 100% in terms of the diploma requirements, the skills, capabilities, and to make sure that we have pathways for those students that are really clear once they've hit there to make sure they can go on and achieve further education. So I think one of the big worries I have about the HEC is that we won't connect and spend enough time with our colleagues in K-12, and if we don't, I don't think we'll succeed. So I think I would really put a high priority on that. And then just out of respect to your three, we do need to have the governor and the legislature in our categories, I think, and what I heard from you, which I totally agree with, is we've got to provide trusted, high-quality analysis to those folks. They are critical funders and ultimately policymakers, and we have to really build a relationship with them that is trusted, as you described. I thought you did a really good job describing that relationship.
I just wanted to flip that around and talk about the employers. We talked about the inputs being K-12. We have the outputs, that being employers, and they have expectations for the type of graduates that they want and skills those graduates are going to need to have in order to be successful in the industries into which they're going to be hired. So we need to figure out how many they need and what kind. I think that's an important part of what we need from them and what they need from us. We need to know what they need in order to turn out a workforce that's going to align with their needs.
I think you're really fortunate in that regard. You've got a couple of very strong organizations in Oregon that have been very active in the discussions around education, so you don't really have to build that. You have to sort of sustain and enhance that relationship. Kirby?
Yeah, I was just going to comment, I don't think we've talked about the nonprofit segment yet, and I guess the comment that I would have there is there's just a tremendous number of higher education scholarships that go out today. The question I keep asking is, okay, is it making a difference in graduation rates or not? That would be one, and I think we owe it in general to the nonprofits to really be an advocate for what works, what is really going to move the needle relative to graduation rates. And a ton of these scholarships go to underrepresented groups, and often I don't think they even know the scholarship is available. So that's the other piece, that somehow we've got to make those connections, because I think it's really critical for changing the numbers.
Great. Tim, and we're running short on time, so if you've got a
just
passionate thing here, I want
to dovetail with Kirby's comment, I wanted to go to that same sector. We also have exceptionally strong foundations focused on education in Oregon, both the Oregon Community Foundation and Myron Memorial Trust.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that Oregon Community Foundation is looking at how, in some cases, donors want their money to go just to something that feels good to them, which is why they need to be advised and directed. And I think there's great potential there to expand that working relationship and the resources available. Because once I look to the goal of student success, not associated with any particular institution or sector of institutions, there's no better advocate for that than the statewide foundations and maybe the business associations that also define statewide agendas. So it's really a point of tremendous potential, I think.
Yeah, and I would put in that, and I think you mentioned it, but the fact that we've got employers, all of whom have foundations, by the way, and who talks to them about how you might make sure you've got a successful program or scholarship.
I think there's a line on here, I think I saw it, for OEID, and Duncan mentioned it, the HAC's responsibility versus theirs. Let me take a run at it. There are three areas where the OEID has and When I say OEIB, remember the governor chairs it, so really think OEIB/governor, where they have the kind of final authority and responsibility, and we, the HEC, advise. And those three are, number one, the OEIB sets the overarching outcome sort of goals for this P20 project. So this 45th definitional question, ultimately that's OEIB, will advise in the post-secondary space. Number two, budget or investment. And the OEIB and the governor will propose sort of strategic investments. Maybe they'll take on the larger question of funding levels. That's still sort of to be seen as we look towards 15-17 biennium. But will advise in that question of targeted investments for higher education. And then finally, OEIB has a clear responsibility for managing these transitions and policies that support the high school, post-secondary, workforce transitions. And again, we will, I hope, advise the OEIB on and certainly support the OEIB in its work to align the system in those transition points.
As we transition out of this, I want to mention one group that wasn't mentioned. It would be, I think, critical for Ben, but for perhaps all of you. Partner you may not have thought about is other leading states. Tennessee has done some remarkable work. Might be worthwhile actually talking to the folks in Tennessee about how they constructed a public agenda that caught the attention of the state in such a way. There are very few states that take higher education as a focus. Tennessee has done that. Kentucky has done that. There are some possible states that I think over time, Ben, as a shield, we'll get a chance to build into those, but there's something to be gained from that. You also will have a unique opportunity come this winter. When you have your strategic plan, whether it's a final or a draft, it's an opportunity to really foster a relationship with these different communities, be it through community meetings or stakeholder meetings or whatever. It's an opportunity, or potentially, and down the line with governing boards as well. It is a chance, you'll have a very concrete something as an excuse to bring these folks together. And so I think you should think intentionally about doing that. Listen, this was a great little discussion. Take her away, Tim.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Hilda. We will study this document that is a product of this brainstorm, not only today and tomorrow, but beyond. In the next segment of our meeting, we're going to break into two groups. And here's where I want to, again, echo caution from earlier about not getting overly boxed into projects and not ignoring new ideas which maybe haven't been yet handed to us or defined in a way that makes for a work group. Now, in general, I expect we're going to organize our work besides the work which occurs in this full commission. And David just gave me the idea to have a committee of the whole called the Whopping Big Change Committee. But with a similar approach to Whopping Big Change, looking at everything that we can put in the category of student success and everything that we want to pay attention to, at least in terms of our responsibilities as we discussed earlier, for the quality and capacity and success of our institutions. So we're going to break into two, and in some cases you do have very defined projects which will probably be undertaken through work groups. Work groups are like task forces, and they're going to have defined work products and timelines to meet, and they will have both members from this commission and voting members from outside this commission, as well as resource persons. Subcommittees are our committees, and they're intended most likely to be standing committees, so ongoing, and they'll be represented by commissioners who will be the only voting members, whereas we may also have resource persons helping us. We make no distinction when it comes to your role on our work groups and subcommittees as to whether you're a voting or a non-voting member on this commission. Every commissioner is a voting member on our work groups and subcommittees. And for now, we wanted to do two breakouts, one on the student success, access, and affordability side, the other on the institutional capacity side, and get your best thinking before we start to frame that to-do list. I am responding to your preferences, I believe. So the Access and Affordability Student Success Group, where is that meeting, Ben?
Right next door. The room adjacent.
Right next door, and who's leading that? Is that David?
That's Hilda.
Hilda, okay. So Larry Ropa, Aniela Jimenez, Rob Fulmer, Lamar Wise, Carmen Rubio, Neil Bryant, and Lee Ayers in that group. In the institutional capacity and resources, Kirby Dias, Duncan Wise, David Reeves, Frank Goulard, Betty Duvall, Ramon Ramirez, and I'll visit both. I'll come join them at different times. But I didn't leave anybody out of that.
Which room is that?
Which room is that, Ben?
Right here.
Okay, you can stay right here. So let's break out, have these discussions, and bring them back into this room at 3:15.
5-minute break, please. Sure.
Yeah, and we can take 5 minutes to organize. So that would give us an hour.
Just talk to her.
It's just that if it comes in basically we're starting from the state, it seems like it's more towards consistent. To me, it's once you're above it, then I think we start talking incentives. Yeah, I'll okay, you got the right hand. Okay. Actually, I'd like to see this about pay for it. Yep. So send me. All right. No. Well, I think you can do
If you wait, you're basically saying status quo. I think so, yeah. Well, there's two reasons. The one we did for 40 years was very good.
Like a birthday.
Most of it.
I guess, yeah.
You might feel like that in a while. Well, labor lasts a long time, you know.
Do the same thing, but that or something substantially different. That would be
They're not offering me that. They're not
No.
offering that.
But if I were to say, you get to have that for doing the same thing, you get.
Yes, I should be working on it.
Yeah, I see what you're
I was hoping you'd look at
This,
this.
or most things.
I got that really good enough.
So they weren't, you
Yeah.
chasing which one, you're gonna go after this one rather than this one.
And in fact, there's a real question as to whether this was working because you can get almost all. So that's one of the reasons that.
What's your email? Do you have a card?
Yeah.
If you could send me stuff on
There's an organization, NCHEMS, and Dennis Jones, and he has just put out a really nice primer.
performance too, I remember reading.
He's done, he's done a really nice primer that he's just recently redone for Complete College America on sort of the emerging, the best ideas that have come out.
Oh, that's fine. Larry. No?
Check that out.
Very good presentation.
Oh, yeah, he's a great guy, yeah. No, I've seen him later on this week, I look forward to it, yeah, that's great. He's a great guy.
Shifting more of the burden on the individual and away from the whole family.
I noticed that, you know, these guys are prevalent this time of year.
And that's because I used to joke.
And I don't want to
There are
kill
some
it,
states
it
that have
smells.
high,
when you do, that's
tuition,
true.
high
Yeah.
financial aid, and others leave below
Is
tuition.
it a stink bug? Yeah.
High tuition.
Best above group.
Davis, you want to just go?
Oh, you are, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, sounds good.
Yeah, or even after.
No, that's.
You want to just stick around after.
I have. Oh, really? Okay. Well, this is yeah, it's very, very, well, I'm in a.
Or just call you at 2, is that what you're saying? No, you're right.
How are you, Betty?
You want to just talk after that? That's capital. Okay.
I couldn't agree more, and the other thing that's really and there's a reason for that, the point is, that's why then we don't get that graduation.
We want to be at the table. We can do that. We don't need to be on the chart.
I think it's,
We can make
I think that makes, I am a very strong advocate here, yes, Tom knows, because I can remember when I was on the board, I think my dad said, before Mr. George got the right constitution for they have right constitution, but the issue is that's exactly, and there are
For 2 years. I think to be a safety deal. And I think that's everybody over a certain. Is that valuable for us as a state? If it is, let's do it. If it's not, let's not, I do think we have. That's my belief.
good to see you.
Can you take notes? Yeah. Do you mind doing that? Can I sort of facilitate the discussion for now, if that works?
If that's worthwhile, let's do it.
Let's do it, yeah. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think we should just get caught up. It's good. I think it came out today. It's neat.
Okay, institutional resources group, we're going to pull together.
Everybody in the room, that makes sense. Strategic.
Let's get people around, part of this.
We can cluster those who are in
Okay,
this
you can
district.
That's
Who's left?
That's a
probably
good
nice to
thing.
have, these four.
Well, we're kind of up towards the front here. Are we clustered enough?
Would you
for
like us to?
Well, it
move
might be,
together?
make more sense just to sort of gather
Okay.
over here.
Right.
In which case, let's just get in the corner here, and then we can sort of talk with these folks
How
too.
about I take this spot and
Yeah.
We'll move up one.
I think, okay, what we're to talk about is everything other than the student success and financing, complete pieces, as I understand. Is that right, Ben? More or less?
Yeah, this is thinking about funding formulas, budget development, and the sort of program.
The academic,
approval.
yeah, the program, academic program
Authorities.
approval, and some of those things. And I'll start by saying that one of the traps you guys will, I mean, you'll need to find out, much what you will have to do will be in the weeds. I mean, that's part of your responsibility. But you don't want to live in the weeds or get captured by them.
we've been
You
told
want-
not to get into the weeds.
You want to think big term, but you're going to have programs coming before you to be approved to operate in the state. You're going to have an expectation probably that you look at existing programs to see if they're viable, what your rules should be. And those are important tests, but they're sort of in the weeds. How will you think about academic, the integrity of the academic process as you move forward? How will you think about expansion where the state needs to expand, contraction where the state needs to contract, and efforts in those areas? How will you use and you have a responsibility for the funding distribution formula. The overall funding, that's OEIB. And I'm sure they want to be engaged too in the formula discussions. But ultimately, the statute says distribution of funds is your responsibility. And there will be nothing that exercises the institutions more than that discussion. They will be there for those discussions whenever they are held, wherever they will be held. So part of what you need to think about is how you think about the big things and how you think about the weeds and how you get both accomplished, because you will have responsibilities in this area. Ben, you want to?
Well, I just want to invite, I mean, we certainly
why don't you guys-
welcome
Yeah,
participation.
come on up closer
It's
so that-
a small enough group, and it's hard enough to hear, I think,
Yeah,
that,
come on up.
come find an empty seat up here.
That is the blinking. I suspect that means there's nobody on there. Can I just hang up?
Yeah.
Mrs. Tillman.
That means I can step back. Okay, so as we think about that, what is your thinking? What is your timeline for putting some of this together? You've got a number of initiatives that have been identified for you that fall into this domain, the Common Core, the common numbering. Well, actually, that was a mistake, but it's probably a reasonable thing to keep the Common Core and your relationship to that. Common Core is as important for higher education as it is for elementary and secondary education. The Common Course numbering system, another one. I don't know, some of these are overlaps. The funding schemes, I think, are really in the other committee, or are they in this?
No, I
one?
think we definitely take on this question of institutional resources and the HEC's approach to that, both from a funding allocation standpoint as well as a budget development standpoint. What types of considerations should the commission or some subcommittee or work group be taking towards those topics? I think this is an opportunity to get your thinking before we create those groups and send them off to do good work.
Duncan?
So I'll give a couple thoughts. First of all, I think we have to think really deeply about the delivery system itself before we get into any of the rest of this conversation. By that I mean the pathways from high school into the community colleges and higher ed, and how we imagine that changing over time. Because I think if we don't have that in our heads, we will get lost. And so just for example, we have the report on Common Course numbering, and you mentioned Common Core. I think there's a strong case that we really need to spend time thinking about the standards and what it takes to meet the standards as opposed to courses, because I think increasingly we're moving to a world where students are going to flow along meeting standards, and it's going to be much less clear when you become, well, I guess the lines between higher ed and community college and high school are going to blur significantly. We have to have that picture in our mind as we start thinking about our work on funding, because I think there are going to be a lot more options for students.
There's a lot of discussion in higher education. Many of the most, I think, prescient leaders are saying competency is really is what we're headed toward. That'll be the coin of the realm rather than
so we've really got to think hard about what that means, because again, you can achieve competency in a lot of places, including high schools.
Yeah.
And again, we've got our high school goal. And again, it's sort of funny to even call it high school if we're talking about a full year of higher education in high school, which is what people are talking about now. So we've really got to think about, you know, the delivery system and broadly speaking where it's going before we get into the rest of this work, I think. Because again, we tend to sort of have to, again, our silo thinking is we're funding community colleges and higher ed. Well, the community colleges deliver a lot of what I would call high school level learning. That's the reality, isn't it? We call it remedial adult education. Mm-hmm. And high schools increasingly are providing a lot of higher ed education. So we're going to have to really be, I worry that we're going to create our own new silo if we're not really careful at the outset thinking deeply about that.
Yeah.
The second, so then that's one thought. The second thought on the funding and budget development and funding formulas, I really would encourage us to think about the learning outcomes in terms of how much we want to invest in different outcomes before we get into the distribution formula, not take those as the same thing. So, for example, you know, do we want to have more professional technical degrees? That's a question. How many are we creating now? How many would we like to purchase? How much are we willing to invest state dollars, you know, sort of in dollars per student per degree? Mm-hmm. Not worry so much about the funding formulas at this point, but to just create a menu of the learning outcomes that we're trying to invest in as a state, and think about that question. And as you were saying today, I mean, you had the number of dollars per 4-year degree. Let's think about that as an initial conversation about the student learning, and then get into funding formulas and what schools get what money. But first, get into the bigger question of the demographics of the learning, and who are the students, what are we hoping to accomplish, and have some high-level conversations about what we want to invest in. Whether they're adults, you know, as David and I were just talking about, adults who have not yet got a GED or whatever it is, but to think about those populations first, and then worry about how we achieve those through funding formulas.
There goes Duncan again, thinking outside the box. I mean, no, I think on that first one, and to some extent on the second, and one of the unique roles you can play is you can be the ones who also think about the policy audit of the state policies. If competency is the way in which much needs to go, are there impediments in state statute, in state law, and state practice that impede the possibility of going there? Or that don't incentivize it. For example, I'll just use a sort of a very simple inside-the-box example. If prior learning assessment is not paid for, but courses are, what are students and institutions going to take and give? Courses. And so there's there's just a lot that I think one needs to think about in those areas. I think that's really strong stuff. Good work, Duncan. And I think the idea of thinking about how the sum of the parts equal the whole you ultimately want is a good idea before you start to figure out how much to pay for each component. That's great stuff. Other ideas? Folks,
well, yeah, I think we should be playing a role too in at least maybe the coordination and support of what are competencies and what's being counted and what's not being counted. And, you know, again, those should also, we're talking about transfers among institutions. Obviously, if one's taken 30 credits worth of prior learning competencies, and then somebody's trying to transfer to another institution, they're not being accepted. I think, it's important we see that, and it's important too that maybe it's just a teacher me but we're not in some rush for just take on competencies without really being critical about what's really behind them, particularly with prior learning.
Yeah. No, there's a great example. I worked in Colorado for many years, and Roy Romer used to love to do this. He'd say, he was a pilot. He said, you didn't get your pilot's license until you could pass every element of the test. You had to be competent in every area. But you also weren't allowed to take that test until you had taken so much instruction, because they weren't going to let you crash the plane just to prove you didn't know what was going on.
I'm thinking about this, what do we want as far as outcomes are concerned? And I guess there are two thoughts that I have. One is, I'm not yet convinced that we're not doing a phenomenal job of allowing students to transfer credits. And I actually think that one triggered over quite some time ago in the state, and it did it through the universities and the community colleges getting together with their own agreements. And frankly, my observation, and in talking to students recently, is they see this as a done deal. So we've done that. But what we haven't done is encouraged it to stay in place over a long period of time. And the reason is that, again, I'm going from some past information, but as I recall, the four-year institutions actually end up spending more for higher junior and senior year students, much higher. It costs them a lot more. So really what banks their junior and senior students is all of these freshmen and sophomore. Well, if all the freshmen and sophomores are going through the community colleges, obviously they're in a situation where they don't have the funding. So the question that I think we need to think about is how can we facilitate in some way our institutions continuing to do the right thing? Because I think the faculty have gotten together and they've done a phenomenal job of doing what I think is the right thing. And we did Common Course numbering. Maybe it's not still in place, but we did that several years ago. And I think some of it's still in place. Maybe not across every single discipline, but I think the start was there. And it was done by faculty, by a faculty committee of community colleges and four-year institutions. And I was blown away by what they did, very honestly. It was just incredible. And students have been the winners all the way through. But the question becomes one of sustainability, because my sense is that that's not going to stay in place until we start to think about how you realign the budgets to continue to reward what has been done by some very, very bright and very, dedicated people up until now. So.
Yeah, a couple of responses to that. On that issue, if you want to look at a system that's pretty good, I think over-designed, but not bad, Tennessee's come up with, I think, a reasonable way of assessing the differential costs associated with education at different levels. Interestingly, Metropolitan State University in Denver has substantially reduced their upper division classes by actually filling them up. That's one of the reasons that there's a lot of expense associated with upper division, is that they tend to be many of them be very small. So that's one thing in that regard. I think those are great comments. Betty?
I'm still thinking about funding. There's kind of two parts of that funding I think that we just need to accept early on. One is we have some very fine institutions in this state, and we want to ensure that they continue to be those fine institutions. So we're not going to say you had $100 last year, you get $100 again this year, plus maybe we'll give you an additional 5%. We're not going to fund like that, probably, but we are going to, there are some fixed costs, some general assumed costs that we will have. Then, much smaller group is the additional money that you have to assign to institutions. Then we decide what the message is, and then we carry that message through the funding. And maybe, you know, we look at what the needs of the state are by way of, we need more medical personnel, we need more nurse practitioners, we need more computer engineers, you know, so on and so forth. Whatever that is, we want to support an informed citizenry, so we want to really make sure that civics and literature are a part of the offerings. But, you know, but you decide in that second part, what are your goals? And then you try to fund toward those goals. And you don't just decide them unilaterally, you know, you work with institutions, you work with the community, you know, you listen to what the needs are and try to take that into consideration.
I would add, you've laid out two basic funding streams. Many people are now talking about three. One is base funding, one is performance funding, that's getting paid for what you accomplished, and the third is incentive funding, which is to pay institutions to do something different that they don't have a proven record in. And you can think about those. I might disagree. I actually think performance funding can be a strong part of the base funding. And in fact, Tennessee has gone that.
Or the incentive funding.
Yeah. And so there's a lot that you can, but I think you have to be very intentional about your funding. And I would just caution you that this is where whopping big change needs to be thought about, because doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is Einstein's definition of insanity.
But you know, there's a place for macro thinking and there's a place for micro thinking. And I think one of the dangers is to fall into a micro thinking for the whole schmuck. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you may actually. I would argue, but you should have that discussion. You wouldn't want to go with what I had. You need to have that discussion and look at where it's going. And I think, and to your point too, on transfer and articulation, that's an evidence-based activity. So you can look and see how well you were doing. How many credits are those people not only taking to get to graduation, but how many of those had to come from the upper division institution rather than the initial college? And that's, we often take a look at the total and we say, well, these students are doing as well or better than the native students from the institution. And that's very often the case in the statistics. But sometimes they ended up taking a boatload of extra credits at the community college. In California, when they looked at this, the average student leaving a community college, I don't think this is your circumstance, but in California, the average student leaving and enrolling had 84 credit hours when they only needed 60, ostensibly, before they, to get their associate degree. But that was partly a function of a broken community college system in California that didn't allow them to take the courses they needed, forced them to take courses they didn't. And that's something to think about, is how there's a lot of discussion now. You guys are in Complete College America, I think, but I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of discussion about choice being part of the enemy of the students. That many of the students, particularly the most at-risk students, are better off on a prescribed curriculum or a default curriculum than on the breadth of curriculum that we offer.
I was going to ask Ben, could you clarify again our charge in HEC versus OEIB as far as overall funding for higher education? What should I take to be those three, or community colleges, universities, as well as the for-profit?
The first
and then how that relates to a distribution of funds / distribution formula.
So taking on the budget development, that's the sort of overall how I understood your overall funding question. And really, we are part of the process of developing the governor's recommended budget, which of course itself is only the first step in a legislative process and gubernatorial process that results in the actual budget. So we play a role in receiving requests from the campuses, both community colleges and universities, for operational funding and for capital projects and potential sort of performance or incentive funding. That comes through currently sort of OUS and CCWD, but ultimately to the HEC to integrate and present to perhaps the governor. not entirely clear how it's going to work this cycle, perhaps directly to the governor, perhaps through the OEIB where they'll integrate it in a larger P20 budget picture, but we play the sort of formal public role of adopting that, what's been historically called an agency request budget that goes to the governor for him to look at it. And of course, the governor can do whatever he wants and say, well, actually, this is way more for higher education than we're able to afford, and I have to present a balanced budget, so I'm going to bring it down. But it's a basically advisory role. On the other side of the coin, the allocation question. So now let's assume it's July of 2015. The legislature has appropriated X million in base funding. Let's stick with that for a moment. X million in base funding. Unless the legislature rewrites the law, it would be this commission's authority to describe by rule, adopt by rule, how to allocate those dollars, that X million, to universities. The legislature would appropriate another Y million to community colleges. Again, it would be this commission's authority to describe by rule how to allocate that among the 17 community colleges.
So, but then, just picking up, say it was 100 million for all of higher ed, so 50 went to community colleges, 50 went to universities. That's all we would decide is whether it's 60, 40, 50, 50, or we would go more micro and say, out of the 17 community colleges and 7 universities, okay, this university you get.
Unless the legislature changes practice, it's actually not the former. It's not the 50-50 or 60-40. They will describe, I expected them to describe 60 million universities, 40 million community colleges, whatever it is. And then this entity would take the 60 and determine how to allocate it, take the 40 and determine how to allocate it. We could, of course, propose to the legislature that they send 100, send the blank check and allow HEC to describe how to allocate among and between community colleges and universities, but that would be a break from historical practice.
Because historically, community colleges, it's the 17 presidents who decide on this complex formula of how to do it.
No.
In practice, that's
state board actually
yes.
did that.
By law, the state board adopts it. They have convinced you, as they've convinced many, because they've been so very effective at sort of as presidents, organizing themselves in consensus around a funding formula and bringing it to the board. They've, I think, very much to their credit.
Well, actually, I think Jim will agree that the board sets it because he's been, the big policy decision, the big one Jim experienced was equalization. That was decided by the board. Then the board has gives a lot of opportunity for the presidents to be involved, but no, it's ultimately the policy, just like the university. The university board determines the funding formula. This is a huge responsibility. It's a very big deal. How you do it is not.
But it came from recommendations from the president.
Well, almost everything starts with recommendations from the institutions. I mean, they make recommendations. You get their feedback.
The big sweeping change in policy was equalization, and that was a decision the board made, not the president.
And the law requires the HEC, as if it makes changes, to consult with to collaborate with. I mean, there's a lot of language but ultimately that power and authority is this entity's.
Now, one of the things that's interesting about this is some of the overlap between what you guys are talking about right here and what they're talking about over there. We talk a lot at WICHE about not separating your 3 major funding issues. In fact, we talk about it: appropriations, tuition, and financial aid, and we say that's ATFA, and that they should be thought of together. They're over there focusing on what will make things more affordable for students. And some of that will run headlong into your issue. Why do you have high tuitions in the state? It's not because you want to punish students. It's because you didn't have any state appropriations. And why don't you have a more robust financial aid system? For the same reason you don't have more appropriations. You didn't have any revenues because you didn't have any wealth or tax revenues. So all of this is blended together, and that's actually going to be the most fun part, I think, of your job, and the one you probably will lose sleep over.
Well, so that's why, to me, this is the big point before we get into this very part at all is, this is the opportunity to rethink all of that.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, this is what the opportunity the HEC has, is to think about institutional support, tuition, and need-based aid all in one conversation, and how to best, who we want to serve. And I guess I would just encourage us, at this point, not to assume anything, that we really do need to be out of the box. If we just try to recreate what we've been doing, then we're not adding any value. If we don't use this as an opportunity over the next period, we don't have a lot of time for this budget process. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, and I don't think any of us do. But if we aren't really looking broadly at the options, I think we're missing probably an opportunity of a lifetime to think.
And I think one of the things you have to be careful of is that you be realistic. I mean, it's real easy to think about this is what we should do, rather than this is what we can do. And you should have the should be in there.
Yeah.
But there's a blending of those.
I think Duncan's right on target. If we don't start that from the get-go.
Right.
And lay the groundwork for that, you can never go back and get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right now is when we won't be all the way down the road, but we can start, we can decide what the road is and
Get there, exactly. And we have a governor who's willing to take the big, bold ideas. We shouldn't miss that opportunity.
And this is one you'll need to work hand in glove with the OEI B, because that's also their charge. What was it? Roger was trying to talk to me about the difference between transformational change and transactional change.
Yeah.
This is his new thing, and he sees them as responsible for transformational things and you transactional. That doesn't sound very exciting from my perspective for you guys. And I think, in fact, you have to be a part of it. I mean, that is really one where you'll be working as a team rather than as solo actors, because both of you have, you'll be making recommendations to them. You don't want those to be out of whack with what they've been thinking about. Right. So you need to be working really closely with them on that. Let's talk a little bit about academic activities and academic program review, because very quickly Ben's got to put together some process for what in the world this is going to be.
Yeah, and I'll just start this off by saying, again, reminding the commissioners that the authority here July 1st will be to approve or disapprove proposed significant changes to current academic programs or new academic programs. A lot of interest, as David noted, and also ensuring that there's some review of existing academic programs. I've been struck sort of thinking about this connected to or in relationship to the funding authority. One at least theoretical point of view the commission could take is that, well, we heard about a program, we're not convinced it's really in the state's interest. At the same time, if an institution wants to figure out how to fund it, fine. We're not going to pay for it. It's not in the state's interest, we've concluded. But we're not neither are we going to tell an institution they can't do it. And so I've been struck sort of how these two authorities relate. Now, I assume there would be concerns, well, are they going to pay for it by, taking tuition dollars from other students, raising tuition over here, and pay for it that way? I mean, it raises all kinds of questions that are not in my mind, but I'm initially struck at least by the connection between the two. The fact that we could, at least conceptually, turn our backs on one, on the program approval side and say, well, we're going to stay out of that business. Instead, we're going to focus on the funding and fund what we want to fund.
In my possible strategies, I mentioned the idea of venture, letting them provide the venture capital for new ideas where it wasn't deemed to be specifically in the state's interest. Not that it's contrary to the state interest. If it was contrary to the state interest, you'd say no, I think. But if it's not something that's been identified in the state interest, I actually had something like that in Colorado, where by the time I left, we were saying, you've got 5 years for proof of concept here. If by that time you're not producing what you thought you could produce, then program ought to be either shut. We said shut down. I didn't have revised at that point. If it is, and it's got students and it's got graduates, they're getting jobs, then yeah, sure. Then maybe it's worthwhile to the state. You were right. it was worth the investment. So you
Yeah.
might bring it into the system at that point.
So I guess I'm looking for somebody, a commissioner, to make the case that this program approval authority is important and should be used, as opposed to simply saying, well, we're going to use it only in the sense of we're going to say, sure, go ahead and do it, but some we're going to fund and some we're not.
Yeah. Well, you guys
This
are,
program approval is really important.
yeah.
Well, I just look at the program review.
And it fits with the budgeting thing too, you know. I mean, if we identify, for example, if we identified goals of things that we wanted to fund, of areas that we wanted to support that from the work we've done with institutions in the community, then that guides the program approval. One influences the other.
Yeah. Yes, I think the dilemma is that you will get that argument I mentioned that you guys are just stifling innovation. We've got this brand new program in cybersecurity that we want to bring on. That's no big deal at the present time in Oregon, so you're going to say it wasn't on your list, you're not going to fund it, but we could be leading the world in this regard. And so you need to have some way of sort of responding to that. Let me also mention one of the traps here. The biggest the thing that when I was a SHIO in Colorado and in Minnesota, that people most disliked about our program review is that it took too damn long. And this is something that you will have to work on. You'll have to come up with a way in which it doesn't take forever. I mean, I hired exceptional staff, and they wanted to cover every base that our policies and procedures required. And we developed over time a very substantial set of those. And you couldn't get a program approved in less than 6 months if you were working really hard on it. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, particularly in the community college arena. So you have to find something.
Can I understand
Okay,
what we're
your
doing
answer.
today?
Yeah.
Before we get too far into this, because I think we streamlined this some years ago, and hopefully we're not going back to something that's centralized again, because it is very, very time consuming if you do it at this level. I think
Yeah.
Tim and I had that experience, and we just.
And you were a
slowed down.
governing board.
Yeah,
And
and
you
this
still
slowed
slowed
down
down.
everything,
Well,
and I thought we put in place something that actually worked better, but I don't know how it's working today, so.
I just wanted to ask a point of order. I'm not clear about whether this is a conversation for the commissioners or for the larger group.
I'm not clear. I presumed it was for the commissioners, but there's no reason
I'd like
why
to
we
hear some
couldn't
input
accept
from
it.
the stakeholders.
Accept some-
I would
So,
definitely.
if you guys, so jump in.
So to Kirby's question, on program review, and you're asking all the right questions about program review, because it really is the third rail of higher education governance and policy. And I have something to say about review in addition to approval, which might be helpful. So on the approval process, as you recall from your service on the board, and Tim will too, there's a whole institutional level process that goes on before things come up through our provost council. And Academic Strategies Division works with provost council to vet programs before they then are brought before the full board for adoption. And I don't think there would be disagreement, even among my current board members, of which, of course, Jim Middleton is one, if I were to say, we almost never meet a program we don't like. So there's very little that comes all the way through that is not adopted. And I think that that's, in terms of academic culture, part of the challenge that you will all face. Because it's very easy at the institutional level, for sure, to approve programs, almost impossible to eliminate them. And that's why I think the program review component of your charge is so intriguing and in some ways more powerful. So at least in my experience, having been on the Portland State faculty for 17 years, there was not one program eliminated in the entire time I served at that institution. And that is not to pick on Portland State. They are not unique or unusual in that regard. It's the higher education culture in this country because faculty govern curriculum. And as faculty change on any given campus, you're going to find new faculty with new research interests, new expertise, and they're going to want to mirror that in the curriculum. So hence the trend toward adoption versus elimination.
So I think the key to success here is also, is twofold in my opinion. One is to include the faculty somehow, and I don't know how a body like this will do that, but it's something to consider, because the faculty certainly have a very high ethic around owning curriculum. That's part of our tradition and certainly part of our training. So harnessing that will be a very important component of the dialogue. And then the other piece, and this is where I did find some success in my own experience, was in really applying strict cost modeling to new program approval processes as they came up. So when I was vice provost at Portland State, my last job there, we instituted a very rigorous cost analysis of any proposal that came up to the provost's office for a new program. And this gets us back to the conversation a few moments ago about that Ben raised. You know, would we say, well, we're not going to approve it, but if you want to pay for it yourself, that's a possibility. Here's the problem with that, and that's why we did not do that at the institutional level. So if a program for a new PhD came to me in the provost's office, and I might have done the same thing at the institutional level, right? Provost isn't going to fund it. If you have departmental funds, good on you. The problem with that, of course, is that in order to deliver a new PhD program, you're going to drain your faculty resource. And the same analogy could be made here at the statewide level. You might theoretically say, well, the state's not going to support your new PhD program, but if y'all can find the money for it locally, God bless. The problem is that you're impacting your single biggest resource, which is your faculty, whose attention and time and effort will be taken from the things you are funding. So we applied a very strict cost analysis formula to new program proposals at the institution level, which caused many fewer programs to come up through the provost's office and onto OUS. So to the extent that that success at the institutional level is valuable to you here at the statewide level, happy to take this conversation offline and explore it further.
And I think we'll get a different perspective here in a second from the community college. Keep in mind, you have the universities now and the community colleges.
That's very good.
And the program development concept in community colleges is quite a bit.
Completely right.
You are.
Well, I think you do have one opportunity as heck that you didn't have when things were set. And that really is to ask about how does a two-year program articulate up, and how does a baccalaureate program draw from it. And I won't fill in names of institutions or programs, but we can name community college programs that you all would believe articulate well to a university program, and they don't at all. And they have similar kinds of names, look like this should be the first 2 years of that, and they don't fit at all. And I think there's an opportunity, and I think an obligation to ask some of those questions, particularly as we are looking at P20, because sometimes you really hit a point, if you want to do the baccalaureate, literally, students have to go back to freshman year to get the baccalaureate.
One of the natural cultural changes that you'll experience, I think, I hope I'm wrong, but I found in both Colorado and Minnesota, is that the coordinating board became the shill for the institutions and the other governing boards. Because we would say no, they could say yes to the faculty. And it became sort of easier for them to pass the buck. And they would argue in public about how valuable that program was. But beforehand, they would have told us that we should probably stick by our guns on this program and not approve it. And maybe that's an important role. I always thought that was an important role for us to play, that we were the shill.
Yeah, I'll just offer the community college perspective, both from the state board and my college. I think Duncan and Frank can correct me if I'm wrong or add to it. I mean, it's my impression on the state board, again, just like the State Board of Higher Ed, by the time it gets to that level, the pathway's pretty much been set, that and what the evidence they're bringing is that it should be approved, and it does get approved. Now, Duncan, you can correct me on that, that's not true.
That's true.
And Frank, my experience, at least at Portland Community Colleges, programs do get canceled, often for under-enrollment, or lack of demand, or sometimes even, in a metropolitan area like that, if another community college close by is offering the same program, the two of us can't afford to be competing for the same students for a narrower program. So it's my understanding community colleges, those decisions are made more on that up and downs of enrollments, maybe more so than at the university.
Community college systems tend to use numbers and metrics more substantially than four-year institutions for review of programs and their survival. But it's one of the things that some states, some coordinating boards, very strong coordinating board in Louisiana, they went through a program review process where they started with a presumption that every baccalaureate program with fewer than 10 graduates in the previous 3 years, or any PhD program with fewer than 3 graduates in the last 3 years would be eliminated unless the case could be made that it should be sustained. And they eliminated a huge number of programs by doing that.
First of all, I was in the other breakout for a while. One idea came up there, which really belongs here, and that is, what if community colleges could give 4-year degrees? So I'm just passing that along. But on the question that Melody was just helping us frame about approval of new degrees or programs, funding versus saying go ahead and do it with your own money. I understand the diversion of resource, kind of the opportunity cost of doing that. On the other hand, we're a coordinating board focused on funding, and we're not a governing board, so it does, it seems to me, shift responsibility for risk and failure to the institutions, as well as the opportunity for risk and reward. And I think we're going to have more tolerance for more duplication of effort, more risk-taking, and
with consequences. Positive and negative.
That's right. Yeah. I continue to hear legislators say, coordinated system, we shouldn't have this many different programs in this many different places, but, and we've tended, at least in OUS, to be very geography specific. OIT can't come to Portland, so they're 10 miles beyond the Portland border. And we should also ask ourselves, what if there's some duplication of effort in a given market? Maybe we're not funding it directly. Maybe others are paying for it, but it's happening, and maybe the students in that market are better off because of it. So I'm just trying to shake up our thinking.
And as you become, you haven't been a state that's as involved in online learning as many others. As you become more involved in that, the boundaries become even more, there are no boundaries. Okay.
So, this is a great conversation. Again, this is why a fresh look at all of this, I think, is really important. I think we've all seen this from different vantage points from our different boards we've been on. First of all, there's the quality review, which again has actually been a role that, especially around the private colleges, that the state played, and not in all of the schools that Larry represents, I think, are high quality. But there are new players that come in, and frankly, they're schlocky, and we need to catch those. And we've had program reviews, especially for privates. The other side of that, for the private schools, we have looked in the community college case at programs that arguably were subsidized and threatening existing programs that the privates had invested in. And the argument the privates made was, you're now putting public money into something, we've already made a big investment, you're duplicating the service, and that's not fair.
Yeah.
Interesting question, we need to think about that. I'm just making categories, I'm not necessarily arguing for that this makes sense. And then to Tim's point, on the program review among the publics, whether it's the community college or the universities, it would have been the case where we don't want to duplicate. And to me, that does tie just directly with the funding formula, because duplication isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No.
If someone wants to...
Most states talk about unnecessary duplication, and then you have the enduring debate over that.
This is a classic regulatory issue, and one person's duplication, the other person's choice.
Easier for me to say maybe than others, but I kind of want to outdo Duncan here for a second about getting outside of the box. One of the things that I've sure learned from experiencing this in other states as well as here is we lack good information. We need a data system. If we're really going to be moving through for student success, we're going to have some student level data systems that will not only create data, it'll organize it, and it can be used then for good public policy decisions. And I don't know what, there has to be an investment made in that. It seems to me that the Higher Education Coordinating Commission is in a very good position to examine what the needs are and how it might be leveraged to the benefit of the state. Data analytics, you spoke of Louisiana, and they have a new chancellor who's just come out of the state of Texas, and she has put together a process there of using the private sector and collecting the data and developing it. I think we ought to look at that. I'm not an expert on it. I don't want to pretend to know how to do it, but I am convinced that that's where we're headed if we're really going to customize and do performance evaluation of the students. Our institutions do two things, all of them in the room. We make people smarter through the instructional process, but we also certify them to be smart, which is a very critical element in the economy and the culture of the country. And what we have to make sure that when we do these other unorthodox, or new ways, I don't know if they're unorthodox anymore, we have to be sure that we've got it right in order to preserve that certification role so that we can aggregate good learning, make it into something coherent, and certify people to be capable of doing certain things.
Absolutely.
You know, one of the pieces of data that we have been badly in need of as an industry is more of the accounting, economic analysis of academic programs. And I'll give an example of this. I can't remember who it was who mentioned a while back the difference in the cost differential between lower division and Kirby, I think it was you, and upper division courses. You all have read in the paper that we have one of our public universities in retrenchment. In order to support that campus and walking through its retrenchment and quite possibly program elimination process, I hired a crack young economist, and he went in and he basically did a Delaware cost study of every single program on the campus. So we now know what every single class costs. We now know all the way down to the departmental level a granularity of cost that was never known on that campus before. And that will inform the president and her leadership team as they go through to make good choices about program alignment with industry needs, with statewide needs, with student demand. So we know now, where we didn't before, how many students are graduating from every single program on this campus, how many students are enrolled, what does this class cost versus that. And we're able to make, I think, some really, really savvy decisions that would not have been possible without this economic analysis. So that was so successful that I deployed him to the other regional and technical universities, and he's doing similar analyses on all 4 technical and regional universities. Eastern is also acting on the results of his findings. And I think what we'll find is a far more rationalized curriculum as a result. So it might be of interest to you all at some point to see the kinds of work that we're doing for those who aren't.
You know, I think what that raises is the importance of data and information systems. You have a pretty good student unit record data system in the state, thanks in great part to folks like Bob. And you have these other data elements. But data is going to be very important. Information is going to be very important to your success. We're just about out of time, so I want to come back to you folks to get sort of last ideas that are really important to get on the table. Duncan's got one here.
I just respect Melody that what she's doing sounds fantastic. And again, I think the role question is that our job, or is that the university's job itself? I would argue, I think to Tim's point, if schools aren't doing that, and aren't understanding their underlying economics in the environment we're in, I would argue that's not our job. That's the job of the schools. Now the question we have is what happens when a school really does get in trouble, a public university, and our role. I'm grateful that the community college system, considering on the state board all those years, that we never really had a fundamental crisis. I don't think maybe camp protected us from it. But that is an issue, that, you know, we're funding the schools, but I think conceptually, our role is to assume that the university takes care of business at the school level, and we shouldn't be worrying about it.
But I think to your point, one of the things that I think is really important is for us to set the standards of the kind of reporting that
Yes.
we want. Now, we can't do it,
Right.
that would be crazy. But if we ask, if we
Yep.
assume or we say,
Yep.
you do
Exactly.
have to have that accountability of the
Yeah,
program.
and I think what,
that's really
I mean,
that's a really good point.
one of the big things you'll talk about is where the lines are that you draw for yourself. But one of the things for sure you want to do is to drive this kind of, that kind of data analysis at the institutional level.
Yeah.
So that you want to make sure your policies and practices and procedures essentially provide a strong impetus for the institutions to manage in the face that Melody was just talking about.
I mean, we may want to offload the risk, but we're not going to offload the risk to students. And we can't therefore allow an institution to fail, leaving students halfway through or three-quarters of the way through. So
Right.
there's that responsibility we got to bring back into our laps
Yep.
to make sure there's an appropriate early warning system and accountabilities. and
Which comes
interventions.
back to, your focus is really the institutions and the state of Oregon. The institution's focus is the institution to some extent. You can't be ignorant of what's good for them. David?
Yeah, just real quick, Tim, could we get maybe a list of some articulation problems between community colleges and universities and start off the program review on those? Maybe some general areas, you don't want to go into specifics, but maybe
As
some prominent ones
as
that
defined by us or by them? Or both?
I would consult with Melody and Gerald and maybe others that identified that,
It'd be interesting to know what those are.
based on those suggestions.
Now, as we sort of pull this together, we've got a lot of ideas came on the table here today. Wonderful discussion. I think one of the things that you'll need to do sooner than later is to start to say, how are you going to prioritize this? What's the first thing you're going to do? First 2, 3, 4 things. Because don't do what South Carolina did. They came up with a performance funding scheme that it was 100% of their funding was on performance funding. But it was on 67 different metrics, which meant they had no system.
We have those now, right?
Tennessee's is pretty good. Their original one many years back was, theirs today is 100%, and they're finding pretty substantial benefits from that. I mean, they're seeing substantial change in the system. I think it's over-designed. I think actually what they designed was great for a governing board, but they did it with a coordinating board, and that's why.
Very micromanaged is my impression.
Yeah, my sense is. But there's a lot to be learned from Tennessee because they're getting a boatload out of what they've achieved.
But not South Carolina.
South Carolina's was terrible. I mean, the 100% didn't bother me. The 67 measures meant they had no measures. Because what they did is they took everything they could imagine that was important, put it on the table, and of course institutions do all of that, and so it meant there was like 1% devoted to this and 1% devoted to that, and by and large, what it gave you was the status quo. Because any change didn't drive anything very much. So I think this is a pretty impressive day that you've had here, and I think you've got a lot of wonderful strategies and ideas on the table. Now, it's just Tim and Ben will help you guys figure out what's most important.
Sounds like you're leaving. We'll see.
I'm packing up, and
We're going to break for 10 minutes, at 3:20 we'll be back together.
and we'll provide some discussion, and then I'll disappear.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Mine with that carpet. That's why they did this carpet. This is fun.
I like you to think, I thought there were two things. One is that initially, I think that and I thought they should have done that outside of this. That the model should have been given pure, so that you would say, this is where you should be. We're taking care. But let it be known to you, we're just protecting. I think it's a little heavy on the design over design. So it's very difficult for long run. We'll see if I'm right on this one. In the short term, people understand I think for legislators in the long run to do something, they need to understand.
David? So.
Yes, it's all those students success, exactly.
Okay.
Student success, so we can report out to them.
Care about it.
So why don't you save that?
And have it, yeah. Because the things that U.S. focus on, the funding for, the responsibility between OAIC and HEC, how they differ and how those.
Yeah, and I think let's just think about those two.
But then the other one, so much I'm already.
I think it's getting more focused on the professional technical.
Yeah.
And I think that is, to me, the one thing we have to create silos.
Yes.
There is a human thing.
Right.
Community college four-year degrees, students for 4 years. All of these are number, you said 50,000. Cheaper. You guys figure it all out. It takes less time. Okay, it takes less time, and those folks get chocolates. They're happy. So what's wrong with that? Section here.
There's coffee outside.
It's Bob.
Well, yeah, but I got all No one will ever, you know, what is that? It's actually Dave from 45. I just said, so I remember coming to some grade school. I love that campus.
Well, we try hard, and so we're trying to get past the rumor that we're going to go off and just. Because part of it, much like we saw in San Francisco.
I mean, the reason I like it
And the second class is, yeah, like you leave all the
Yeah, you are.
So where are you from originally?
I came to Texas from Texas, but I was a little bit. My family's there, so when I go home, and I usually go in August, which people make fun of. Really? It's August and you're going to Dallas? Yeah. Thank
have a little.
Wow.
I live in, it's a Beaverton address, but I actually live outside. Yeah, I'm on Cooper Mountain. Oh, yeah. You need some strong binoculars, but. So where are you? Oh, we live in Skyline. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's probably not that far down. Yeah, well, that would be great, actually. I think their experience. Like I say, mine's dated, so I have to be careful. Well, things have changed. But, you know, well, it was an interesting time because he actually made a lot of changes. One of the things
It's always good to be seen. Oh, yeah.
Well, particularly I was just mentioning, I really want to say things and count in the same way. It's really, I really want to, because I feel heroic people pieces. That is frankly the values that still uses through. Then you even put it in, you have to have a common definition. Yes. I know, Tim, you're on this here, because that is just part of your DNA, which is great. You really do. I mean, the fact that you've got definitions is really scary. Gotcha, because I believe that not only might you not have one today across all of the schools, I know when I was small, we also need to colleges in that area. Yeah. And so the question becomes one of, how do you measure students? My daughter, yeah. Completely on the well, and you know, there's other factors. You know, I know, I'm not going to be deep. Should I count the ones that are on leave, or the ones that are on paid leave, which is one yeah, exactly. Well, it's smarter than exactly. I mean, that was just incredible. So that's when you're talking about having to micromanage. Oh, I know.
So we'll reconvene following very productive discussions in our 2 breakout meetings. And we'll get reports from those 2 meetings.
I'm not doing it.
And Angela's not doing it.
Why not?
Does that mean David's doing it?
Okay.
Okay, David, from the breakout group that dealt with institutional capacity and quality and success.
Okay, I think it's fair to say that this group focused really on two major themes. One is the relationship between funding and institutional capacity, and the other was around the academic integrity issues and the innovation within academic areas, and particularly around academic program review. And so we began with a sort of discussion around how do you ensure that the resources are being used as effectively as possible to achieve the objectives. And one of the points that came out is before you guys jump into establishing the perfect funding system, you should figure out what it is you want to fund. There was a heavy focus on what the learning outcomes are, the student learning outcomes are that the state needs. And so establishing that so that when you get into talking about the funding decisions, you're funding what the state needs. You're not working backwards to essentially accepting what the funding formula gives you as what the state needs. And then there was a discussion of the relative roles between OEIB and you, and how those need to come together. You have a significant responsibility in how the money is spent. OEIB has the primary responsibility in recommending you recommend to them and/or the governor. It's not exactly how this will work, but essentially, and he recommends, and ultimately the legislature will develop what the funding levels are and what the general strategy is, but you have a major responsibility in helping to guide and that activity. And then we talked about three streams of funding and the way that, not to presume any of these will be dominant over the others, but the difference between base funding for institutions, performance funding, and incentive funding. And I introduced a concept that we use that's really important because it really brings the two committees that we're meeting together, which is the idea of appropriations, tuition, and financial aid all being equally important to the quality dimension and to the access and success dimension. And so none of those can be really considered without consideration of the others. We then talked a lot about academic programs and both the approval and the review processes. Got a lot of really valuable input from folks from within the systems on how they go about this and where things are, and how you come up with a system that is responsive to what many policymakers, including legislators, are interested in, and that's unnecessary duplication versus necessary duplication or reasonable duplication, and how you will define what's necessary and unnecessary. Spend a good bit of time talking about how the process of working your way through this needs to make sure you don't get stuck in the weeds and don't get stuck in the weeds for a long period of time. Whatever process you have has to be responsive to the needs of today and can't take forever to get through. Melody spent some time talking about some things that they're up to at OUS that could be, historically they've been up to that would be helpful, and that they're looking forward that could be helpful as you move through along these lines. One of the things we talked about is, as a coordinating board, you need to be careful that you don't become the shell for the institutions, unless you want to be. Because they may essentially take some of the difficulty in program review and pass that on to you. And then we talked about how you protect the integrity of the academic programs, how you need to sort of set the tone and do some things, but much of the heavy lifting here is a responsibility of the institutions. I think that would be probably, we talked a little bit about competency as the new coin of the realm and how important it is to make sure that your state policies don't get in the way of this innovation that most people seem to be fairly positively predisposed to. And then we talked about how we had a great conversation with lots of ideas. So your next task will be to take lots of ideas down to a few ideas. Is that a fair? Anybody from the group think I've missed something of major proportion from reporting out from this group? See, the beauty is I get to report out and then go home. And you guys have to do the heavy lifting we talked about.
Well, just to reinforce one of the points you made, David, about our role in regard to duplication of effort and therefore approval of programs and so on. We also, I think, touched on our accountability for success. So we're more arm's length from an institution because we're a coordinating body and not a governing board. You would think that if a program is failing, if the finances are draining, aren't supporting what was expected, if there's a draining of resources from one area of the university to another to make up for it, that's what a governing board, the community college, or among our 3 universities, would identify. There are going to be some failures, some programs may close, but we are going to be more tolerant, or in a sense, we're going to be shifting more risk and exposure to risk to the institutions. What we can't do is tolerate their outright failure, which means students are left holding unused credits and disrupted in their education. And so we do have to make sure there are good early warning accountability systems and good mechanisms, if not by us, then for others to intervene before we get into any bad scenario.
To protect the students. Yeah. I thought that we can accept risk, but not substantial risk to students.
And I think it's also important we're coordinating between institutions too. I mean, already some of the talk was about, some of these programs out there not connecting to anything else in the state, and that's not good either. If you're not going to have something that connects with the associate organ transfer degree or those credits, for instance.
Could you clarify the comment on there about learning from other from other commissions, learning not to act as a shield between the institutions?
Shield, actually it was shield, I think, rather than shield. I was explaining that when, as a SHIO in 2 states, they often use my commission as the shield, SHILL, as the shield, so that they didn't have to say no to faculty demand for a new program that had no utility to the state. They knew we would say that, and so they would make this impassioned plea for the program about how important it was. But beforehand, they would have talked to my commissioners and said, you probably should accept the staff recommendation on this. And sometimes it's useful to have a shell, and sometimes it's useful to be the shell. I often do that when I go into a state, sort of like I did earlier today. I can say things that are easier for me to say than somebody in the state.
So another word for it is the grown-up?
Yeah. Anything else from this group? Or Zelda?
Yeah, any questions from those who were not part of this group in particular?
Not a question, but Tim, just the statement that you made around accountability and not having students held in the lurch around programmatic change or those sorts of things made me think immediately about regional accrediting boards and our relationship, and whether or not there needs to be some link between the kind of communication the institution has with regional accrediting boards and whether we're in that communication link, because I think that's a place where immediately you can get the sense that some other agency is raising questions about the ability of an institution to deliver on its mission, or other kinds of health indicators of an institution's performance.
And just for my education on this point, do those accrediting boards focus more on the quality of the program than on its financial viability, or do they look at both?
The number one thing is financial viability, first of all, and governance. And they look at the integrity of the governance. And now the latest is a assessment and outcomes, delivering on outcomes.
And I think we're seeing that play out in San Francisco with their community college.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do we learn more about that? You know, that's really important.
Yeah, I actually served as a commissioner for the Northwest Commission on Colleges for 7 years. We had more evaluations of accrediting reports than you could ever care to read. But to watch the progression of the accreditation process, and Betty is the reviewer. I mean, she accredits all over the place. And you can just go to the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities website.
Well, we
and
actually
all
have
this
a
shit.
PowerPoint presentation that Sandra Ellman came in and gave for the HEC last year that really highlights the changes in accreditation for Northwest. So we can find that and we'll follow up and make sure that goes out to everybody.
That'd be great. That'd be great to see that.
And I think we also had two presentations, one on engineering and the other one on teacher education professional accreditations, because those are changing rapidly too.
Different from.
Well, I heard some overlap with what this room was talking about with what that room was talking about. Our focus was around student success, affordability, and access. And yet, I think some of the conversations really came back to our earlier diagram about responsibilities too, because one of the comments that came up frequently, and by the way, we have pages in the next room as well as a typed document, but I tried to boil it down. We kept coming back to the fact that the role of HEC is going to be so critical to serve as a broker for very high stakes conversations about these three topics. And the fact that we're going to need to be comfortable in using differentiated models for different users to achieve those goals of access and affordability, that it is not going to be a one-size-fits-all, and that's going to require us to be the individuals that make that comment over and over again. We also really talked about the fact that the importance of the fact that there have been many initiatives in these areas over the years, and that part of the reason that they have not achieved what they'd set out to do was that we don't seem to be able to stay the course over time in Oregon. And so we're really asking ourselves the tough questions about what is that going to mean in terms of getting a sustained focus that is focused long enough to get results, to be able to show that we're actually making a difference. We also talked about the fact that not only are we going to need to do a better job of defining student success, but that may also be right embedded with defining the incentives that are going to be necessary to help institutions focus on things like access and affordability and student success. And that may mean some shifting and thinking about achievement compacts or defining different ways of, we thought about, somewhere I wrote, broadening the middle 40 and really thinking more about what the role is in this area. That tends to get overlooked a lot. We had a lot of comments about the reality of getting to 40-40-20 and the fact that not only could this be sometimes overwhelming to think, wow, how are we going to get there? But then the reality of, are we going to be able to get there? And then how do we communicate that to various stakeholders? One suggestion was, well, you know, if we could just calculate out what it's going to take to achieve this financially and make that a recommendation to OEIB, then they start working on legislators to get the funding to get there. But I think first off is realizing what the gap is for now versus what we're going to need to be able to achieve that. There was also some interesting conversations that were sparked by a discussion about both Western Governors University and also the accelerated bachelor's model that is at SOU, and the fact that proficiency is an area, an approach to this whole work that can redefine the access that students have, and yet we have to be sure that affordability is taken into consideration. One of the examples was that, well, students have access to an online course, but it's going to cost them more than if they were to take it face-to-face. And yet for many of our students, particularly adult students, that's going to be a more viable avenue to get to that access and affordability. We also talked about the fact that as we think about those costs and how we achieve the 40-40-20, that we're going to have to look at where the levers are. And some of those levers were thinking about the redesign of developmental education models. We talked a little bit about looking at those seamless systems that are taking students from high school straight into placement exams so that they don't, lose ground during their senior year and then end up in a remedial course that costs them money and doesn't really count towards their goals. We had a considerable conversation about the fact that there's a little bit of concern around the various initiatives that we've heard from legislators and from even some of the tasks that this group is posed to look at this year, and concern that we need some coherence, that HEC is going to have to be the group that brings some coherence to that, and to avoid competition. We don't want to end up going into the legislative session with various groups that are, vying for dollars and then nothing good happens. So we need to be the ones that bring that coherence to that. We talked quite a bit about the fact that we have great concern about the fact that there seems to be a recognition that students keep bearing the cost, and that cost keeps increasing. And at what point do students start to look at the tipping point when the debt outweighs the benefits of that higher ed degree? And really figuring out what structures that we put into place and communicate about, such as work-study programs that may be underutilized, internships that may not be used as much as possible, debt reduction processes for students even after they graduate, pointing them in the direction that helps them really look at how they can reduce their debt through service learning obligations. And that sort of leads into another big category that was on our conversation around navigation. And that sort of mirrors some of the earlier conversations that we had about the need to help students explore, but then also be able to really mix and match in ways that we haven't been able to do now, so that they can begin to see that transferability across institutions and across different ways of getting courses, as well as being able to really know up front their financial aid. And we talked about the fact that this may also, in many places now, they're starting to talk about the need for navigators, because students who are first-gen students particularly, you point them to a portal, it's only as good as my understanding of how to use that portal and maybe my inclination to use it. And sometimes the navigator role really helps that student take the first step in understanding next steps. I'd like to open it up now to my great colleagues and just see what else really. Oh, we did talk about proliferation of degrees in institutions, how many different places need to offer degrees. I didn't capture that one. It was kind of a standalone out there.
Actually, on that point, Hilda, and on the suggestion that we look into maybe should community colleges provide 4-year degrees.
Oh, yes.
And you also mentioned the developmental education models. Those are all good ideas. I think they're probably more in the bailiwick of the institutional capacity and success work that was happening in this room. Not that we can't be kind of cross-fertilizing with ideas, but I kind of capture all of those thinking, that really would be what we take up when we talk about institutional missions and programs and so on.
But you reminded me of one really important one that somehow didn't get on my list. And that is that right now we have a lot of different programs and initiatives that are in place that are successfully doing some of this work around early access to college, helping students learn how to fill out a FAFSA form. The whole ORCAN network, which if you're not familiar with it, is a wonderful group of amazingly dedicated people that are in different places, all kind of focused on the same work that this group should care greatly about, and that we wanted to make sure that we acknowledged and know what that work is, so that we're not out kind of building on top of something without recognizing what we have in place. Lee?
The only other thing I would add is that it's also, is it just the institution that awards the degree that deserves the credit for the student's success, and how do we recognize that?
I I think I got it down, but it didn't get on this list. Anything else?
Any questions? Kirby?
Just one other question. You know, we talk about 4-year degrees and 2-year degrees and all this and that and the other thing. You know, my sense is we need to get away from time and we just need to get the degree in a shorter period of time, only because it's probably financially beneficial. And I'm not sure that we're addressing the fact that if you do it in a shorter period of time, it's a lot less expensive, either for the state if they're funding it, and also for the student if they're spending it, funding it. So thinking in terms of how can we do things differently, maybe it's summer school, maybe it's all sorts of other things. I'm intrigued by what Southern's doing in that regard, and like I say, it's something to think about in a different way. I mean, can we do this less expensively?
One of the
That
things,
probably gives the
Not
incentives
across
too,
the
to make
board,
sure that
yeah.
one doesn't get to count it and the
Yeah.
other one doesn't,
Yeah.
or, you know, something like that.
one of the things that struck me when I first joined the higher ed board 10 years ago was, when did a 4-year degree become a 5.5 to 6-year experience? When did that happen? Duncan?
On the proficiency models, I'm curious, I mean, this is, I guess, probably a broader point, but I guess what I see in K-12, and I suspect it's the same in higher ed, is that it's happening. We're seeing a lot more examples, but it's happening in different places. We can nudge it, but if you start mandating it too early, you
Right.
create a whole bunch of problems. And I guess what I see, and I'm just curious your reaction, I'm not really here involved in this a lot, is I think we're seeing more and more faculty interested in working across the systems, Eastern Promise being a fantastic example, but I see it all around the state, of faculty, community college, higher ed, high school, really having the conversations about alignment. And I think one of the things we really need to think about is how do we encourage it, you know, frankly, you know, highlight it and just keep those conversations going.
Well, and along with this, it's not quite proficiency in the same realm that you might be thinking of it in K-12, but we talked about the work around credit for prior learning,
Yep.
which definitely is helping many adults, working adults particularly, who already have experience under their belt to be able to earn credit for that.
Yep.
And we do have an example of at least one licensure process that was approved about 1.5 years ago through TSPC that's proficiency-based. That says, you know, you bring in your work that you've done in this area and you don't have to go take courses on something you've already been doing.
I think, isn't New Hampshire, I think it was New Hampshire, they're really big on competency-based. And I think they've actually tried to define a competency-based higher ed degree.
Yes.
I mean, that's a really intriguing idea.
And
You know, if we
Maine is
can-
following on their heels.
And then it's not a credit-based at all, it's a competency-based, which is, again, I'd love to learn more about that.
Any other questions from commissioners?
I don't know if it's not necessarily a question, this is more of a, I don't know, a nagging issue, which is sort of how we permeate the culture of institutions around, I mean, because you're talking about creating more fluid systems, and particularly more fluid access and navigation of the systems, when there seem to be two models within institutions that would get in the way. One is sort of the academic structure, it goes back to the academic integrity, there's sort of this gatekeeper around how do you really verify that someone has sufficient background and knowledge to be given credit for a course that you teach in a particular way and have a particular way of assessing outcomes. And then the other is the financial modeling around credit hours. And so sort of the question of sort of what is sort of the transactional cost of just giving credit for something when you haven't had to deliver the instruction, and the actual cost of delivering a credit through whatever kind of mediums you're talking about. It seems like all of those things get wrapped up when we start to talk about a more fluid system. And is there a cost to the brand? I mean, associated with the institution's brand and the credit. So we know that in people's mind there's at least a hierarchy, and that our credit should have a higher social value than your credits. So why should we have to give those away at a...
Right.
So what role do we play in that conversation?
I just felt overwhelmed by that question. Finally reached my point of overwhelm.
It's the cultural dimensions of it's the cultural dimensions and the historical dimensions of the system that ultimately are going to be the things we're going to come up against.
Yep.
Lee?
We have a petition for substitution at SOU, and it comes through me as university director, and it's often for general education. So if a course doesn't directly articulate in as something that we've articulated with that particular campus, students will petition for it to equal. And we've done this for years, and I get a stack every term and diligently work my way through them, and students write up why it meets our proficiencies underneath the goals and all that. And now we're talking about charging them $50 to $100 per application, so that when we do all this work, that there's a reward for the work, and the students will actually put the work into the application if they're paying to have it done. But how do we recapture that SCH that we've said, okay, you brought this class over from U of O, and it equals this. How do we offset this now? And so, again, it's putting it back on the student, and is that the best we can do outside of just recognizing it like we have for years and years?
I would just point out that in many instances, almost all of them, that fee isn't actually covered by any kind of financial aid or anything else.
Right.
It's just, it's an additional cost to students. And so to the extent that we see CPL and other, these kind of articulations being more common in our fluid system that we're moving towards, we have to be thinking about how this could be an additional burden for students.
Any other really tough questions to get around? Let me between now and 4 o'clock, because we're on schedule.
Surprised.
Yeah, I am. Let me suggest that I think where we're headed, I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to talk informally and talk to me if you, in terms of continuing the conversation we had by the phone one-on-one this week about where you'd like to plug in. But again, this model of having work groups and subcommittees, I think we have the right to subcommittees. And I think that would be one focused on, basically the same scope of issues that we talked about in our 2 breakout meetings. So there'd be one overarching subcommittee focused on access, affordability, and student success. And another overarching one focused on the big questions about institutional capacity, including in that one some of the near-term deliverables around improving missions for the universities, defining significant program changes and kind of preparing our institutions for that framework going forward. But Larry's work group on financial aid is a pretty defined task and pretty tight deadline. The work group that'll start meeting on Pay It Forward, also a defined task, but one we've just redefined a little bit to say, and give us other good ideas like Pay It Forward, and you have a longer timeline. The work group that we identified on funding formula options is more of a research project coming back to us, giving us best practices to consider. I think beyond those 3 work groups, it's the committees who are going to be handed this everything on these flip charts, kind of. And I think the first task for the committees is to help winnow down into short, midterm, and longer-term longer-term undertakings and timelines that are going to help us prioritize. So in a sense, what I'm suggesting is we hand off to the overarching subcommittees the next phase of our strategic plan, which is to organize on a timeline and prioritize. And that'll give us an opportunity, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow morning, but I actually think we come back to the December meeting, hopefully with each of those subcommittees having had a chance to meet at least once and carry forward this prioritization and planning process. It's very challenging. And this strategic plan that we referred to this morning, which will go to the legislature for February, might be very much an initial or interim strategic plan, because so much work we have to do will be sequential. And we won't have all the answers that give us a high degree of confidence about the best way to task ourselves with our work for the remainder of the biennium. So that's how it's starting to take shape in my mind. I'm looking around the room to see if that makes sense. Ben has been also wanting to update us on staffing, beginning with making sure you meet all the people in the room today who are contributing to this, and you want to do more tomorrow morning on this?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'll mention some folks now because you've seen their faces. I know many of you have met individually, people who have participated in today's meeting or who are observing today's meeting. Some have left, but I want to acknowledge, obviously, Interim Chancellor Rose, and she had some of her staff here, including Bob Kiernan, who's still in the back, and Di Hardigan, who's supporting the Opportunity Grant work, the financial aid work group that Larry's chairing, and Joe Holliday, who's a Vice Chancellor, I think, who has also left. Gerald Hamilton, who's our interim director at Community Colleges and Workforce Development. Elizabeth Cox-Brand was here earlier and supports him and the agency of research. Anna Gonzalez is in the department and is helping Angela and all of us get this meeting off the ground and going successfully. You know Hilda, who works for I'm not sure how much of this is all sort of clear and transparent to everyone, so I'll do my best now. But Hilda is on the team at OEIB working for Dr. Nancy Golden, who you've met, and you met David Edwards, one of her counterparts at OEIB earlier, along with Nancy, obviously. Bob Baru, sitting next to Gerald. Bob, raise your hand, who, again, I think most of you have met or been introduced to, who's the interim director at the Oregon Student Access Commission. And then Bill McGee, who is here and will be a regular at these meetings. It works for the Department of Administrative Services, but his job is to support the commission and the governor in the all financial, all sort of budget related aspects, but certainly he'll be a really integral participant in the development of our budget related work. And finally, Donna Llewellyn in the back, raise your hand. Donna is working for the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. She was hired by the CCWD, but she's on their contract with me and the commission to provide research support and work group or subcommittee support. So many of you in your sort of work group capacity or subcommittee capacity will get to know Donna, who comes to us with a lot of experience supporting groups of that type. And then you all know Angela, who really pulled together and finally, he left. I'm sorry he did, but Bob Salazar, I think, is somebody who you will meet, and you probably haven't met yet, but he's currently running the private career schools unit, which is under the HECS purview. So we have about 8 staff that I'm responsible for, sort of through Bob. He's the team lead there, that's involved in the regulation of and licensing of private career schools, essentially trade schools, non-degree granting schools that operate in the state of Oregon. And Bob and his staff are busy processing those requests from schools for the ability to operate in the state of Oregon. So it's important that you get a kind of better sense of their work, as well as the Office of Degree Authorization. We'll have reports on them at the conclusion of tomorrow's meeting. But I'll hopefully introduce you to Bob in person tomorrow.
Larry Large is here. Doug Wilson.
Yes, Doug Wilson, who also left, works for the legislature, so we've been careful to make that distinction, but the legislative fiscal analyst who's also working with Bill and the whole team here on budget aspects.
So we're going to move now to the final item on the agenda before we get the wine tour. Did I mention the wine tour? And the winemaking tour. Before we do, just kind of as a transition point, as we were going through our discussions today, I was came up with a little code to make notes of things where I thought we should get a copy of that. And we heard about, from Melody, the Secretary of State audit last year, so I'm thinking that's something we should probably get to look at. Just warning you about what's going to be attached in the zip file in your next email.
Which we're transitioning into more of a...
Right. Shared drive. Good. Okay, we'll do the shared drive. We heard from, I believe it was Nancy Golden, who reminded us about the various initiatives funded with special funding from the legislature. A lot of RFPs in the process right now for regional achievement compacts, for STEM, the new STEM Council, and others. I'm not sure that I've kept track of all of them, but it might be good to have a summary of those so we know what's in the works. The let's see.
They're not regional achievement compacts, they're regional collaboratives.
Regional-
They're getting away from that focus.
Oh, the
on the
misspoke. I
compacts.
should know because I'm working on something. Thanks, David. We heard from the chancellor about the work her team is doing about the actual cost of the courses being offered at Southern and the other regionals. I'm not sure if that's at a point yet where that can help inform us, but at some point it might be good to get a look at those. We'll get the PowerPoint that Larry's question led to a little bit. We'll go about the regional accrediting boards and their authorities. Apparently that's something that was presented at an earlier meeting that we would benefit from. And it's not like it can be one document, but throughout the day we kept hearing about other states which are good models for certain programs. Tennessee came up a lot. So it might be good for us to find a short list of states with website connections that allow us to start absorbing what's so good about what they're doing, if it's getting so much attention. Now that leads to what Betty and Hilda want to talk to us about. Neil?
I just said one other thing. As far as the publication that would be helpful to us, would that be the Chronicle of Higher Education?
We're getting there.
Okay.
We're getting there. That's the next. So now the question is, apart from what we're teeing up and identifying as best practice, this is a world of challenge and churn. I mean, when you look at everything, there's a new national report that shocks somebody or other about higher education every week. And so how do we stay current? How do we keep on top of it? And how do we kind of crowdsource best thinking here to make sure that we're capturing the best questions and giving some good thought among all of us. And I think there's potential to do that with more electronic communications, whether it's Dropbox, where we're finding documents, whether it's something that OUS does now, where Di Saunders sends around the weekly clips, which we asked to have provided to all of you. I think that started happening on Friday. And other ways to catalyze our thinking, keep us current and catalyze best thinking about all of these developments. So that's what we asked Betty to take on as your vice chair, and she's working with Hilda on that. So I will turn it over to them next.
Well, we are not feeling any pressure because the wine tour is coming up. But apropos of what at least I propose to do is to keep it short. And I'm not, I told Tim I'm not volunteering to run a clipping service. I'm not real good at that. But there is some, as he says, there are new things constantly that come up. And we can maybe together winnow out what those important pieces are. And so Hilda has done the majority of work on a list. Are you distributing the list? Yeah.
I think everybody has this. It's called a HEC Glossary of Organizations and Resources.
Yeah. And you want to say some things about that?
Well, so as Tim and Ben mentioned to all of you, you could spend your entire day reading everything that's coming out, because this is, it's amazing how many resources there are. But what I tried to do was to identify some online resources that are low cost, like as free, and then of course some that are going to have more cost. The Chronicle has a subscription. You can go to their website and download interesting articles and pieces from their subscriptions, but I also would suggest that Academic Impressions and Inside Higher Ed are two other sources. And because the real
growth in online learning is so prevalent, I added eCampus News in there, which is another one that I monitor pretty regularly, that gives you a lot of information on what's happening in technology. Then I really realized that there's a myriad of organizations, some of which are really critical policy influencers. And then also, you're going to hear sometimes people just refer to them as acronyms. So I tried to give you an explanation of what they are. And by the way, if you use the Word document, these are all active links. So if you just click on this, it will take you to the best website for the organization. And most all of these have publications and reports on a regular basis, many of which are topics that would be of interest. I would just point out that ACE for the four-year institutions is kind of an umbrella organization, and they have membership from some of the other more mission-specific institutions. For example, those that are public and land-grant universities versus those that are the top research institutions. We referenced one of those earlier. I also tried to include in here some of the councils that we are referencing. For example, when you hear about credit for prior learning, those are based on the CALE standards, which is the Council for Adult and Experiential Learning. That's really where a lot of the work is coming out of, that's driving some of the proficiency work. I also have found Education Commission of the States an incredibly valuable source. They do an amazing job of tracking legislation by state around different issues in higher ed. So you can't print it out very well, but you can do a nice job of quickly scanning to see how other states are dealing with specific laws and regulations. Also wanted to acknowledge our independent colleagues at the universities and colleges. They have an organization. David has left, but he is headquartered in Boulder, Colorado, and right next to his building is NCHMS, which is the National Center for Higher Ed Management Systems. And quite a few of the big reports on data that you'll see coming out on post-secondary ed are driven by the NCHMS work. I also, because of our work around access and affordability, I included both the national link for the National College Access Network and the Oregon College Access Network, just so that you can get a sense of what's happening right here in our own state. We mentioned regional accreditors, so it's important, Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. We've got, David referenced the SHIO, which is what Ben will be using as his connection to other folks in other states that are in similar positions. And we can't leave out the U.S. Department of Ed, and they have their own set of offices that support much of the work that's aligned with your areas of responsibility. For example, the Office of Federal Student Aid, the Institute of Education Sciences, which is critical in determining research and best practices and knowledge in our field. And then WICHE, of course. WICHE does a fantastic job of providing reports on various topics, more specific to the Western states. You can't bump into anything in higher ed right now without running into Lumina and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So I thought you'd want to know, what are they trying to fund in higher ed? What are their big missions that they're at? I also took the liberty of just putting 3 books down. 3 books that I think provide provocative, different views of higher ed. This is certainly nothing else but one of Hilda's recent reading lists that she likes. I think Academically Adrift was the book that really pushed the lever on a lot of post-secondary institutions around, are you really worth it? And it provoked a lot of conversations across the nation. It did reference some institutions in Oregon. If you've not read Mike Rose's book, Back to School, actually any of his books, I think it's one of the most meaningful ways to look at the community college and the type of student that accesses community colleges and the systems that are absolutely essential for making community colleges work. He's got an amazing career and he's a wonderful writer. I hope someday that we could bring him up from UCLA where he's researching. And then there's a new one that's just come out that I'm working my way through, and that's a checklist for change, making American higher ed a sustainable enterprise, which is really looking a lot at the funding mechanisms and accountability. And then there are some recent key reports that I've identified here, and again, these are all active links. If you use the Word document, I did this once as a PDF and realized that doesn't work. So these should take you directly to those reports.
Great.
Thank you, Hilda. In addition,
I could have made it a lot longer, so you ought to see the first list.
Good stuff for not doing that.
And as the year goes along, maybe we will. But in addition to these materials, I would also remind you that, as we all know, higher education is at the front burner these days, and we kind of raked K-12 over the coals pretty good, so now it's time to start with higher ed. And there's hardly anything in the popular press, any piece that you can't pick up that doesn't have something about higher ed these days. For example, yesterday in the Oregonian, there were two articles about higher ed that were both very fascinating. One titled, "Men Don't Pick College Majors Well," and one titled, "Hillsborough Offers College Credits for More Courses." So, you know, in our, even in our local press, and then there was a wonderful series of letters to the editor in the New York Times that was responding to a previous article that have to do, this is titled Sunday Dialogue, Academia's Two Tracks, that have to do with part-time faculty versus full-time faculty. And that's an issue that affects every institution, and that is a growing debate, I think, in institutions. In addition to that, there are articles that I have read and enjoyed recently in the New Yorker, in Harper's, in Atlantic. So don't ignore the popular press, because sometimes, in many ways, that's far more accessible and than some of the more scholarly work. What I hope we can do with this little project, we've also talked about maybe a book a month club kind of thing, where we all keep an eye out for something that we've seen that we've found is particularly relevant. And maybe we do bring that information in one book each month and maybe do a summary of it for our colleagues, or tell at least why we found it a compelling read. I hope that you all will look at me as kind of a clearinghouse, so that you will suggest things that you've read that you think would be helpful and appropriate. And let us not overlook libraries, talking as an old librarian. But most of us live near academic libraries that can be a great source of information to us. And if you're looking for something in particular, or you don't want to cough up almost $100 for the Chronicle, you know, you can always have a little coffee break at your local college and read some of these things. Maybe you right now have some other suggestions of sources of information that would be useful to us. And I'm ready to hand the talking stick off if you do.
Well, again, what I'm hoping we can do is keep you abreast of the most provocative and informative pieces of news and analysis that are coming our way. People like Betty and I read a lot more than some of you have time to do, who are working longer hours than we. And what I can do is, when I read something like that, I can summarize it, and I can try to frame a question. And we don't have the time to kind of really dig into all this stuff, but if you can do the same, if there's something that captures your attention and you can frame from there a question or an issue for us to think more about, I think what we can promise all of ourselves is that every week we're thinking hard about our charge and about the new ideas and challenges that are being communicated from around the state and around the country. So that's
What do y'all think about a book of the month club kind of thing? Maybe it's an article, maybe it's a monograph or something. Should we give that a try from time to time? Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, I look forward to hearing from all of you, and we'll all learn together.
Okay, Ben, anything else before we wrap up?
I'll take the talking stick. Yeah, I just, I think the tone that Hilda and Betty and Tim in particular you've set through the afternoon relative to an engaged and active commission is exactly right. I think it's particularly important that that be the case for a new commission that's trying to define itself, that has, to be clear, very limited staff. I will be both drawing from and learning from and guided from your work. And I hope that's been apparent in the role that Tim and Betty in particular have played and asked you to play throughout today. So if you were expecting to be appointed and to join a commission that sort of met once a month and then went off and you didn't think about it again for a whole nother month, and maybe you just did what the staff asked you to do in terms of voting, I think you're on the wrong commission, at least for a year or two, until we get this thing really settled, because it will not be successful if you are not engaged. Do recognize that is going to be different levels of engagement for different members, depending on your time and your professional lives. So very well aware that many of you have very significant other professional commitments, and this will be, a minority of your time. But still, I hope that it is, a weekly touching base with these issues at least. And I think that what Betty's proposed here could be one way to ensure that's occurring. But appreciate the tone that we've set here.
And again, these binders are going to grow in size, but Angela, if everything in the binder can go in the Dropbox, then we don't have to carry the binders around. I do want to call your attention to the fact that we do have the achievement compacts from all of the community colleges and universities in our binders, and it's worth reading those and comparing those one to the other and bringing back questions you may have to your subcommittees or this commission, because we're going to also be asking the community colleges and universities to tell us how those can be improved. And that's our job to recommend to the OAIB how they might be either more streamlined or made more effective for our purposes. Rob?
Tim, I just wanted to make sure that with this online entity coming, whatever form it takes, that the work product of the various work groups as they're in session is in there, so that those of us who are not, because I doubt we're all going to be able to participate in every work group and convention, but it is, I think, both our responsibility and interest, at least in my case, to monitor what's going on in those. So, and to be able to mail the chair and say, hey, what's going on with this? Or here's an idea. So, speaking back to what Ben was talking about with engagement, I think that can facilitate that engagement, and I would very much want to be able to do that.
That's a good idea, and that then could be, so anyone who chairs or co-chairs a work group or committee, work with your committee administrator to make sure that we're keeping current the materials you're generating, and we can place them for view in the Dropbox.
Thank you.
Just a couple more notes, sort of housekeeping items. If you'll please leave the blue folders with today's meeting materials behind. Again, this material was emailed, but if you leave the folders behind as well as the large binders, or at least let us know if you're taking any of those. Our preference would be for you to leave them, and we'll hang on to them. Bring your I-9 and W-4 tomorrow, and let Angela know if you need a parking pass for tomorrow's meeting.
Now, is this so that we can recycle these?
Yeah, I'm putting this stuff for tomorrow's meeting in there as well. I just didn't have that today, and I don't have
We want to keep it.
Just the folder.
We need to keep all the material.
Yeah. We'll have them tomorrow.
Right, but if you need the folders, then we'll leave you the folders, but I think we want to keep the material.
But you'll get loose materials.
Yeah.
Tim, what time tomorrow do we convene?
8:30.
8:30.
And we begin with public testimony. And
Hearing room at.
hearing room after the Capitol. And Duncan, the dinner plans for tonight are
5:30.
5:30 at La Margarita?
Yep.
Great.
Where is it?
La Margarita, you know where?
554 Southeast Ferry.
It's right by the Capitol.
Is it on High Street or where is it?
Ferry.
Ferry.
Ferry, on Ferry.
Ferry is kind of close to Da Vinci. Yeah.
Between commercial and,
It's across where the chancellor's office is. That's fair, it's across the street from there. Not that I know that it's far.
and I want to recognize Cheryl Roberts, president of Chemeketa Community College.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, I think you're getting ready to go on a nice wine tour and to drink some of our great student-made wine.
Yeah.
Community college, no.
And thanks for the use of the facility, Cheryl, and we'll be following you out in a moment.
Yes.
We adjourn.
Meeting's adjourned.